After the third ancestor heard the 3 words Master 2, his expression suddenly changed subtly. What did he say? This change made Lin Mohan realize that things seemed to be different from what he thought. Normally, the third ancestor should not react like this since he had contact with Master 2. There are 2 possible reactions now. One is that the third ancestor and Master 2 are very familiar with each other and have become old friends. So he asked like this. The other is that the 2 are not familiar with each other, but have just had contact. So he may also ask like this. Lin Mohan said, "He asked me to help him find someone." The third ancestor tapped his finger lightly, and a Tao pattern appeared in the void. Is it this person? Lin Mohan nodded. Yes, but the world is vast. How can I find it? I can only promise Master 2 to do my best. Another bead appeared in the third ancestor's hand, exactly the same as the bead in Lin Mohan's hand. However, the bead in the third ancestor's hand has become a little dim. I have looked for it before, but unfortunately I have never found it. Time flies so fast. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time is really terrible. Even the light of the great Tao cannot resist it. After a while, the light of the great Tao will be exhausted, and the bead in my hand will be useless. Lin Mohan said, Yes, time is terrible, so those ancestors all pursue immortality above the Tao Zun. The third ancestor suddenly laughed out loud. What immortality? There is no real immortality in the world. If there is real immortality, why did old man 2 end up like this? Why did the person he was looking for end up like this? His laughter was a kind of venting, and a bit desolate. Lin Mohan found that the third ancestor knew much more than he imagined. At the same time, he also realized that the third ancestor should know the 2 sect master of the Tushan sect, and he was very familiar with him. So the third ancestor's previous reaction was reasonable. Lin Mohan asked, Can you tell me? The third ancestor snorted. Old 2 didn't say it, so why should I tell you, old ancestor? Lin Mohan sighed. Okay, then I won't ask. The third ancestor shouted. You don't want to ask? Old ancestor insists on telling. Lin Mohan said, You don't have to do this. I know that my realm is not enough, and there are some things that I don't deserve to know. The third ancestor said, No, you are already qualified, because you are the same as us. Lin Mohan frowned slightly. What does it mean to be the same as them? But the next second, he had figured it out. What the third ancestor said should be the path he took. The same as them. Lin Mohan had already guessed in his heart that the third ancestor's way of cultivation should be the same as that of Sect Master 2. Although Lu Fengyao is now on a path that is no different from the practitioners in the origin continent, it is to conceal her. When Lu Fengyao reaches a certain realm, the third ancestor will definitely correct the chaos for her and take the right path. As for the others, their paths are actually crooked, and their future hopes are not great. Perhaps one day in the future, I will announce the correct way of cultivation to the world. But now is not the time. That is to wait until I have enough self-protection power. What to do? Lin Mohan pricked up his ears. Third ancestor, if you really want to say it, I can only listen. The third ancestor snorted. Before you say it, the old ancestor asked you, have you obtained the inheritance of the great way of luck during your trip to the god-slaying sect this time? Lin Mohan nodded, snapped his fingers, and the great way of luck suddenly appeared beside him. There is nothing to hide. Sooner or later it will be known to others. The third ancestor said, Very good. Being able to comprehend the great way of luck means that you have top luck and are also top smart. With your luck, it will be fine to listen to these words. Then just listen. First of all, there is the Tao realm above the Tao Zun realm. In today's origin continent, this is a legendary realm. Those old ancestors call this realm the realm of immortality. Immortalism is bullshit. Where is the real immortality in this world? It's all bullshit. The third ancestor couldn't help cursing, and then continued. Once you enter the Tao realm, you don't have to worry about your lifespan, but the price is to leave the origin continent. You have seen the Tao before. Those guys in the Tao are in the Tao realm. They can't leave the Tao for a long time. Once they leave, their lifespan will be reduced. They are blessed by the Tao and can live forever. Deg, but that is only when everything is safe and sound. If they encounter a disaster, they will die. The cultivators in the Tao realm will face 3 disasters, and they will die if they can't survive. Even if they survive the 3 disasters, there are other things that will also make them perish. So the immortality of the Tao realm is not true immortality at all. Lin Mohan's eyes lit up, and he interrupted, like the gods from outside the domain. The Third Ancestor sighed. That's right. For example, the gods from outside the domain. The Tushin Sect is called the Tushin Sect because it slaughtered a god from outside the domain. They were not called the Tushin Sect before. You can guess what they were called before. Lin Mohan shook his head. How did he get it? The Third Ancestor laughed. You definitely can't guess that the Tushin Sect was called Tu Jiazhuang at the earliest time. Lin Mohan was stunned on the spot. He never thought that it would be such a name. Tu Jiazhuang, Tushin Sect. Just looking at the name, the difference seems to be a bit big. The Third Ancestor continued to laugh. Old Tu will definitely tell you that his surname Tu has nothing to do with Tushin Sect. It is called Tushin Sect because it slaughtered a genius from outside the domain. He is just afraid of losing face. When you see him again in the future, you can ask him openly whether it was called Tu Jiazhuang before. Lin Mohan thought to himself, you dare to say it, but I dare not ask it. Isn't it uncomfortable for me? When mentioning Tu Jiazhuang, the Third Ancestor seemed to be gloating over someone's misfortune. He continued, now you should understand that immortality is fake, not to mention the Tao realm. Even the more powerful Tao Masters dare not say that they can live forever. Those Tao Masters dare to say at most that it is difficult for them to die. For example, the person that Old Man Tu asked you to find is actually his Tao Master. His Tao Master is reincarnated in the world, and may have sunk or not. If he can find the Tao Master and make him return, then with the Tao Master's ability, Old Man Tu may be able to revive again. If he is lucky, the entire Tushin Sect can be resurrected. Lin Mohan was surprised to hear that it was like this. Find the Tao Master, revive yourself, and even revive your own sect. Lin Mohan asked, Master, do you have such a strong ability? When the Master was mentioned, the Third Ancestor stopped laughing and his tone became serious. Don't underestimate the Master. If one day you can reach that realm, you will know. Some things you won't understand without personal experience. Lin Mohan nodded. It was true. Many things need to be experienced in person to understand. Just listening is useless. He looked at the Third Ancestor. What about you? The Third Ancestor said, I know you have guessed my identity, and I have never thought of hiding it from you. I came here to do my own things. The power dispute in the origin continent has nothing to do with me. I just want to complete my own things. Lin Mohan said, for example, what you asked me to do before is one of them. The Third Ancestor said, that's right. Lin Mohan whispered to himself, it seems that the King of the Sea of Boundaries may be the same as you. The Third Ancestor laughed again. You kid, you are really smart. The words of the Third Ancestor were equivalent to giving the answer. No wonder. The request made by the King of the Sea of Boundaries was the same as that of the Third Ancestor. When I reach the Daozun realm, I will help them do something. This matter is estimated to be not easy, and perhaps the things to be done by the two are not much different. The origin continent is not as simple as I thought. It contains many secrets, and the water inside is very deep. Lin Mohan asked, are there many beings like you? The Third Ancestor said, many, what's the point? Lin Mohan was stunned for a moment. Can you please stop breathing heavily when you speak? The Third Ancestor said, I am not breathing heavily. This ancestor is telling the truth. As for whether you can understand it, that is your business. Is there any deeper meaning in this sentence? Lin Mohan thought about it, but he didn't understand the meaning of the 3 groups of words. Lin Mohan wondered, How did the Taoist master of the two Shin sect fall? The third ancestor showed a mysterious smile and finally uttered two words. Yes. Lin Mohan thought about it, and thought it should be related to the extraterritorial god. The third ancestor laughed and did not answer directly, but just said, "There are some things you are not qualified to know. When you break through the limit of Dao Zun and enter the realm of Dao, you will naturally understand." It was the same words again. Lin Mohan had already heard it, but the other party refused to say it, and there was nothing he could do. Lin Mohan murmured in his heart, "The Dao realm must be free from disease and disaster to be immortal, and this kind of immortality is not what I want. Dao Lord, the Lord of the Dao, will fall. It seems that it is not easy for ordinary Dao realms to be free from disease and disaster. But even if those ancestors know that immortality is difficult, when facing life and death, they will definitely choose to take that step without hesitation and survive first." The third ancestor said, "You don't have to think too much. Those ancestors, even if they know that their path is wrong, will definitely go on without hesitation. If they stand still, they will die. As long as we keep going, there may be another chance. There are many miracles in this world." Lin Mohan nodded. "Since you already knew it, why didn't you tell them?" The third ancestor snorted coldly. "Why tell them? This ancestor is not a good person. There is no need to do these good things. If you are rich, you can help the world. If you are poor, you can only take care of yourself. This ancestor does not have this ability, so he can only take care of himself." Lin Mohan did not believe the third ancestor's words, guessing that he must have his own plans. The third ancestor's own plans are not important, and he does not need to care about them. The two of them talked to this point, which can be regarded as half frank. The two foxes, one old and one young, each said part, and no one said the whole thing. Lin Mohan asked, "What do you think is the best condition for me to propose?" The third ancestor smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his smile was a little sinister. "It depends on what you want." This reminded Lin Mohan of what the third ancestor said, that his essence is a businessman. Merchants seek profit, and in their eyes, anything can be regarded as a transaction. The third ancestor looked like he was ready to ask for a lot. Lin Mohan shook his head. "They probably don't have what I want, such as the root of rebirth." The third ancestor's smile froze. "You can say that, but can't you say something practical?" Lin Mohan said, "Actually, I don't know what's the most suitable. How about you help me think about it?" The third ancestor's eyes turned. "How about this? If you trust me, I'll ask for you. And we have to make some preparations." The two foxes began to discuss how to cheat those ancestors. In the words of the third ancestor, the ancestors of the Holy Land sects are all rich, and if they don't take the opportunity to make a fortune, they will miss this opportunity. However, with Lin Mohan's status, he can't go too far. In case those ancestors are shameless, it will be troublesome. So it's best for the third ancestor to ask for this matter. Just treat this harvest as a business, and sell the method of breaking through the Dao Zun as a commodity. The two discussed for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. The third ancestor said, "Okay, then let's go back. You stay at my place for a while, wait for 2 days outside, and then call them over. You should also recover a little breath. Don't look like you are about to die." Lin Mohan laughed, and his breath instantly recovered a lot. Although he still looked a little weak, his life was no longer in jeopardy, and his realm was firmly standing at the high-level Tianzuan. The third ancestor rolled his eyes at Lin Mohan, and Lin Mohan used this trick to cheat away at Dao Tong's Hope Hill. In a secret treasure of the origin, Lin Mohan danced with his long sword, slashing out countless sword shadows. There were millions of sword shadows, densely packed, and countless enemies were strangled in the sword energy. These enemies were not living beings, but evolved from some mysterious power. Then millions of sword shadows merged into one, forming a giant sword. The giant sword was infinitely high, as if it was going to cut through the galaxy. Seeking flowers, one sword cut the mountain. Lin Mohan shouted, and the giant sword fell at an astonishing speed, and the sword light exploded. Tens of thousands of meters away, a high mountain collapsed, and countless broken stones and trees were annihilated and vaporized in the sword light. In the mountain, a huge meatball with a diameter of more than 100 meters flew out, and there was an eye on the meatball, which looked extremely ferocious. The eye shot out a series of light and bombarded Lin Mohan, and each light was enough to cause the earth to collapse and the mountains and rivers to overturn. The ground where Lin Mohan stood collapsed and became a huge bottomless pit. Lin Mohan did not show weakness. She flew into the air and slashed with another sword. One sword cut the sky. This sword was more powerful than before, and the sword light swept across, completely swallowing the meatball. The meatball screamed in fear, but it was a pity that the scream could not save its life. It turned into smoke and dust in the sword light, and a piece of something fell from the meatball. Lin Mohan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The thing was a scale with a pattern on it. It was very strange and exuded amazing power. Lin Mohan just took a look and put it away. The sixth piece, 12ing, are missing. Almost. She showed a beautiful smile and turned into a sword light and flew away. Lin Mohan stayed in the place of the Third Ancestor for a while. The space where the Third Ancestor was located was chaotic. 2 days passed in the outside world, but only a few hours passed in the space of the Third Ancestor. Lin Mohan's breath was much better than before under her own control. The Third Ancestor suddenly said, "It's almost done. They are getting impatient. Xiao Lian, call them over." Lu Lian's voice sounded immediately. "Okay." Lu Lian went to bring people. The Third Ancestor said, "I have asked Lu Lian to notify the other old guys who haven't come yet. They should be able to receive the news soon. You know what to do, right?" Lin Mohan said, "How can I know what to do? I have told the Third Ancestor everything. Let the Ancestor decide on this matter." Lin Mohan looked innocent at this time. The Third Ancestor was so angry that he said, "You kid, if you dare to lie to Yaoer again, I will peel off your skin." Lin Yu said, "Then you may not have a chance." After a while, Lu Lian came over with 3 people. It was the 3 ancestors before, but at this moment, they no longer hid themselves. In the space of the Third Ancestor, they didn't need to do this. The 3 ancestors came together, and here they revealed their true appearance. According to the 3 ancestors, when they were in the outside world, they needed to use a special secret method to seal themselves, which could reduce the impact of time on them. These people have lived for countless years, and they are about to approach the limit of their lifespan. Every second is precious to them. The longer you live, the less you want to die. Among the 3, Lin Mohan has seen Gut Song of Han Sui Holy Land. Lin Mohan has not seen the true appearance of the other 2. One of them looks like a middle-aged person, with beautiful appearance and dignified and noble temperament. She is a mature and beautiful woman. However, Lin Mohan still felt her old age. No matter how she looks, the breath of time is difficult to conceal. Most female practitioners care about their appearance at all times. The other one is a vigorous old man. Although he is already white-haired, he also exudes an old breath, and his spirit is still intact. Gut Song laughed loudly. "It's better to live in 130 like you. You don't even need to seal yourself." Another old man followed. "It's a pity that there are only a few such treasures in the entire Origin continent, and we can't envy them." The Third Ancestor laughed. "There's no need to envy. As long as you can kill me, you can become the master of this space." Gut Song's smile paused slightly, and then he laughed even louder. "Third Ancestor, you are joking." The old ancestor of the ancient Lotus Holy Land also followed. "This joke is not funny at all." The Third Ancestor smiled and said to Lin Mohan, "Let me formally introduce you to the ancestor of Han Sui Holy Land, Gut Song, who is in the 9th realm of Taoism." The ancestor of the ancient Lotus Holy Land, the old ancestor Huolian, is in the 9th realm of Taoism. Back then, the old ancestor Huolian was the most beautiful in Nanzhou, and I don't know how many geniuses pursued him. When the Third Ancestor said this, it was not an exaggeration at all, as if he was stating a fact.
Not only the third ancestor, but also the other two old ancestors were not surprised at all. Lin Mohan could see that the Fire Lotus ancestor was indeed very beautiful in the past. Perhaps due to the years, her appearance has changed a little, but traces of the past can still be found. Fire Lotus ancestor said, "It's a pity that the people who pursued me back then didn't include the third ancestor, otherwise I would be alone, only seeking the great way and not asking about the world." The third ancestor laughed and didn't respond to the Fire Lotus ancestor's words. He continued to introduce, "This is the ancestor, the wooding ancestor of the Dongfang family of Duantian City, the Dao Zun Jiujing. Lin Mohan, meet the three ancestors." The third ancestor's introduction seems simple, but in fact, it has conveyed a lot of information to Lin Mohan. The most important thing is that the three are all Dao Zun Jiujing. From the perspective of realm alone, the three are already the highest decision makers of the three forces. Gu Song laughed and said, "Looking at the appearance of young friend Lin, the injury has healed a lot." Lin Mohan said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Gu. After the treatment of the third ancestor, my injury is no longer serious. I just need to rest well and I will recover." Gu Song said, "The third ancestor's method is naturally no problem. If you need anything, just tell me." The third ancestor joked, "Old man, what do you have? Can't this old ancestor take it out?" Gu Song laughed and said, "Of course, as long as it is something on the origin continent, the three groups will definitely get it." He was very thick-skinned and did not deny at all that he was trying to win over Lin Mohan. If nothing else, just the fact that Lin Mohan was a person was worth winning over. If Lin Mohan could really join Hansui Holy Land, then Hansui Holy Land might have another ancestor of the ninth realm of Dao Zun in the future. For the Holy Land, this was an irresistible temptation. Ancestor Huolien said, "Since little friend Lin has recovered, can you tell us the method this time?" "Of course, we will not treat little friend Lin unfairly." Lin Mohan saluted to Ancestor Huolien, "Senior, you may need to discuss this matter with the third ancestor." After saying that, he also glanced at the third ancestor. The meaning was very clear. He could not make the decision on this matter, and the third ancestor could make the decision. The third ancestor laughed. "Three of you, Yin Tian has something to say first. According to the agreement between us, 2 Tianjiao can enter each time, and as the host, I can also have a designated quota." This time, Lin Mohan entered, and this quota was obtained by me at a certain price. I said before that if Lin Mohan has anything, I will have priority to deal with it. You haven't forgotten this, right? The three of them nodded at the same time, and the old ancestor Wu Ding said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, it was indeed agreed at that time." The three of them had guessed what was going on at this time, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At that time, the third ancestor proposed to add someone, and in order to get their consent, the third ancestor paid some price. However, the third ancestor never does business at a loss, so naturally there will be corresponding requirements. The requirement is that Lin Mohan has priority to deal with all his gains. Of course, it also means that if he gets a breakthrough method, he will share it with them. It's just that this sharing is not free. The third ancestor laughed. "With your status, you will naturally not break your promise, right?" The method of breaking through the Dao Zun was obtained by Lin Xiaoyu, and now it has been handed over to me. If you want to obtain this method, you have to come to me. The Fire Lotus Patriarch said, "The third patriarch is indeed a businessman. We can never catch up with the third patriarch in doing business." Gu Song said, "Just name a price." The third patriarch continued, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't worry, the things are already in my hands, and I can't throw them away. I have known you for many years, and everyone knows my temper and personality. In addition to me, Lin Xiaoyu is sure to know the method of breaking through, but the part he knows has been sealed by me. After Lin Xiaoyu reaches the 9th level of Dao Zun, this seal will be naturally unlocked. Before that, don't think of unlocking the seal by any method. If someone wants to unlock the seal by force, not only will they not get the method of breaking through, but they will also cause Lin Xiaoyu to die, and I can naturally sense it. Then I think you all know my methods. The third ancestor's tone remained calm, but for some reason, it revealed an invisible killing intent that made people shudder. The third ancestor was definitely not joking, he was very serious. The three ancestors present had no doubts about what the third ancestor said. Based on their understanding of the third ancestor, if the third ancestor said it, he would definitely do it. Although everyone was an ancestor, they knew that there was a gap between them and the third ancestor, and they didn't want to offend the third ancestor. As long as you pay a price to get something, you don't need to use knives and guns. Lin Mohan knew that the third ancestor said this to protect himself. This was the excuse they had discussed before, so that he could get out of it. If he didn't say this, those ancestors would definitely cause trouble for him in the future, and get the breakthrough method from his mouth. Now he is probably safe, although not absolutely, but generally speaking, it is not a problem. The Fire Lotus ancestor said, "We will naturally not cause trouble for little friend Lin. With our status, we won't do such a thing." The third ancestor smiled and said, "Sister Fire Lotus will naturally not, but it's hard to say for some people." Lin Mohan knew that the third ancestor was referring to something, but it was not the three people in front of him, but someone else. The third ancestor said, "This is the first thing, and I will talk about the second thing next." As he said this, he took out a huge gem, which had sharp edges and no specific shape. Its shape seemed to be constantly changing. It was sharp when it was first seen, and suddenly became round and crystal clear, which was very strange. But when the three ancestors saw this gem, their faces changed slightly. The face of the Fire Lotus Patriarch changed slightly. "Third Patriarch, what are you doing with this Dao stone?" The third Patriarch laughed. "The Dao stone is naturally used to make a Dao oath. If you want to buy the method of breaking through the Dao Zone realm from me, you must use the Dao stone to make a Dao oath. And the Dao oath is not something you can just make casually, you must respond to my request. Everyone, I know this is a bit difficult, but there is no way. This method is too important. For countless years, countless people have been seeking it, but have not been able to get it. It is a rare commodity, and I must sell it at a good price." The third Patriarch smiled as he spoke. At this moment, he looked like a complete businessman who could ignore everything in order to make money. In fact, the words of the third Patriarch were extremely unpleasant to these old ancestors who wanted to save face. This was equivalent to coercing them. At their level, how could they easily make a Dao oath? The Dao oath is not like the soul oath. The soul oath is sworn with one's own soul, and there are many ways to break it. The Dao oath must be made with the help of the Dao, and it is an oath to one's own Dao. Once the oath is violated, it will inevitably be backfired by the Dao, and the Dao will be destroyed. Therefore, the words of the heavenly Dao should not be easily responded to. But now, the third ancestor is forcing them to make it. The three of them are obviously a little unhappy, but facing the third ancestor, the three did not directly attack. Fire Lotus Patriarch's body was flaming. "Third ancestor, do you have to do this?" The third ancestor nodded, "Definitely." "No room for negotiation?" "No." The third ancestor's answer was firm, and there was no room for maneuver. Based on their understanding of the third ancestor, they knew that this matter was a foregone conclusion. They either made a Dao oath, paid the corresponding price, and obtained the method of breaking through the Dao Zone realm in the hands of the three groups. Or leave now and go back to wait for death. As for turning against the third ancestor, they did not have this idea. To save face or to continue to live, this is actually a very simple choice. After all, if you make a Dao oath, as long as you don't break it, you won't lose anything. Ancestor Huolien took a deep breath. "Okay, I'll make a Dao oath." The third ancestor smiled at Ancestor Gutsong and Ancestor Wu Ding. "What do you think?" Gutsong chuckled. "It's just a Dao oath, what's the difficulty?" Ancestor Wu Ding also spoke in a hoarse voice. "Making a Dao oath is not difficult. I just hope that the third ancestor won't ask the dragon god for a high price in the future." The third ancestor smiled and said, "I must be honest when doing business. All transactions are worth the money, and I will never ask for an exorbitant price." He told the three people the words of the Tao Oath, and the words of the oath were exactly the same. The purpose of the Tao Oath is to prevent them from leaking the method of breaking through the Tao Zone in any way. In other words, the method they bought can only be used by themselves. If their descendants want to break through the Tao Zone realm, they can only buy the method from the Third Ancestor again. The three ancestors planned to keep this business going for a long time. The three of them placed their hands on the Tao Stone and swore the Tao Oath one after another. The Tao Stone shone brightly, leaving the marks of the three people. Tao Stone is born and raised by nature. It can contain the power of the great Tao, and can sense countless great Taos. Anyone who practices any great Tao and makes a great Tao oath through it will be attacked by the great Tao once he violates the oath. Tao Stone has a single function and is not a very precious thing, but it is extremely rare and hard to see. The Third Ancestor put away the Tao Stone with a smile. You three are very good. Who will go first? Among the three, the Fire Lotus Ancestor, who has the most impatient temper, said, "Let me go first." A ball of light enveloped the Third Ancestor and the Fire Lotus Ancestor, and people outside could not hear what they were saying at all. This is a single transaction, and each transaction needs to be communicated privately with the Third Ancestor. The Third Ancestor offers different prices to everyone, and he has full freedom to set prices. Even if the Third Ancestor wants to give the Dharma to others, others can't control it. There is no way. Who made him monopolize the Dharma now? Even Lin Mohan has been excluded. Patriarch Wu Ding looked at Lin Mohan. Little friend Lin, no matter what the result is, I have to say thank you. Lin Mohan acted flattered. Senior, you are joking. I just did my best. Patriarch Wu Ding said, with your wisdom and talent, your future achievements will definitely far exceed ours. I think this time, the Third Patriarch will also give you a lot of rewards. Lin Mohan said, maybe, but even if the Third Patriarch doesn't give it, just the fact that I have obtained this method of breaking through the Tao Zone is already the biggest reward. Patriarch Wu Ding said, you have a very good character, but we all know that the Third Patriarch is a real businessman, and a very honest businessman. Things sold by him will not be cheap, but they are definitely worth the money. Your work for him is actually a business for him. The Third Patriarch will definitely give you enough rewards based on what you get. Lin Mohan smiled, I hope so, I'm not asking for it. Gut Song continued, the Third Ancestor obviously wants to sell this method as a rare commodity. In the future, if anyone in the human race wants to break through the 9th level of Tao Zone, they can only ask the Third Ancestor to buy it. This thing can be sold many times, and it can also bring extremely high profits to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. It can be said to be a huge profit. Lin Mohan said, what the senior said does make sense, but there should not be many people on the origin continent who can reach the limit of Tao Zone. Gut Song said, it's not much, but it's not a small amount either. You see, the Third Ancestor will spread the news soon. It won't be long before those old guys who have been in seclusion will be unsealed and come to the Third Ancestor. If this method can be used even for the demons may come to us. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce does not only do business with humans, but also with demons. This method can bring astronomical profits to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. 753 Lin Xiaoyu, do you think Gu is right? Lin Mohan naturally understood that Gut Song was trying to trick him. He was now sealed by the Third Ancestor and should not know these things. If there were loopholes in his answer, he would be caught by them, and there would be endless troubles and dangers afterwards. Old fox. Lin Mohan cursed in his heart, and then pretended to think, and after a few seconds, he patted his head and shook his head. I don't know, this part of the memory is sealed. The Third Ancestor said, when I reach the 9th level of Tao Zone, the seal will naturally be unlocked. Gut Song laughed, the Third Ancestor is right. Before reaching the 9th level of Tao Zone, this method is indeed useless. And the Third Ancestor is doing this to protect you, otherwise those old guys who came out of the world will definitely cause trouble for you. Lin Mohan nodded, the Third Ancestor did say so. Now no one should come to find me, otherwise if something happens to me, the Third Ancestor will avenge me. Song smiled. The third ancestor does have this ability, and it should be safe if he doesn't send it. Lin Mohan and Song talked incoherently, and Song's words were half true and half false, so you can only listen to half of them. Lin Mohan's acting skills are excellent, and Song doesn't seem to doubt it at all. After a moment, the light ball covering the third ancestor and the old ancestor of Huolien disappeared. Ancestor Huolien had a bright smile on her face. Before Ancestor Song and Ancestor Wu Ding could ask, she took the initiative to say, "There is no problem with the method." The Fire Lotus Patriarch uttered a few short words, but it made the Ancient Song Patriarch and the Wooding Patriarch excited. Not only them, but also the Fire Lotus Patriarch's expression at this time. There was also an uncontrollable excitement in the depths of her eyes. After many years of long-cherished wishes, she finally had the opportunity to realize them. How could the Fire Lotus Patriarch not be excited? At this moment, she seemed not to be the ancestor of a holy land, but a genius of the people's flag who had continuously broken through the Jingjiang. Lin Mohan sighed in her heart. If she knew that she could not make any progress after entering the Dao realm with this method, she would not know what she would feel. Perhaps she already knew that in front of the eternal nature, some things might no longer be important. Perhaps the ceiling she pursued was just the Dao realm. The Fire Lotus Patriarch looked at Lin Mohan. "Little friend Lin, if the ancestor can break through, you should be credited with a merit. This thing is for you. Welcome to visit the ancient Lotus Holy Land." She threw a lotus to Lin Mohan. This lotus looked like jade, but not jade, gold, or iron, and was very strange. The lotus is only the size of a palm, lifelike, and there seems to be a flame burning inside, which is extremely beautiful. The Fire Lotus Patriarch seemed to be afraid that Lin Mohan didn't understand, and explained, "This is my ancestor's token. If you show this item in the ancient Lotus Holy Land, you will be a VIP of the Holy Land. It also has some other uses. You can ask the third patriarch for the details." Lin Mohan knew that this item was extraordinary, so he accepted it without any hesitation and bowed to the Fire Lotus Ancestor. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior." The Fire Lotus Ancestor waved his hand. "No need to be polite, Third Ancestor. Huolien will leave first, and will come to the mall when she really breaks through." The Third Ancestor said, "I wish Sister Huolien success." The Fire Lotus Ancestor left, and she left in a hurry. She got the breakthrough method and was anxious to go back to practice. The Third Ancestor said, "Next one, are you coming?" The Song Ancestor and the Wu Ding Ancestor looked at each other, and they seemed to be a little humble. Anyway, it was right in front of us, and everyone had a share, so there was no need to rush. Finally, the Wu Ding Ancestor went over to trade with the Third Ancestor. The two negotiated the price, and no one knew whether the price they offered was too much or too little. Just like what the Fire Lotus Ancestor offered, they didn't know, and they wouldn't ask. During the transaction, Song continued to chat with Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan had long been accustomed to chatting with such an old fox, and every answer and every word in the conversation was flawless. Song also realized that he could not get any useful information from Lin Mohan. At the same time, he also believed that the Third Ancestor had really sealed Lin Mohan and blocked this part of his memory. Otherwise, how could a little guy who had lived for thousands of years be able to seal himself? How could he know that in the past 2 days, Lin Mohan and the Third Ancestor had discussed a lot and simulated many scenes? Soon, the Wooding Patriarch also completed the transaction with the Third Ancestor. From his expression, it can be seen that there was no problem with the transaction. The Huolien Patriarch and the Wooding Patriarch had both seen that there was no problem, and the Song Patriarch was completely relieved. Before leaving, the Wooding Patriarch also threw it to Lin Mohan a token. This token is a token of the Dongfang family of Duantianyu, and its function is basically similar to that given by the Fire Lotus Patriarch. Song was the last person to trade with the Third Patriarch, and the transaction did not last long. The two sides reached an agreement in just a few minutes. Song paid the corresponding price and was satisfied to get the breakthrough method from the Third Patriarch. However, he did not give Lin Mohan a new token. He had already given one before, and it would be useless to give more. After saying a few polite words, Shitsam left here. After Gutsam left, Lin Moyu said, "Congratulations to the third patriarch, you have made a lot of money." The third patriarch snorted, "Don't think you can get more benefits by saying a few nice words." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "How can that be possible? But I believe that the third group must have calculated the accounts clearly." The third patriarch said, "Of course, this patriarch does business with integrity, never cheats people of money, and never breaks his promise to people. This patriarch will definitely do what he promised you." Lin Moyu and the third patriarch also had an agreement. This method was sold in the name of the third patriarch, and the proceeds were divided into 30% and 70% between the two. The third patriarch was 70%, and Lin Moyu was 30%. The higher the price, the greater the benefit the third patriarch would get. Lin Moyu was not greedy. When the third patriarch proposed a 30% and 70% split, he agreed without bargaining. It even made the third patriarch feel that his bid was too low and it should be 20% and 80% split. Lin Moyu looked at the third patriarch with a smile, which meant that the accounts could be divided. The third patriarch snorted, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Then he asked the void, "Xiao Lian, have they left?" Lu Lian's voice followed, "Ancestor Wu Lian, Ancestor Wu Ding, and Ancestor Gutsong have all left the mall and headed for Nanzhou." After obtaining the breakthrough method, the three top ancestors in the world naturally had to go back to practice. They were in a hurry to go back, and even left their own genius behind. Time is very precious to them, and they will never waste every second. Seeing that they all left, the third ancestor continued to order, 3 days later, "Pass this news to the remaining 6 forces, and only let those old guys know, and irrelevant people don't need to know." Lu Lian's voice sounded, "Okay." The third ancestor then said to Lin Moyu, "That according to the agreement between us, this ancestor converted all those things into corresponding origin crystals and deposited them into your Chamber of Commerce account. You can use the origin crystals in your account first when you buy things in the Chamber of Commerce in the future. This ancestor will do the same for the next transaction. Of course, it is okay for you to withdraw the origin crystals. It's up to you. This is what this ancestor specially asked for you. I'll give it to you as a gift. I won't charge you." The third ancestor threw a prismatic crystal to Lin Moyu. The crystal was cold in the hand, and Lin Moyu knew where the thing came from. "This is something from the Hanshui Holy Land. I don't know what it's for." Lin Moyu asked. The third ancestor laughed. "This is called Hanshui Ice Crystal. It is an item issued by the Hanshui Holy Land. With this Hanshui Ice Crystal, you can make a request to the Hanshui Holy Land. As long as it's not too much, Hanshui Holy Land can't refuse. This is the promise made by that old guy Gutsong. Even he has to abide by it." Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. "Old ancestor Gutsong has given me a token before." "Lulis." The third ancestor snorted disdainfully and interrupted Lin Moyu's words. "The token of old man Gutsong is useless. At most, it can make you a guest of honor in Hanshui Holy Land, and let you walk and swim in Hantian Lake in Hanshui Holy Land. There is no other use. Hanshui Bingjing is different. He can make old man Gutsong do something for you, such as you and Guhan pressure." The third ancestor showed an expression of "you know." Lin Moyu's heart trembled, and he whispered, "You know it through the red scarf, right?" The third ancestor said, "The red sun scarf was bought by Hanyu from the ancestor. Now it is in your hands, so I don't need to say more. At this point, there is no need to say more. We are all smart, you understand and I understand." Lin Moyu accepted the cold water ice crystal. "Then I would like to thank the third ancestor." The third ancestor laughed. "How about giving the Dao Tong's Ho pill back to me?" Lin Moyu looked confused. "What pill did you say?" Lin Moyu pretended to know nothing. No matter what the third ancestor asked, in short, don't think about taking the Dao Tong's Ho pill back. However, when Lin Moyu asked about the use of the Dao Tong's Ho pill in a roundabout way, the third ancestor kept silent and didn't say a word. Lin Moyu didn't care. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'll go back and ask Lu Fengyao, and she will definitely tell me. After the big and small foxes chatted for a while, Lin Moyu left. Not long after Lin Moyu returned to his yard, Lu Fengyao came over. The Fairy Lotus Saint came with Lu Fengyao. Lin Moyu was not surprised that Lu Fengyao would come, but it was beyond Lin Moyu's expectation that the Fairy Lotus Saint came with him. Lu Fengyao looked Lin Moyu up and down. Well, it looks like you've recovered well. Lin Moyu had a smile on her face and flattered, thanks to the pills given by Sister Fengyao, I can recover so quickly. Lu Fengyao was a little surprised. Wasn't it useless at the time? Lin Moyu said, maybe because my injuries are more complicated, so the pill takes a long time to take effect. It only worked when the third ancestor treated me later. If it weren't for this pill, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Lu Fengyao seemed to believe Lin Moyu's words. I think so. The great Dao Tong's Ho pill is a magic pill made by the third ancestor himself, and the effect is very good. As long as there is a breath, it can be saved. It's a pity that this pill is too difficult to make, mainly because the materials are hard to find. The third ancestor has only made a few pills in such a long time. Lin Moyu echoed, such a good pill is naturally difficult to make. In addition to healing injuries, it should have other uses. From Lu Fengyao's words, Lin Moyu already knew that the biggest function of the Dao Tong's Ho pill was to heal injuries. However, healing alone would not be so precious, and judging from the name of the pill, it seemed to have other functions. Lu Fengyao said, in addition to healing, the Dao Tong's Ho pill can also prolong life. One pill can prolong life by 10,000 years. Lin Moyu murmured, no wonder it's called the Dao Tong's Ho pill. It turns out that it can also prolong life. It's really magical. He finally understood why the Dao Tong's Ho pill was so precious. Not only can it heal injuries, it can also prolong life, and it's a full 10,000 years. No wonder it dares to call it this name. The Fairy Lotus Saint on the side should know the function of the Dao Tong's Ho pill, and there was no reaction of surprise. Seeing that Lin Moyu was safe and sound, Lu Fengyao was completely relieved. Lu Fengyao said, since you are fine now, do you want to join us in the gathering in 3 days? Lin Moyu asked curiously, didn't we just have the Tianjiao conference? Lu Fengyao said, the Tianjiao conference was organized by the ancestors. The gathering I mentioned, BDFI, was organized privately by us. There won't be so many participants, only about 10 people. 10 or so people. Lin Moyu estimated that they were the top 10 people in this Tianjiao conference. In other words, they are the contemporary descendants of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and the 9 top forces. Thinking more deeply, this is a gathering for the future high-level people of the human race. Lin Moyu thought clearly in an instant, I should not be qualified to participate. Lu Fengyao glared, whether I am qualified or not, this lady has the final say. When the eldest lady gets angry, who dares to disobey her in the mall except the third ancestor? At this time, the Fairy Lotus Saint said, we are just having a private gathering, there is nothing special about it. And this time we are not just having a gathering, there is another thing after that. Lin Moyu heard the hidden meaning of the Fairy Lotus Saint. What happened after the gathering was the highlight. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to ask, waiting for them to continue. Lu Fengyao said, after the gathering, we are going to a secret place. But the number of places is limited. Only 6 people can enter the secret origin. Another purpose of our gathering is to pick out the 6 people who can enter. Lin Moyu was a little confused. According to the ranking of the Tianjiao conference, the top 6 Tianjios have the greatest chance of getting a place. But looking at Lu Fengyao, it seems that she can also enter. Lu Fengyao felt Lin Moyu's gaze and glared at him. Why, do you think that you are not qualified to enter? Lin Moyu immediately said, how could it be? Sister Fengyao is naturally qualified. The Fairy Lotus Saint explained, this secret origin belongs to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moyu understood that the secret origin of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, as the eldest lady of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, is naturally qualified to enter. Lu Fengyao said, "In fact, it can't be considered as our Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is just managing it on behalf of us. In fact, the origin secret treasure is owned by us together." The we in Lu Fengyao's mouth refers to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and the 9 top forces. Currently, the 10 directions are the strongest 10 directions forces of the human race. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. "So, this origin secret treasure has existed for a long time, but it seems to have nothing to do with me, and I am not qualified to enter." Lu Fengyao said, "This is what I want to tell you. We plan to give you one of the places." Lin Moyu exclaimed, looking very surprised. The Fairy Lotus Saint said, "We have indeed explored this origin secret treasure many times, but the harvest is not great. During this trip to the Tushan Sect, we admired the ability of fellow Taoist Lin very much, and we felt that we were far inferior to Lin Daofa. So we discussed and wanted to give one of the places to fellow Taoist Lin. Maybe with fellow Taoist Lin, we can gain more." The Fairy Lotus Saint did not beat around the bush and made her intention clear. The people they discussed were Lu Fengyao, the Fairy Lotus Saint, Dongfang Wuwen, and the Heavenly Illusion Saint. The top 3 of this Tianjiao conference said no problem, and Lu Fengyao also said no problem. The 4 of them have already confirmed the 6 places. If Lin Moyu is given another place, there will only be 1 place left in the end. And Lin Moyu has to squeeze out 1 person. Lin Moyu asked, "It's not a big problem for me, but the person who got the place." Lu Fengyao waved her hand and interrupted Lin Moyu. She was very generous, just give him enough compensation. The subtext of the words is that this lady has nothing but a lot of money. Lin Moyu laughed dumbly. This is simply forced buying and selling. The other party is a genius, a contemporary saint. Is it really okay to do this? The Fairy Lotus Saint said, "It's good that fellow Taoist Lin agreed. We will handle the follow-up matters." Lu Fengyao said, "The party will be held in 10 days. You should stay here to recover from your injuries and don't wander around outside. Sister will pick you up then." The 2 sang the same tune, not giving Lin Moyu a chance to refuse. After the 2 left, Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "This is simply forcing me to go. They don't care whether I am willing to go or not." The origin secrets that the ancestors are not interested in are jointly managed by several forces. It is estimated that they are used as training places for the geniuses. The danger should not be great. It is estimated that the ancestors have probably already visited it. In that case, it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. He began to organize and think about the information he got from the Tushan Sect. The information contains the direction for future progress. Some preparations can be made now. For example, his soul has already reached the 3rd level of Dao Zun and is qualified to condense Dao patterns. The cultivation methods of prehistoric practitioners before the Dao Zun realm were not much different from those of today, and the paths they took were basically the same. Even if there were some minor differences, they had no impact on the entire cultivation path. But after the Dao Zun realm, the prehistoric cultivation methods and the current cultivation methods became 2 almost unintersecting paths. In addition to the same name in the realm, there are essential differences between them. Lin Moyu spent a day making a detailed comparison of the 2 cultivation methods. In the end, he determined that the prehistoric cultivation method was the real path to the Great Tao. Every step of the prehistoric cultivation method was related to the Great Tao, and it was more worthy of the title of the first Zun. The word Dao Zun was not the supreme in the Great Tao. In the eyes of the practitioners at that time, the realm of Dao Zun meant the supreme among those who pursued the Great Tao. Among the countless practitioners who pursued the Great Tao, the Tao realm was the highest realm. One step up is the Great Tao realm. The Great Tao realm refers to those who have already sought the Great Tao, have already obtained the Tao, and have truly entered the Great Tao. Compared with the Dao Zun realm, it is another level. After understanding the meaning of Dao Zun realm, Lin Moyu finally understood which path was the right one. In the current cultivation system, the connection between Dao Zun realm and the Great Dao is not very close every time a realm is promoted. The Great Dao's true body can be regarded as the closest connection between them. As for Dao pattern, it does exist, but it does not play any role. Dao pattern is more of a symbol, symbolizing the level of realm. However, in the prehistoric cultivation method, Dao pattern is the closest connection between the cultivator and the Great Dao. Why does Dao pattern appear? It is the Great Dao's recognition of the cultivator and the sign of the cultivator on the road of pursuit. The cultivator should comprehend Dao pattern, be able to comprehend the Great Dao through Dao pattern, and finally integrate into the Great Dao, break through Dao Zun, and enter Dao Zun realm. In Lin Mohan's view, the cultivation method using Dao pattern is like a broad road that can directly reach the Great Dao. And now, when the cultivation method reaches the end, you will find that you are still separated from the Great Dao by a sea of fire. It is not impossible to cross this sea of fire, but after crossing it, you will be covered with wounds and your foundation will be damaged. Although you can finally enter the Dao realm, you will not be able to move forward in the Dao realm. Fortunately, this detour can be turned back. However, the time for those ancestors is running out, and there is no time for them to go around. They can only choose to jump over or wait for death on the spot. The longer you live, the less you want to die. Lin Mohan believes that those ancestors will definitely choose to jump over. They may fantasize that as long as they enter the Dao realm and gain eternal life, everything else is trivial. They don't know that eternal life is truly immortal. Lin Mohan is grateful to the Third Ancestor in his heart. This trip to the Tushan Sect has made him know how to go in the future, so that he will not go wrong from the beginning. He also knows why his soul will produce a Dao pattern after entering the Dao Zun realm. That is the recognition of the Dao, but unfortunately he didn't know how to use this Dao pattern at that time. Fortunately, it is not too late now. His true realm has not yet reached Dao Zun, and his road has not actually begun. What he needs to do now is to prepare for the future. The more fully prepared he is, the wider the future road will be. Many prehistoric practitioners have already started preparing for themselves when they were still in the Tianzuan realm. Lin Mohan carefully thought about his future path, muttering to himself, comprehend the Great Dao, condense the Dao patterns, and the Dao patterns merge, connect, and strengthen each other. In the same realm, the number of Dao patterns is not an absolute factor in determining combat power, but it is also one of the most important factors. The sweeping disciples of the Tushan sect have only one Dao pattern, the outer disciples have 2, the inner disciples have 3, and the direct disciples can reach 4. Even if there is only one Dao pattern, the combat power of the outer disciples is comparable to some of the current Tianqiao. In the Daozuan realm, the weakest can condense one Dao pattern, and the strongest can condense 6 Dao patterns, which is several times the difference. And as the realm is improved, the difference in Dao patterns will be multiplied. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between the two. Speaking of this, Lin Mohan suddenly smiled a little. 6 Dao patterns are indeed very strong, but is a few Dao patterns the strongest? I'm afraid it may not be the case. The Great Dao has no end. The so-called strongest is not the limit of the Great Dao, but the limit of human power. Lin Mohan doesn't know if he can break this limit, but he will try, and maybe he will have a chance to break the limit. He will never be complacent. Others can only reach 6 at most, but he doesn't believe it. After thousands of years of road, Lin Mohan understands the truth: his own road is different from others. After Lin Mohan figured it out, he began to comprehend the Great Dao and condense the Dao pattern. His previous understanding of the Great Dao began to converge. First, he comprehended the most profound Great Dao of immortality. As his own life Great Dao, Lin Mohan's understanding of it far exceeded other Great Daos, and many of his own techniques were also related to it. Asking for flowers. The Great Dao of immortality is Lin Mohan's foundation, and his position is unshakable. A large number of understandings of the Great Dao of immortality came one after another, not new understandings, but the Great Dao truths he had obtained before. These truths are all illusory, invisible, and intangible. However, in the eyes of the soul, even illusions are real. No one can explain the changes between the real and the unreal, and you can only comprehend it yourself. The soul power radiates and fills the entire soul world. Lin Mohan gathers his understanding of the great Tao together and uses the soul power as a carrier to merge. Gradually, an illusory Tao pattern slowly emerges. The first thing that appeared was the outline of the Tao pattern. Lin Mohan was slightly happy when he saw it. It seems that it is not as difficult as I thought. Just as he had this thought, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the courtyard, and the formation in the courtyard roared, interrupting his perception. Lin Mohan woke up and saw Lu Fengyao standing outside the courtyard. Opening the courtyard door, Lin Mohan wondered, "Sister Fengyao, why are you back again?" Lu Fengyao rolled his eyes at him. 10 days have passed, I'll pick you up." Lin Mohan was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "Is Ritian here?" Lu Fengyao said unhappily, "What else?" Lin Mohan realized that he had condensed the Tao pattern and forgot the time. Condensing the Tao pattern is really time-consuming. Tian passed by before the outline was even formed. Lu Fengyao looked Lin Mohan up and down. "It looks like you have recovered well." Lin Moyu's breath was intact at this moment, and he no longer looked injured. He said shamelessly, "Thanks to Sister Fengyao for giving me the Dao Now Shoujo." Lu Fengyao patted his shoulder. "Don't pat the strange fart, it's useless to me, let's go, the party is about to start." Lin Mohan nodded. "Sister Fengyao, lead the way." Lu Fengyao took Lin Mohan out of the mall, and then she threw out a flying boat and took Lin Mohan to the gathering point. The place where the party was held was not in the mall, but in a small town outside the mall. Outside the mall, there are 4 small towns, distributed in the 4 corners of the mall, like 4 small cities guarding the mall. Each town is 1,000 kilometers away from the mall and is also managed by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. It is called a small town, but it is actually larger than many cities in Dongzhou. The town they are going to has 300,000 cultivators living in it, plus the ordinary people brought by the cultivators. The total number exceeds 600,000. Which can be called a medium-sized city B. Lu Fengyao drove the flying boat across 1,000 kilometers and came to the edge of the town. The town is called Suri, located in the east of the mall. Suri town also has a city wall, and people from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce patrol on the city wall, which is also full of formations. Here, Lin Mohan felt the aura of killing. Lin Mohan knew that the town should be built on the origin of the spiritual vein, and the formation inside was also mastered by Lu Lian. Once there is danger, Suri town will be like an outpost, the first link in the entire defense system of the mall. The strong in the mall can teleport through the origin of the spiritual vein to provide support. Let the battle take place in the outside world, and the mall can be far away from the battlefield. There is no problem with such an arrangement. The mall is the base camp of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, and the defense should be tight. Lu Fengyao's flying boat flew directly into Suri town. As the eldest lady of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, such a small authority is naturally not a problem. In a corner of Suri town, there is an exquisite 823 courtyard with pavilions, towers, small bridges, and flowing water. This gathering was held here. Although it was just a private gathering, the layout was still very exquisite. In the center of the courtyard, there was a clear lake. There was a winding path on the lake, connecting 2 lake viewing pavilions, one large and one small, one main and one secondary. The lake viewing pavilions were dozens of meters apart, and there was a long corridor connecting them. Lu Fengyao took Lin Mohan through the winding path and headed for the lake viewing pavilion. From a distance, Lin Mohan saw a few old acquaintances. The Saintess of Fairy Lotus, Dongfang Wuwen, and the Saint of Tianhuan were all here. In addition, there was the Saintess of Caixia from the 7 Stars Holy Land, who won the 5th place in the Tianjiao Conference. There was also the Saintess of the Hanshui Holy Land, Gu Bichuan, who won the 6th place in the Tianjiao Conference. Lin Mohan was a little surprised. Why is the 4th place Wang Tianling not here? Lu Fengyao said, "That guy doesn't like to participate in this kind of thing, he has left." Wang Tianling gave Lin Moyu the impression of being low-key, speechless, and very quiet. He was indifferent to the things around him, and he also didn't care much about winning or losing. Lin Moyu felt that the Tianjiao conference was just a formality for Wang Tianling, and the ranking and winning were not important at all. So it was normal that he didn't come to the private gathering this time and was not interested in the origin secret treasure. Maybe this is his. Lin Moyu felt that Wang Tianling had his own way, a way that was not confused by external things. It was because Wang Tianling left that Gu Bichuan was invited to participate in this gathering. Otherwise, with her 6th place, she would not be qualified. Several Tianjios have already sat in the main pavilion, and in the secondary pavilion, there are several Tianjios followers. Lin Moyu followed Lu Fengyao, and the look was the same as when he participated in the Tianjiao conference. Lin Moyu joked, "Sister Fengyao, I feel like we are going to participate in the Tianjiao conference again." Lu Fengyao chuckled, "You are the protagonist this time. But Gu Bichuan and Caixia Saint may have some opinions about you, you have to pay attention." She told Lin Moyu the situation again. When she discussed the quota with Xinlian Saint, Dongfang Wuwen and Tianhuan Saint, she didn't know that Wang Tianling would not come. At that time, it was said that the quota of Caixia Saint would be given to Lin Moyu. However, in return, they would also pay some price to compensate Caixia Saint. In fact, they asked Caixia Saint to buy this quota, but it was a bit strong. The 6 quotas to enter the origin secret treasure, except for Lu Fengyao, are generally occupied by the top 5 of the Tianjiao conference. It was already agreed before, and Caixia Saint also agreed to give up the quota. After all, she didn't want to offend these Tianjiao. But now something unexpected happened. Wang Tianling actually gave up his quota. So the ranking of Saint Caixia was moved up 1 place, and Gu Bichuan, who was originally ranked 6th, suddenly had this quota. So Saint Caixia was a little reluctant. She felt that she should give up Gu Bichuan's quota. But Gu Bichuan was cold-hearted and unwilling to give up the quota. No matter how many times Saint Xinlian persuaded her, she would not let him, and the matter was stuck there. After listening, Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing and said, "If Gu Bichuan hadn't known about it before, wouldn't this have happened?" Lu Fengyao said, "It's not that simple. The quota was not decided by us, but by the ancestors of those sections. If someone gives up, then the 18th store will make up for it. This quota is watched by many people and cannot be easily moved." Lin Moyu said, "Since I can't move, why can I come in?" Lu Fengyao said, "It was the Saint Fairy Lotus and Dongfang Wuwen who used their connections and asked their predecessors to come forward to persuade the predecessors of several other sections. Of course, they had to pay some price." Lin Moyu felt that things were not quite what he thought. This exploration of the secret treasure of the origin seemed unusual. This secret treasure of the origin was not as simple as he thought. Perhaps there were some secrets in it. Lin Moyu asked, "What is in this secret treasure of the origin?" Lu Fengyao said, "Some old things. When you are sure that you can go in, you will naturally know. It is not convenient for me to say it now." Lin Moyu said, "Then can I choose to give up?" Lu Fengyao paused, staring at Lin Moyu with a pair of beautiful eyes, and her voice was a little higher. "You want to give up? Why?" Lin Moyu felt a little strange. Why was Lu Fengyao suddenly so excited? However, he still said what he was thinking, "The more secrets you know, the faster you die. I haven't lived enough." Lin Moyu realized that this trip to the origin secret treasure was not simple, and there might be some things involved. These things should be related to several top forces and the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Although he was not afraid, there were some things that he didn't need to participate in. Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, Lu Fengyao's eyes suddenly became a little moist, and her voice quickly softened. "If you really don't want to go, then don't go." Lin Moyu felt that Lu Fengyao's tone was wrong. "Sister Fengyao, is the secret in the origin secret treasure related to you?" Lu Fengyao hesitated for a few seconds, and then whispered, "It's related to my father." Lin Moyu probably understood. "In that case, then I will go." Lu Fengyao's eyes showed joy. "Really?" Lin Moyu nodded, as long as I can help Sister Fengyao, it's nothing to take a risk. Lu Fengyao smiled and said, thank you. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Sister Fengyao, if you are so polite, it would be too formal. Let's go and don't keep them waiting. The two walked on the winding waterway. One big and one small, one main and one deputy, two pavilions for viewing the lake. In the smaller deputy pavilion, there were several people sitting. They were Dongfang Wuwen, Tianwan Xing 0.8Z, Caixia Xing and Gu Bichuan's followers. Xinlian Xing was alone and had no followers. Gu Bichuan's follower was Lin Moyu's old acquaintance, Yin Yang. Gu Nianshui looked at Lin Moyu from a distance, her eyes full of complex emotions no one could understand, not even herself. Seeing Lin Moyu, several followers started chatting. Lin Moyu is here too. Isn't this normal? He is the follower of Fairy Fengyao. Fairy Fengyao is here, so he has to come too. Although he performed very well at the Tianjiao conference, he is still at the Tianzuan level after all. If he is not Daozuan, he can only be a follower. Wait for him to come over later. I want to talk to him. He may become a great doctor in the future. I think so too. His future achievements will definitely be very high. The three of them were discussing, but Gu Nianshui was the only one who didn't speak. She felt that Lin Moyu didn't seem like a follower. It seemed that Lu Feng had something to ask of him just now. Lu Fengyao and Lin Moyu walked through the winding waterway and came to the main pavilion. The Saintess of Fairy Lotus, Dongfang Wuwen, and the Saint Son of Heavenly Illusion stood up almost at the same time and looked at Lu Fengyao in unison, as if they were paying respect. Saintess of Caixia and Gu Bichuan also stood up and looked over. But the two of them were a little puzzled. Although Lu Fengyao was the heir of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, they were also saints of top forces. Moreover, the people present were all in the second realm of Daozun, and Lu Fengyao was only in the first realm of Daozun. Why did it seem that they still had some respect for Lu Fengyao? Until Lu Fengyao entered the pavilion, Saintess of Fairy Lotus smiled, fellow Taoist Lin, Sister Fengyao, you are finally here. Dongfang Wuwen and Saint Son of Heavenly Illusion also clasped their fists at the same time. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lin for recovering from his injuries. Lin Moyu also smiled and said, thank you fellow Taoists for your concern. Lin is now fine. At this time, Saint Caixia and Gu Bichuan realized that they were not doing this because of Lu Fengyao, but because of Lin Moyu. What merits and abilities did Lin Moyu have to be treated like this? When the two heard that they were going to give their quota to Lin Moyu, they both strongly opposed it and were very reluctant. Unfortunately, they did not have much say, and the elders of the sect were the final decision makers. It is true that they are geniuses, but the elders in the sect were also geniuses. Their genius status is useless when facing their elders. Before, the two had speculated whether Lin Moyu had any special relationship with Lu Fengyao, but now this speculation has been completely overturned. The reactions of Saint Xinlian and the others show that Lin Moyu did not get their quota because of his relationship with Lu Fengyao, and there must be other reasons. Both of them are not stupid, and they react quickly, and immediately greet Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also saluted with a smile, and he still addressed him as a fellow Taoist. At this moment, Lin Moyu has already regarded them as his peers, and is no longer as modest as before. After several people sat down, the Fairy Lotus Saint waved her jade arm and gently wiped across the table, and bowls of exquisite dishes suddenly appeared on the table. For a moment, the fragrance filled the entire courtyard. The fragrance seemed to contain some kind of great power, tempting everyone's appetite. Every dish is spiritual food, and it is extremely high-end spiritual food. No one below the heavenly venerable realm is qualified to eat it. Taking a bite is not only useless, but also has faith. Dongfang Wuwen smiled, the spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land, I have been coveting it for a long time. Tianwan Saint Sun also smiled, the spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land is the best in the entire South Continent. I really want to taste it today. Lu Fengyao also smiled, I haven't eaten it for a long time. Sister Alien is thoughtful. Saint Saishia and Gu Bichuan also knew that the spiritual food in the ancient Lotus Holy Land was the best in the world, but ordinary people could not eat it at all. They did not expect that Saint Xinlian would prepare spiritual food today. It was obvious that she attached great importance to this gathering. Saint Xinlian smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after you finish eating." In the secondary pavilion, delicious food was also prepared on the table, but it was much worse than the food in the main pavilion. The four people stared at the main pavilion in disbelief. Lin Mohan, why is he sitting there? What qualifications does he have to sit at the same table with Tianjiao? When you greeted him just now, you were all directed at Lin Mohan. Could it be that Lin Moyu's identity is extraordinary? He is obviously just a follower of Fairy Fengyao. Why is this happening? It's really strange and puzzling. Several people were full of doubts and could not explain. Gu Nianshui's beautiful eyes were shining. Lin Mohan surprised her again and again, and left her behind again and again. She once thought that she had the inheritance of the Star Lord, and she would definitely be a genius in the future, shining in her era. But compared with Lin Mohan, she was still far behind, and it was getting farther and farther. The thought of competing with Lin Mohan was getting smaller and smaller, almost extinguished. What kind of person are you? Several people enjoyed the high-end spiritual food made by the ancient Lotus Saint, and applauded again and again. At this moment, several saints and saints did not seem to care too much about their image. At their level, ordinary spiritual food has long been out of their eyes, and their appetite has long been reduced to the lowest. Only this kind of spiritual food containing the power of the Great Way can arouse their appetite. Several people ate and chatted, talking about what they saw and heard, and gradually got familiar with getting up. Lin Mohan could clearly feel that the eyes of the colorful goddess and Gu Bichuan looking at him were unusual, with a little dissatisfaction. After a satisfying meal of spiritual food, the Saint of the Immortal Lotus waved her hand to clean up the mess and replaced the spiritual food with spiritual tea. The spiritual food of the ancient Lotus Holy Land is good, and the spiritual tea will naturally not be bad. The Saint of the Immortal Lotus also specially prepared some cakes and personally made tea for everyone. Lin Mohan didn't feel anything, but the others were a little flattered. After the Saint of the Immortal Lotus made tea, she said to Man Yu, "Sister Fengyao, you know the most about the secret treasure of the origin. Tongxing, tell us." Lu Fengyao said, "Of course I have to tell you, but you also know the rules. Only those who go are qualified to know. And those who go must make a great oath and must not disclose it to the outside world. Obviously, this matter is very important. In short, people who are closed are not worthy of knowing." The eyes of several people are a little solemn, especially the Saint of Saixia and Gu Bichuan, who changed their colors slightly. According to the current situation, one of them will not be able to go, so they are not qualified to know. Although it doesn't matter whether you know or not, it is related to face. Lu Fengyao suddenly continued, "Originally, everyone was qualified to go, but there was a little accident this time. I think it doesn't matter even if I tell you, but the Tao Oath still needs to be made. This is the rule. Do you think it's okay?" Lu Fengyao's sudden turn made the faces of Saint Saixia and Gu Bichuan look good. Gu Bichuan's voice was cold. "If you know the rules, you must abide by them." Saint Saiba said, "Before coming, the elders in the sect have already said that Saixia understands." Lu Fengyao smiled. "In this case, let's swear." As she said that, she took out a Tao stone, which was a little smaller than the one of the three ancestors. For others, Tao stones are rare, but for Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, it is not a problem to take out a few pieces. Lu Fengyao said, "Please follow me and swear an oath. Never reveal any information about this secret treasure of the origin." Not at all. Everyone communicated with the Tao stone and swore an oath. No one dared to take shortcuts, including Lin Mohan. The soul oath can still find loopholes, but the Tao oath made with the Tao stone has absolutely no loopholes. Even the ancestors of the Dao Zun 9 realms can't do it, let alone him. When swearing, Lin Mohan felt as if he was facing a Dao, because the pressure of the Dao rushed to his soul. In this state, no one can lie, and no one dares to deceive the Dao. After making an oath honestly, Lu Fengmiao put away the Dao stone after confirming that it was correct. She snapped her fingers, and the formation in the pavilion was activated, and everyone was shrouded in it. The inside and outside were isolated, and her voice would not be transmitted to the outside of the formation at all. From the Great Dao Oath to the use of arrays for soundproofing, all of them show the importance of this matter. Lu Fengmiao said, "What I am going to say next is the information about this Xingfeng secret treasure, but there is one more thing that needs to be made clear first. After I finish speaking, you can choose to go or not. If you go, you may need to make a Great Dao Oath." Several people did not react, but their expressions became more and more solemn. The more they were like this, the more they felt that this secret treasure of the origin was unusual. Because everyone had made a Great Dao Oath, Lu Fengmiao did not need to worry too much. This secret treasure of origin, called the Star Wind Secret Treasure, was discovered about 20,000 years ago. Based on the power it exuded when it appeared, the level of this Star Wind Secret Treasure is very high. It is very likely left by an extremely ancient force. As for whether it is a prehistoric force, it is hard to say. At that time in Dongzhou, there was a fierce battle between the human race and the demon race around this Star Wind Secret Treasure, and even the Buddhist race participated. Later, it was our human race that occupied the Star Wind Secret Treasure. After discussion, it was finally the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce that was responsible for the protection of the Star Wind Secret. Speaking of this, everyone can understand. The Star Wind Secret Treasure is in Dongzhou, and the headquarters of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is also in Dongzhou. Naturally, it is the best candidate to protect the Star Wind Secret Treasure. Not only the protection, but also the management is the responsibility of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Without the permission of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, no one can enter the Star Wind Secret Treasure. Lu Fengmiao continued, after seizing the ownership of the Star Wind Secret Treasure, the 9 major forces in this Chamber of Commerce at that time sent top powerhouses to enter and explore it. Speaking of this, Lu Fengmiao paused again. When she paused, everyone's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the group should leave. Lu Fengmiao said, "The first group of people who went and did not come out." Cai Xiaoseng could not help but exclaimed, "So many people, no one came out? How is this possible?" Lu Fengmiao said, "This is a fact. There were a total of 20 strong men who went in at that time, 2 from each faction, and each of them was above the 7th level of Dao Zun. The result is that none of the 10 came out. This result is telling them that this Xingfeng secret treasure is extremely dangerous." Tian Wan Saint asked, "So, the Xingfeng secret treasure is very dangerous. Even such a strong man could not come out. What can we do if we go there?" Dongfang Wu asked, "Your question is a bit stupid. If it is useless for us to go there, why do you look for us? It's not like our sect doesn't have old gods." Tian Wan Saint realized that he did ask a stupid question. Lu Fengmiao said, "At that time, the ancestors did not expect that the Xingfeng secret treasure would be so dangerous. At that time, several ancestors had planned to go there in person, but several ancestors found that they couldn't get in. Not only could they not get in, even the Dao Zun 7th realm who could get in before couldn't get in either. Several people were stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Why could they get in before, but couldn't get in later?" Lin Mohan said, "It must be that the Xingfeng secret treasure has weakened. The people who went in before weakened the power of the Xingfeng secret treasure." Lu Fengmiao nodded. Several ancestors also judged so. Later, they sent Dao Zun's 6th realm strongmen in, also 20 people. Lin Mohan said, "If I guessed correctly, these 20 people also didn't come out, and the aura of the Xingfeng secret treasure only weakened." Lu Fengmiao hummed, "You guessed right, that's the fact." Lin Mohan said, "Then it should be the 3rd batch, but no one came out in the 3rd batch." Then the Star Wind secret treasure weakened again, and Qian Du had to be below the 4th level of Dao Zun to enter. Afterwards, the Star Wind secret treasure could not be entered, and it closed itself. Lu Fengyao's eyes widened, her mouth opened wide. How do you know? Lin Moyu said, I guessed. Lu Fengyao obviously didn't believe it. Not only she didn't believe it, but others didn't believe it either. Lin Moyu said with some helplessness, okay, then I'll tell you my reasons. I once entered the Origin secret treasure. Of course, the level of that Origin secret treasure was not high, but the essence of the Origin secret treasure should be similar. It is a real world independent of the real world, and the rules are set by the creator of the Origin secret treasure. But the creator of the Origin secret treasure has limited power and will also be consumed. When the first group of people entered and the Star Wind secret treasure weakened, I guessed that the creator of the Star Wind secret treasure also had limited power and would be consumed. So the second group of people entered, and it weakened again. The third batch continued to weaken, indicating that its power was consumed a lot. Gu Bichuan suddenly spoke. Why did he close himself after 3 times? Lin Moyu smiled. An old senior once said that things cannot be repeated 3 times. I guess the same is true for the Star Wind secret treasure. It cannot be repeated 3 times. Just like you and me, although spiritual food is good, refining spiritual food will also consume some power. And if you eat too much, it will be difficult to refine and form a backlash. The 3 batches of people who went in are equivalent to feeding this Star Wind secret treasure 3 meals. It is full and naturally needs to digest. If I'm not mistaken, after being closed for a period of time, it should be opened again, and the restrictions on entrance have been relaxed a lot. But it has not returned to the original state. Lu Fengyao nodded, yes. Sai Xiaosaint asked, if it is as you said, after refining the food, shouldn't it be restored to its original state? Lin Moyu said, this is easy to explain, because the food he ate will resist. In the resistance of the food, he was injured, and it is difficult to recover to the original state. There is even a possibility that the food is not dead yet, they are still resisting, but they are trapped inside and can't get out. I continue to guess that this Xingfeng secret treasure has been gradually weakening since it appeared over the years. And although the people who entered later are still dangerous, some people have been able to come back alive. And in recent times, most people have been able to escape unscathed. Lin Moyu's words sounded reasonable and logical, and I couldn't find any objection. Everyone looked at Lu Fengyao, wanting to get the answer from her. Lu Fengyao was also shocked, and from her expression alone, it could be guessed that Lin Moyu was right. Lu Fengyao recovered. You guessed basically right, and the guesses of several ancestors were similar to yours. Her words further confirmed Lin Moyu's words. The immortal Lotus Saint couldn't help asking, fellow Taoist Lin, can you tell me again, how did you make these guesses later? Lin Moyu said, this is also very simple, because if Xingfeng's secret treasure has been eating and refining, he should gradually recover instead of getting weaker and weaker. It continues to weaken, which can only mean that there is something wrong with it. Apart from those strong men who went in before, what else could be the problem? Then again, if there is nothing wrong with it, what's the point of us going in? I'll make another bold guess. I guess there won't be many times we can go in. If we can't handle it, the Xingfeng secret treasure will collapse. Lu Fengyao finally couldn't help but exclaimed softly. He was right again. Hearing that the Xingfeng secret treasure was about to collapse, everyone took a deep breath. They may not have entered the Origin secret treasure, but they knew the relevant knowledge. Once the Origin secret treasure collapsed, the power of the Origin secret treasure would burst out in an instant, turning everything in the secret into nothingness. If there were still living creatures inside, there would be almost no way to survive. Similar things had happened in the history of the Origin continent. No matter how high or low their realm was, no one could survive the collapse of the Origin secret treasure. Lu Fengyao took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. You are right, the power of the Xingfeng secret treasure is weakening, and it may collapse in a few thousand years. Now we don't know the situation inside the Xingfeng secret treasure, and we don't know whether those Chongmen predecessors are alive or dead. If they are alive, it's okay. If they are dead, The previous ones were just speculations, whether it was the ancestors or Lin Mohan, they were just speculations and could not be completely sure. Lin Mohan took over Lu Fengyao's words, if they are dead, then their bones will become the greatest wealth. Now, fellow Taoists should understand why we have to make a vow. Even if a strong person of that level dies, his corpse may be left behind. In addition, their belongings and other things may not be damaged. These ancestors carry the inheritance of their own holy land sects, and these 010 inheritances can be inferred through corpses or other things. Inheritance is the most fundamental thing of a force, and it is the real foundation. If others get these things and reversely infer their inheritance secrets, it is something that no sect can accept. If the person who goes in is already dead, these corpses must be retrieved by the disciples of this sect and cannot fall into the hands of other forces. The people present are not stupid, and they understand it as soon as they hear it. They also understand what Lu Fengyao said, that they have to take another oath before entering. Needless to say, the content of the second oath is that they are only allowed to get the corpses of their own sect's predecessors, and they are not allowed to occupy the corpses of other sect's predecessors. Everyone looked at Lin Mohan talking freely, and then realized that Lin Mohan is not only highly comprehensible, but also extremely smart. These geniuses of their own, and Lin in front of Mohan, he acted like a fool. Lu Fengyao said, little brother Lin is basically right, this is the current situation. With more and more times entering the Star Wind Secret Vault, the Star Wind Secret Vault is getting weaker, and the more times you enter, the faster it gets weaker. The ancestors judge that if this continues, the Star Wind Secret Vault will collapse. Especially in the past 5,000 years, the Star Wind Secret Vault not only limits the realm of those who enter, but also limits the number of people. So in the past 5,000 years, we have greatly reduced the frequency of entering, but it is still getting weaker, but the rate of weakening is much slower. But the good news is that most of the people who go and can come back safely, which means that the safety of the Star Wind Secret Vault has been greatly improved. Dongfang Wuwen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked Lin Mohan, fellow Taoist Lin, what do you think about this? Lin Mohan said, good news often has to be seen in conjunction with bad news. Since the good news is that safety has been improved, the bad news should not be that there is not much gain. Lu Fengyao said, this is what I was just about to say. In the last few times, there really hasn't been much gain. Lin Mohan asked, Sister Fengyao, why don't you tell me about the situation in the Xingfeng secret treasure first? Lu Fengyao nodded slightly and began to talk about the general situation in the Xingfeng secret treasure. The first 3 times, the entrants were the strongest, but none of them returned, so naturally they didn't know the situation in the Xingfeng secret treasure. In recent times, the people who entered have basically returned. Although they did not gain much, they probably knew some of the situations in the Xingfeng secret vault. Generally speaking, there are dangers in the Xingfeng secret vault, but the danger is not too high. As long as you are careful, you can deal with it. After Lu Fengyao finished speaking, everyone focused their attention on Lin Mohan again, wanting to hear what Lin Mohan had to say. At this moment, it seemed that Lin Mohan had become their backbone. Lin Mohan was not polite and continued to tell his thoughts. Although I have only entered the Origin secret treasure once, I have entered similar places many times. Fei. If I am not mistaken, the area of this Xingfeng secret treasure is divided into inner and outer areas. The seniors who are trapped inside should have entered the inner area, and those who went in later and came back safely should have only been active in the outer area. So, if we want to find the seniors of the sect, we must enter the inner area. But the inner area is very dangerous. Once you enter, you may not be able to get out. Lin Mohan's words made several people's faces change slightly. Everyone felt that what Lin Mohan said should be correct. Even the seniors of their own sect were trapped inside, so what was the point of these people going in? In the deputy pavilion, although the 4 followers could not hear the conversation of Lin Mohan and others, they could still see some clues from their expressions. However, they found that except for Lu Fengyao, it was Lin Mohan who spoke the most. And when Lin Mohan spoke, these people were obviously very serious. As long as you are not a fool, you can see that Lin Moyu has become their core. Several Dao Zun level Tianzuan are actually centered around a high level Tianzuan. What the hell is this? What is going on? Why does it seem that Lin Moyu has become the leader? Yeah, it's really weird. This situation reminded Gu Nianshui of how Lin Moyu was so talkative in the origin secrets of Jiao Jiao Xingjuan. Facing a powerful existence, he was not afraid at all. At that time, it seemed that he was the protagonist of the whole world. Now, this situation seems to be happening again. These Tianzuan are also pale in comparison to Lin Moyu. Gu Nianshui suddenly felt a little discouraged. She murmured to herself in her heart, one of my dreams is to become a Tianzuan, crush others, and eventually become a figure like Hanyu Saint Lord. But why do I feel that Lin Moyu's future achievements may exceed Hanyu Saint Lord? Gu Nianshui herself couldn't figure out her inner thoughts. Some messy thoughts kept coming to her mind. It was really a bit strange. Lin Moyu spoke out all his guesses, and finally concluded, in fact, what I said above is just my speculation. The specific situation can only be known after entering. But since the Xingfeng secret treasure is no longer so dangerous, there is no need to worry too much. We can go in as a tour and look around. If things cannot be violated, we will withdraw and let the ancestors worry about it. These words made several people feel a little relieved. Only Lu Fengyao looked not very good. Lin Moyu comforted, Sister Fengyao, don't worry too much. If there is a chance, I will not give up. Lu Fengyao nodded, took a deep breath to calm herself. Next, we have to decide on the candidate. She looked at the Saint Saixia and Gu Bichuan. Only one of them could go. At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly said, wait a minute, before that, I have something to say to Group 3. Under the doubtful gazes of several people, Lin Moyu left the pavilion and said to the void, Miss Lu Lian, please find the third ancestor. I have something to say to him. Lin Moyu knew that Lu Lian was here, and also knew that Lu Lian had a way to contact the third ancestor. Sure enough, Lu Lian's voice came soon, wait a moment. A few seconds later, a beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Moyu. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Moyu's figure became illusory, as if he was not here. All the sounds disappeared at this moment. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky, as if looking at something. Only Lu Fengyao knew that Lin Moyu was talking to the third ancestor. The shadow of the third ancestor appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. Boy, what do you want to see me for? The third ancestor called himself changeable, sometimes old man, sometimes this ancestor, and sometimes he would call himself old guy. Lin Moyu has gotten used to it. This is the character of the third ancestor, very casual. Lin Moyu said, Third ancestor, I just heard about the information about the Xingfeng secret treasure, and I also made some guesses. Third ancestor said, your guess is basically the same as that of the old man and others. Do you have any other insights on this? Lin Moyu said, I do have some ideas. Before I say anything, I want to ask first. What is the ultimate goal of entering the origin secret treasure? Third ancestor was silent and did not speak. Lin Moyu continued, I guess the original purpose was to get some things in the Xingfeng secret treasure. You old ancestors must have used some special methods to know what is in the Xingfeng secret treasure. Third ancestor was still silent and still did not speak. Lin Moyu did not care and continued, now there is one more thing, that is, to rescue those trapped in it. I guess those people are not dead yet, at least not all dead. I don't know if my guess is right. If you can't have both, third ancestor, what do you hope to achieve in the end? After saying that, Lin Moyu closed his mouth and said no more. The third ancestor said after a moment of silence, Fengyao's father is in there, and I don't know whether he is dead or alive. I naturally hope that he can return safely. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Third ancestor, you also know that the butt determines the head. You sit in a different position, so your thoughts are naturally different. What about the other ancestors? The third ancestor said, they naturally want everything. If they can't have both, then it's not up to them. Lin Mohan said, in this case, then I will boldly make a suggestion. This time, I will go into the Xingfeng secret treasure alone. The third ancestor said in a deep voice, do you think they will hold you back? Lin Mohan said, of course they won't in the outer area, but the outer area is useless. If you must go into the inner area, they will be a little bit inferior. And with them around, it's not easy for me to let go. I can't kill them all. If others can kill, what about Sister Feng Yao? The third ancestor was silent again, and he told some of Lin Mohan's experiences. If Lin Mohan really kills, these geniuses may not be able to stop him. Moreover, he had no doubt that Lin Mohan would kill people. The murderous aura in Lin Mohan's body was not something that ordinary killing could achieve. Even the horned dragon Starlord who was in charge of killing was not as murderous as Lin Mohan. In the eyes of the third ancestor, Lin Mohan was an out-and-out killer. Lin Mohan continued, I will go in alone, which will give me more freedom and flexibility. Sister Feng Yao and the others don't need to take risks, so you don't have to worry. And I can make a great oath that if I get the bones and other items of other seniors in there, I will bring them back intact and never hide them privately. 1. Actually, you know that I don't like those things either. The third ancestor said, I know it's useless, but others don't think so. Lin Mohan said, I actually just made a suggestion. As for whether you agree or not, I don't care. I will just take it as a trip to the secret treasure and see the scenery and relax for 10 times. What this means is that I cannot work hard, anyway, I have no loss. The third ancestor would understand. If Feng Yao knew that you were thinking this way, she would be sad. Lin Mohan responded, if it weren't for Sister Feng Yao, I wouldn't even bother to go. Do you think that Xingfeng secret collection is a good place? Okay, give me a straight answer. The third ancestor said, don't think that I don't know your thoughts. Aren't you just interested in some things in Xingfeng secret collection? Lin Mohan said, no, you underestimate me too much. I am indeed interested in the things in Xingfeng secret collection. After all, it is something that even you ancestors are interested in. The third ancestor said, okay, I can agree to your request, but I also have a condition. You must let us know what you have gained from it. If it is something useful to us, we can pay for it. Of course, you can set the price, but you can't set a sky-high price. Lin Mohan smiled, okay, no problem. He made an offer, and the third ancestor bargained. The final result was acceptable to both of them. This was a win-win situation. The beam disappeared, and Lin Mohan walked back to the pavilion. Lu Fengyao said, what did you say to the third ancestor? Lin Mohan smiled, you'll know in a while, no hurry. He smiled mysteriously, drank the spiritual tea slowly, and sighed, I've said so much, I'm thirsty. The spiritual tea released by the ancient Lotus Saint is really good. I must go to the sticky Lotus Holy Land to try out the tea in the future if I have the chance. The fairy Lotus Saint smiled, fellow Taoist Lin is always welcome to visit. The few people waited for a few seconds with doubts, and suddenly Lu Lian's voice rang in their ears, the teleportation array is about to start, please don't resist. Amid the reminder, the origin spirit vein gushed out a large amount of origin breath and enveloped them. The 4 people only felt an invisible force falling on them. Lu Lian reminded them first, and everyone did not resist. The vision became blurred, and the origin spirit vein teleported everyone away. The origin spirit vein controlled by Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has a very wide range, spreading over tens of millions of miles, and the mall is just a tiny part of it. 0. This teleportation lasted for 10 seconds, and the distance was not close. When the vision was restored, everyone found themselves in 10 wildernesses. The green grass here is long and spreads to the distance, boundless. Lin Mohan can feel that the origin power here is already quite weak, and it has obviously reached the edge of the origin spirit vein. Just as I thought, the third ancestor has indeed completely refined this origin spirit vein. If it had not been completely refined, it would have been impossible to teleport them here. A shadow appeared in the sky, and a giant flying boat stopped above the heads of several people. Come up. A majestic voice sounded. Several people recognized this voice, and the person who came was Xiahou Yuan. Entering the flying boat, he saw Xiahou Yuan standing at the bow. After everyone arrived, he said nothing, but stomped his feet lightly. The flying boat suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. A huge and terrifying force lingered around the flying boat. Xiahou Yuan stood at the bow and looked into the distance. Several Tianjiao seemed to be a little afraid of Xiahou Yuan and did not get too close, standing there honestly. Only Lin Mohan was fearless and came to Xiahou Yuan, "Senior Xiahou, long time no see." Xiahou Yuan nodded slightly. "Your performance in the Tushan sect is quite amazing." Lin Mohan said, "Junior is just lucky." Xiahou Yuan said, "No need to be modest, I am strong, and it is because of what you have gained in the God-slaying sect that I have the hope of breaking through that realm. I hope you can also gain something from the Star Wind secret treasure this time. If those old guys have any opinions, don't be afraid, the butcher will protect you." Xiahou Yuan spoke directly. Lin Mohan knew that he and the Third Ancestor should be in the same group, and he was somewhat disgusted with the ancestors of several sects and holy places. The Third Ancestor was a businessman who liked win-win situations and was generally not so overbearing. But Xiahou Yuan was not like that. As a cultivator of the great Tao of the soul, he only asked his heart about everything and did what he thought. Lin Mohan smiled and said, "With the words of the senior, the junior is relieved." This time, the ancestors Gu Song, Huolian, and Wu Ding were not here. "Who is coming?" Xiahou Yuan said, "A few old guys, they got the news and rushed over as quickly as possible." Lin Mohan said, "The Third Ancestor has already told me about my story." Xiahou Yuan said, "I said that your idea is correct. One useful one is enough. No matter how many useless ones there are, they will only cause trouble." Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. "You said it too directly, and you didn't avoid it. You should consider other people's feelings." With Xiahou Yuan's status, he really doesn't need to consider other people's feelings, he just says whatever he wants. Not to mention that he is facing some geniuses. Even if he is facing an old ancestor like Gu Song, he will say whatever he wants. The main point is to fight if you don't accept it. Lu Fengyao and others were a little confused at this time. Especially Lu Fengyao, this process is not the same as what she knows. Normally, she should tell a few people about the Xingfeng secret treasure, and then one of Gu Bichuan and Caixia Saint should give up the quota to Lin Mohan. Finally, she will take the people who want to enter the secret treasure to the secret treasure. But after Lin Mohan talked with the Third Ancestor, the situation changed. He went directly to the secret treasure without even deciding the quota. Looking at Lin Mohan, who was talking to Xiahou Yuan, Lu Fengyao gritted her silver teeth. What did this guy say to the Third Ancestor grandfather? The flying boat crossed the vast grassland at an astonishing speed, and a lake appeared in sight. The lake was very large, with no end in sight, like an ocean. The flying boat flew directly towards the lake, crashed into it, and set off endless waves. The flying boat was shrouded in a faint light, and it was moving rapidly in the lake without slowing down at all. There were countless fish and beasts in the lake, and they were frightened and fled in all directions. The lake was very deep, more than 10,000 meters. The flying boat rushed to the bottom of the lake at an astonishing speed, and then crashed into it again. There was no collision as imagined. The flying boat seemed to have passed through a layer of film and came to another world. An independent space, the bottom of the lake arranged by humans. The space was not small, and several people were already standing there. Xiahou Yuan put away the flying boat and whispered, "People are here." Lin Mohan took a look and saw two ancestor-level figures. They were shrouded in black air and were in a special self-sealing state, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The Third Ancestor was not here, but it didn't matter whether the Third Ancestor was here or not, as long as Xiahou Yuan was here. At this time, Xiahou Yuan was the spokesperson for the Third Ancestor, and Lin Mohan knew that the Third Ancestor must have a way to know all the details of what happened here. If anything happened, he would come naturally. Xiahou Yuan said casually, "These two old guys, Wang Hong from the Tao sect, and Wu Jian from the Tianjin Sect. Immediately saluted, Junior greets the Ancestor. Ancestor Wang Hong waved his hand, no need to be polite. Ancestor Wu Jian just snorted and didn't say anything. Xiao Yuan said, you too have received the message from the Third Ancestor, what do you say? Ancestor Wang Hong said, as long as you make a vow to the Great Tao, you will be able to achieve the state of peace. Ancestor Wu Jian also whispered, I believe in the Third Ancestor. Xiao Yuan nodded, if that's the case, let's do it this way. As he said that, he took out a Tao stone and said to Lin Mohan, come here. Lin Mohan went over and communicated with the Tao stone with his soul. I, Lin Mohan, swear by the Tao that I will not keep anything I get from the Xingfeng secret collection. If I violate this oath, I will die. The Tao stone shone, and then there was a thunder, confirming that the Tao oath had been established. Ancestor Wang Hong looked at Lin Mohan. Are you Lin Mohan? There was something strange in his tone. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly became alert. Ancestor Wang Hong was the ancestor of the Tao Sect, and he had many conflicts with the Tao Sect. If this guy wanted to harm him, it would be a bit bad. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly, fellow Taoist Wang Hong, let the younger generation solve their own problems, and we old guys should not interfere. Ancestor Wang Hong laughed in a low voice, I will naturally not care about the younger generation's affairs, but I am just a little curious. He is indeed a young talent. He is a high-level heavenly venerable who is less than 3,000 years old. I think he is not far from becoming a Taoist venerable. If he can become a Taoist venerable before 3,000 years old, he will achieve great things in the future. Lin Mohan smiled and said, many young talents eventually become ordinary people. On the contrary, some people who look down on those who are not outstanding have made it to the end. Wang Hong smiled and said, then, young friend Lin, what kind of person do you think you will be? Lin Mohan shook his head and said, the future is unknown, and the younger generation cannot say for sure. Wang Hong laughed dryly twice and said nothing more. Lin Mohan was still alert in his heart. Although he said that he would not care about the younger generation's affairs, who knows in fact, it was just empty talk. Xiao Yuan said to Lu Fengyao girl, take out the key and open the secret treasure. Lu Fengyao was still in a daze at this time. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, he instinctively took out the key to open the secret treasure. The key was a piece of jade with runes integrated into it, which was extremely exquisite. The jade automatically left Lu Fengyao's palm and shone in the air. The light became brighter and brighter, illuminating most of the space. Then it shot out a beam of light and fell into the darkness in front. A portal suddenly appeared in the darkness. The portal was extremely dark, like a man-eating beast. A gust of wind blew out of the portal with a faint smell of blood. Xiao Yuan said to Lin Mohan, be careful in everything. If it doesn't work, just retreat. Lin Mohan nodded slightly and walked towards the Xingfeng secret treasure. Seeing this, Lu Fengyao immediately asked, Grandpa Xiao, what's going on? Xiao Yuan said, little friend Lin has discussed with the Third Ancestor that he will go alone on this trip to the Xingfeng secret treasure. Lu Fengyao said anxiously, how can this be possible? Xiao Yuan said, there is nothing wrong with it. The Third Ancestor agreed, and the others have no objections. The faces of the Saintess of Xinlian 1.6 were strange. They were not stupid and had guessed what was going on. Lin Mohan had already walked to the entrance and turned back to Lu Fengyao and said, wait for my good news. After that, he strode in and disappeared. Xiao Yuan said, you don't have to worry about him. His ability to survive is much stronger than yours. Although this seemed to be said to Lu Fengyao, it was actually said to the other inner geniuses. Dongfang Wuwen smiled bitterly, it seems that we have become a burden to fellow Taoist Lin. The Saintess of Xinlian also smiled bitterly, indeed, fellow Taoist Lin is much better than us in this regard. Tianwan Saint whispered, although fellow Taoist Lin is very observant and extremely intelligent, there is more to the secret treasure than just these. If there is any danger, can fellow Taoist Lin handle it? Xiao Yuan smiled. There is no need to worry about his strength. The Xingfeng secret treasure is full of unspeakable mystery. When the secret treasure just appeared, nearly 100 powerful Dao Zuns fell into it one after another, and their lives and deaths were unknown. After that, the secret treasure stopped getting weaker and was getting closer and closer to collapse. When the secret treasure completely collapsed, all the power would burst out at once, and all the magic weapons, creatures, and everything in the secret treasure would be annihilated. But the ancestors couldn't think of a better way. Now the secret treasure only allows people below the third level of Dao Zuns to enter. The Fairy Lotus Saintess and several others are all in the second level of Dao Zuns. With their combat power, they are enough to match the third level of Dao Zuns. Not only them, but also Tianjiao had come in before, but the results were not satisfactory and had no effect on breaking the situation. To unlock the Xingfeng secret treasure, it is definitely not just strength. Letting Lin Mohan come in alone is the last effort. Lin Mohan appeared on a grassland. After entering the secret treasure, Lin Mohan stood still and observed the surrounding environment. He was in an endless grassland. But the strange thing is that the grass here is not green, but purple-black. There are countless light spots on the purple-black grass leaves. When a gust of wind blows, the grass leaves surge like waves, bringing up billions of starlight. The sky is also full of starlight, and there is a brilliant galaxy running through it. The breeze is gentle, and the starlight grass keeps swaying, reflecting the galaxy in the sky, forming an indescribable beauty. Is the Star Wind secret treasure so named? Lin Mohan retracted his gaze, and the divine light in his eyes gradually extinguished. He used the Eye of the Dead, but found nothing around. There were no living creatures within a radius of 100,000 meters. The next second, a large number of skeleton gods flew out and pounced in all directions. Lin Mohan released millions of skeleton gods in one breath. There was no outsider present, so he didn't need to hide anymore. Millions of skeleton gods explored the way, and a topographic map quickly formed in his mind. Lin Mohan stretched and admired the stars on the grassland. I haven't felt this way for a long time. It's like I'm back to the state of playing dungeons and conquering secret realms. I really miss it. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would start to miss the old times. Lin Mohan smiled slightly. This kind of nostalgia was infinitely beautiful. The skeleton god general was very fast and flew a long distance in a blink of an eye. The grassland was vast and boundless. No matter which direction you looked from, you couldn't see the edge for a while. Suddenly, Lin Yu's spiritual sense sent a warning. In his consciousness, several skeleton god generals died. A ray of light shot towards him. Lin Mohan only had time to take a half step to the left, and the ray of light had penetrated his body. The speed of the ray of light was too fast, and until it was penetrated, the immortal golden body was not activated. The huge power exploded in his body, and Lin Mohan was blown hundreds of meters away on the spot. Although he was not injured, the damage was all shared by the undead army, but Lin Mohan was also a little embarrassed. It was not because the attack was too strong, but because it was too fast. It was so fast that he was attacked just as his spiritual sense sent a warning, and it was so fast that the immortal golden body had no time to activate. And most importantly, this attack was not aimed at himself, but at the skeleton god general. It first killed the skeleton god general, and then followed the connection between himself and the skeleton god general to reach the main body. Lin Mohan's expression was a little solemn after landing. It had never happened before that the skeleton god general tracked him down. If he could attack his main body directly through the summoned creature, his safety would be greatly reduced. And Lin Mohan thought more deeply. What he thought was that if the rules in the secret realm could attack him directly. In other words, those ancestors above the 7th realm of Dao Zun could probably do it. When facing them, you have to be extremely careful, otherwise you will be tricked. Am I going to be a meat shield again? Lin Mohan laughed at himself in his heart, and let the skeleton god continue to explore while trying to recall what happened just now. The killed skeleton god general has been resurrected under the influence of the undead spirit, and Lin Mohan has also obtained complete information. The attack came from the sky, and there was a little starlight falling from the sky. Because the sky was full of stars, and the grassland was full of grass full of stars, this little starlight did not attract any attention at all. The starlight continued to accelerate as it fell, and the speed became faster and faster, so fast that he could not react. From the starlight falling, to the final killing of the skeleton god general, until his life was used. The whole process took about 3 seconds, and the real attack was completed in the last 0.01 seconds. In other words, in the previous 2.99 seconds, the starlight completed the entire process from falling to accelerating. If it can be discovered at the beginning, there may be a chance to dodge. Lin Mohan thought in his heart. He also ordered the skeleton god general to pay attention to the starry sky in case there is another starlight falling. As soon as the order was issued, the spiritual sense sent another warning. Lin Mohan's heart tightened, a little starlight appeared in his sight, and a huge force exploded on his head, and the whole person was blown away again. The speed was too fast, so fast that Lin Mohan could not react at all. Fortunately, the attack power was not too strong, equivalent to the first level of Dao Zun, and Lin Mohan could still bear it. After being attacked twice in a row, Lin Mohan's vigilance rose to a higher level. While exploring, the skeleton god general also paid close attention to the changes in the starry sky. Finally, another starlight fell, and this time the general accurately captured the changes in the starlight. When the starlight fell, the speed suddenly increased, faster and faster, exceeding the limit of the skeleton god general. The starlight disappeared from the sight, not really disappeared, but too fast, so fast that it could not be seen. The skeleton god general suddenly collapsed. Here it comes. As soon as the thought came up, a huge force exploded in front of him, and Lin Mohan was blown away again. Although he saw it, he could not dodge because the speed was too fast. Is it really impossible to avoid it? Lin Mohan was very calm. Although he failed to avoid it the first 3 times, he did not give up. He would continue to try and find the right way to deal with it. The current attack was only at the Daozuan level, which was completely within his tolerance. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to figure out the tricks inside. If the attack becomes stronger later, it will be even more troublesome. In fact, there is a way. The skeleton hell can block the attack without blind spots. That is not the right way. It is just a way to withstand it. If the attack becomes stronger and stronger, the skeleton hell may not be able to withstand it. We must find the right way to deal with it. Another starlight fell, and Lin Mohan no longer stood still. The wings of the undead spread out and turned into a stream of light and began to circle. At the same time, the skeleton god general who was locked by the starlight also began to circle at the fastest speed. The starlight accelerated to the extreme and disappeared from sight. The skeleton god general who was circling quickly collapsed and died without any signs, and then Lin Mohan's spiritual sense sent a warning. Boom! Lin Mohan was blown away hundreds of meters again, and the action he thought of before was useless. Is it a coincidence, or is it impossible to dodge after being locked? Lin Mohan continued to try. After being blown away again and again, he finally confirmed that once he was locked by the starlight, he could not avoid it. So far, Lin Mohan still didn't know how starlight locked onto him through the skeleton god. Try another method. After several attempts, Lin Mohan gave up the method of dodging the starlight attack by his own actions. He was sure that once he was locked by the starlight, he could not dodge it at all. The frequency of the starlight falling was increasing, and Lin Mohan knew that he had not enough time left. At present, the skeleton god general had flown 100,000 kilometers, but still could not see the end of the grassland. Lin Mohan had to doubt that if he solved this game, he would not be able to leave the grassland at all. This situation is somewhat similar to the secret realm, which requires solving puzzles one by one, otherwise he can only stay where he is. Lin Mohan decided to try the second method. Another Starlight fell, and Lin Mohan took back the skeleton god general as soon as possible. The Starlight, which was accelerating, suddenly lost its target, but the acceleration was still going on. The Starlight accelerated to the limit, but because there was no target, it didn't know where to attack. It fell into the grassland like a meteor. Boom! The grass source exploded, and the purple grass was blown away, flying in the air with the breeze. A tiny bit of Starlight, after accelerating to the extreme, has amazing destructive power. A hole with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters and a depth of 10 meters was blown out on the grassland. This also let Lin Mohan know that this grassland is also unusual. The power of Starlight is equivalent to the first level of Dao Zun. If it is placed in the outside world, it is enough to cause a city to collapse and countless casualties. But here, it only blew out a small pit. Soon, Starlight fell again, and Lin Mohan did the same thing and took back the skeleton monster as soon as possible. The Starlight turned into a meteor and fell to the ground again, blowing out a small pit. After several attempts, Lin Mohan confirmed that this method was feasible. However, he still felt that it was not enough, and he felt that he had not found the essence, at least he had not found a way to break the situation. When the Starlight fell again, Lin Mohan did not take back the skeleton god general, but cut off the connection with the skeleton god general. The skeleton god general stood there motionless, and the Starlight accelerated rapidly, smashing the skeleton god general, and then Lin Mohan was blown away again. Lin Mohan said to himself, "It's useless to actively cut off the connection with the skeleton god general. Starlight can lock me through the skeleton god general, not relying on the soul or the breath, but using the avenue. The skeleton god general's magic star carries my way, so Starlight can lock me through the avenue. Unless I can cut off the avenue, once I am locked, I can't dodge." Lin Mohan finally figured out how Starlight locks himself, which is very important. Today, Starlight can lock himself through the avenue, which means that those powerful beings can also reach the avenue to lock themselves. However, it is not impossible to cut off the avenue, but it is very difficult. Before the avenue is cut off, facing this kind of attack, you can only bear it hard. When discovering the secret of Starlight, Lin Mohan suddenly thought of one thing: his corpse explosion technique may also be locking the opponent through the avenue. The avenue is everywhere and ignores the spatial distance, so the corpse explosion can also ignore the spatial distance. I understand, that's how it is. Since it can lock me through the avenue, why can't I lock it through the avenue? Look for clues and learn how to lock it through the avenue. Instantly, Lin Mohan's mind was enlightened, and he knew what he should do now. He didn't know if what he thought could solve the problem. If he could comprehend this method, his combat power would be greatly improved. Before, he knew that the Starlight used the avenue to lock, which was like an appetizer. Now it was the main course. If he could control it, he would no longer need the skeleton held to mark it, and he could directly use the avenue to lock the opponent. As long as the opponent could not cut off the avenue, it would be difficult to avoid. The frequency of the Starlight falling was gradually increasing. Lin Mohan knew that time was limited, and he did not hesitate to use the Avenue of Luck to temporarily improve his luck. The Avenue of Luck emerged and merged with himself. The purple light in front of him soared into the sky, and the Dragon of Luck roared endlessly. This was the first time that Lin Mohan used the Avenue of Luck. His soul power was consuming rapidly, but it was still within the replenishment range of the World Tree. If Lin Mohan wanted, he could even maintain this state for a long time. Then he took a drop of tree sweat, and Lin Mohan became close to the avenue, and his comprehension increased linearly. A Starlight fell, and after a sharp acceleration, it killed the skeleton god general and shot towards Lin Mohan along the avenue. Lin Mohan was blown away, and he flew backwards for hundreds of meters before he regained his balance. He closed his eyes slightly, constantly feeling the acceleration of the Starlight from its formation to its fall, until it finally fell on him and exploded. With his keen soul, he did not miss a single bit of the whole process. Lin Mohan sensed it very clearly, and after only a few times, he gained something. He found that when the starlight fell, a ray of the power of the great Tao would appear among the thousands of stars in the sky. This ray of the power of the great Tao was very weak, with almost no attributes, like a wisp of invisible smoke, falling with the starlight. When the starlight killed the skeleton god general, the smoke and dust transformed by the great Tao calendar always followed around. Lin Mohan sensed it again, and every time, he could sense the existence of this wisp of smoke and dust. As the number of times increased, the sense became clearer and clearer. At the moment when the starlight smashed the skeleton god general, the smoke and dust locked the connection between himself and the skeleton god general, which belonged to the great Tao. This connection is the most fundamental connection, the carrier between the magic and the avenue, and the connection that Lin Mohan cannot cut off. The avenue power brought by the starlight is like smoke and dust. With the lock on his avenue, the starlight hit him accurately. The smoke and dust are also a trace of the avenue power, without any attributes and as light as nothing. It is like a small insect that is extremely light. It falls on his avenue and will not arouse the vigilance of his avenue at all. Lin Mohan found the key point of the problem. The most important thing is this trace of avenue power like smoke and dust. He began to study the avenue power attached to the starlight. The starlight bombarded again, and Lin Mohan was constantly blown away. Although he was not injured, he was a little embarrassed. But his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he finally understood it a little. The power of the avenue has its own attributes. If it falls on any avenue, no majiao, it will be incompatible. If you want to be like this wisp of smoke and dust, without causing the avenue to rebound, you need to do two things. First, the power of the great Tao used must be extremely small, so small that it is almost undetectable. The degree of manipulation of the power of the great Tao is so high that ordinary people cannot do it at all. Perhaps, it will be easier to do it for Dao Zun above the 7th level, but it is difficult to do it below the 7th level. Second, all the original attributes of the great Tao must be stripped off, leaving only the pure and incomparable power of the great Tao. Only in this way can the situation of water and fire not be caused. In other words, it is to make one's own power of the great Tao as harmless as possible, so that other great Taos do not feel dangerous and will not cause a rebound. The power of the great Tao comes from the great Tao. If the great Tao is not alert, the great Tao will naturally not find it. Lin Mohan thoroughly understood how to lock the enemy with the great Tao, which is more accurate and difficult to crack than soul locking. Knowing is knowing, the key is how to do it. After realizing the truth of the great Tao locking the enemy, Lin Mohan began to try and test again and again. The great Tao can lock the enemy, any great Tao will do. Because in the end, the attributes of the great Tao must be stripped away, leaving only the pure and incomparable power of the great Tao, and the power of the great Tao must become incomparably small. It is only used to lock the enemy, without any offensiveness. For most people, there is no choice. Most practitioners only practice one great Tao in their lifetime. Maybe there are several great Taos to learn for fun, but there is often only one great Tao to practice. Lin Mohan is different. He has 4 great Taos to choose from. There are both real and virtual in the 4 great Taos, and each has its own advantages. After thinking for a while, Lin Mohan first gave up the great Tao of time and space. The great Tao of immortality is the great Tao of life, which is the most handy to manipulate. The great Tao of luck belongs to the power of emptiness, which is illusory and the least likely to be discovered. Since the great Tao can lock the enemy, those who are truly strong must have a way to counter it. Maybe those strong people have the means to cut off their connection with the great Tao and make the lock ineffective. The avenue of luck is not easy to be discovered due to its own nothingness. If it cannot be discovered, it will be more difficult to cut off. After thinking about it, Lin Mohan decided to use the avenue of luck to lock the enemy. He separated a strand of avenue power from the avenue of luck, but each strand of avenue power could not satisfy him. It was too thick and enough to alert other avenues. Lin Mohan's ability to manipulate multiple avenues played a great role at this moment. He could use the separated avenue power to test his other avenues, and the success or failure would be clear at a glance. In this way, the efficiency was greatly improved. Lin Mohan knew that his control over the avenue of luck was far inferior to the avenue of immortality. There was no other way to deal with this. He could only keep trying and keep improving. He believed that as he tried again and again, he would become more and more proficient. The frequency of starlight falling was getting higher and higher. Before, there would be a little starlight falling every 7 or 8 seconds. Now, there is a little starlight falling almost every 2 or 3 seconds. Lin Mohan still ignored it, and the Undead Legion said that they could still hold on, and it was nothing. In the Magic Star, the undead were constantly injured and recovered at an astonishing speed. Lin Mohan looked embarrassed, but in fact he was not injured at all, just embarrassed on the outside. If you look closely at his spirit, you will find that Lin Mohan's spirit is better than when he first entered the secret treasure. Even Lin Mohan revealed excitement. Lin Mohan was indeed excited. Under the dual effects of the luck improvement and the silver sap of the world tree, his comprehension ability was improved to the limit. In repeated attempts, he made rapid progress. The condensed luck, cabbed, road became weaker and weaker. Finally, Lin Mohan separated a small enough luck road, which was tens of thousands of times smaller than a hair and completely invisible to the naked eye. The next step is to strip away the luck power in this road, so that his attributes disappear, leaving only the characteristics of nothingness. He can use the power of the Great Tao of Luck to condense weapons, and do the opposite to disperse the power in the Great Tao of Luck. Lin Mohan controlled it precisely, and after several trials, he soon reached his requirements. Lin Mohan was very grateful to the dreamer who taught him the Great Tao of Luck. He made him learn and master it round by round, which played a huge role at this moment. When he came back to his senses from the comprehension, a little starlight exploded in front of his eyes and was blown away again. Then, the starlight kept coming, and Lin Mohan was like a kite, floating in the air, out of control. Now the frequency of starlight has increased to twice a second, and it keeps exploding. Lin Mohan was not panicked. He sensed it and found that he had been in the Star Wind secret treasure for more than a day. The speed of comprehension is not bad, don't worry, you can try it now. Lin Mohan separated a ray of the power of the Great Tao. Although the Great Tao of Luck was stripped of all its attributes, it still retained the characteristics of nothingness and was difficult to sense. At the moment the starlight was generated, Lin Mohan wrapped the separated Great Tao calendar around it. You can lock me, and I can lock you. Lin Mohan's Tao power instantly attached to the Tao power behind the starlight, completing the lock. The skeleton god waved the bone sword, and the sword light swept out, accurately using the accelerating starlight. The starlight was blasted out by the sword energy on the spot and dissipated into nothingness. Lin Mohan tried it before, and the acceleration of the starlight was too fast. Unless it could cover the range, it would not be able to hit the opponent at all. Moreover, as the speed of the starlight increased, the power attached to it also became stronger. 2 seconds after the starlight appeared, the sword energy of the skeleton god could no longer break it. Now, the starlight accelerated for only 1 second before it was locked by the avenue and then shattered by the sword energy. It works. Lin Mohan was delighted and dared to use it more than he thought. The avenue is everywhere. Using the power of the avenue, you can instantly lock the enemy, regardless of the distance. Once locked, any attack can hit accurately. This effect is not much different from the mark of the skeleton hell. The main thing is that it is more flexible and changeable, and you don't have to calculate so much. Next, I'll let you brush up on your proficiency. Having mastered the avenue to lock the enemy, the next step is to brush up on your proficiency, using the starlight to lock and shatter the starlight again and again. Lin Mohan's proficiency is constantly improving, and he is becoming more and more handy. In the next half hour, there was no more starlight to complete the acceleration, let alone hit Lin Mohan. The frequency of falling stars is still increasing, from 2 per second to 3 per second, and this is not the end. Lin Moyu's frequency of using the avenue to lock the enemy also increased, and his proficiency was rapidly increasing. Gradually, Lin Moyu discovered that at the moment when the starlight fell, an avenue would appear among the stars. It was not the avenue power that was like smoke and dust, but a truly complete avenue. This discovery made Lin Moyu grasp the key point. He realized that the key to breaking the deadlock was here. That avenue would only flash for a moment when the starlight appeared, and the location and direction of the starlight could not be determined. In this regard, Lin Moyu chose a rather old method, casting a net. He used all his soul power to distribute as much avenue power as possible and try to catch that moment as much as possible. The great sword Dao Zun appeared beside him, ready to go. Finally, after a few minutes, a little starlight appeared right at the edge of the net. Lin Moyu manipulated the power of the avenue, and at the moment the starlight flashed, he stuck to it. At the moment the avenue flashed, the power of the avenue of luck had already attached to it. In an instant, through this avenue, Lin Moyu locked onto the existence behind the avenue. The giant sword Taoist moved quickly, raised his hand and the sword fell. A giant sword appeared in the void and slashed down with great force. With a loud bang, the entire starry sky shook, the galaxy trembled, and countless stars fell. The starlight covered the sky and the earth, and the number was more than billions, and it was simply innumerable. As soon as the starlight appeared, it entered an accelerated state, like countless meteors across the sky, and the ground became bad. Lin Moyu's spiritual sense sent a warning, telling Lin Moyu, facing extreme danger. The sword of the great sword Daozuan attacked the real master, causing an unpredictable qualitative change. At this moment, Lin Mo had no choice. Attack with all your strength. The great Dao locked the enemy still, and the great sword Daozuan launched a fierce attack. The skeleton hell emerged, covering the 4 fields, swallowing countless starlights, and destroying them before these starlights completed their acceleration. The surroundings were empty in an instant, and thousands of skeleton kings responded, surrounding the inside and outside. The leaders of the Dragon Riders Corps collectively dispatched and summoned a large number of Dragon Riders. Layers of defense have been laid, just waiting for the starlight to come. The starlight fell and began to accelerate rapidly, turning into countless meteors, dazzling and beautiful. Lin Moyu completed the defense in an instant, multitasking, and the avenue of luck separated a wisp of avenue power, plus the previous arrangement, covering the sky and the earth. Before the starlight finished accelerating, the undead army had already launched an attack. Magic, White Bone God Slash. With the Skeleton King present, the Skeleton God will share the Skeleton King's magic. Countless sword lights lit up, and a large number of meteors were shattered on the spot. The Skeleton King also swung his sword at the same time, and the bloody White Bone Avenue emerged, turning into a sea of bones, and shattered countless starlight again. 1,000 miles around was cleared, but that only occupied a small part of the starlight in the sky. The starlight completed acceleration and turned into starlight sweeping over the sky. The undead army was constantly shattered by the starlight and turned into white bones. The starlight shattered the undead, quickly locked onto Lin Moyu, and turned to shoot. Along the way, there were countless skeletons blocking the way, all of which were smashed to pieces by the starlight. After the starlight smashed several undead, its energy also weakened. The power carried by each point of starlight was not strong, and it exploded after smashing several skeletons. Lin Moyu used the undead army as meat and continued to weaken the starlight. Under the impact of infinite starlight, the skeleton hell twisted sharply and was about to break. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton hell shrank and stabilized again. The attack came and went quickly. From the completion of acceleration to the end of the attack, it took less than 0.000ths of a second. Most of the defense circle formed by the undead army collapsed. Until the end of the attack, many skeletons were completely shattered. Fortunately, it was finally blocked, and the dead were resurrected one after another. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. He finally blocked it. If there were more starlight, it would probably be a lot of trouble. The main reason was that the speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. The sword light jumped, and the giant sword master suddenly stopped. The great Dao locked the enemy away, and the giant sword Dao Zun also lost his target. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, he had roughly known what was going on. Densely packed skeleton god generals were summoned, the number exceeded 10 billion. Between heaven and earth, there were full of skeleton god generals, almost one every few meters. After summoning the skeleton god generals, Lin Moyu spread out countless great Dao powers, like a big net, covering the 4 fields. After waiting for a while, Starlight finally appeared again. At the moment the Starlight appeared, the skeleton god general swung his sword, and the white sword energy blasted in all directions, covering the sky and the ground, covering the entire map. At the same time, the power of the great Dao also followed like a shadow, wanting to attach to the great Dao behind the Starlight. Neither the sword energy of the skeleton god general nor the power of the great Dao was 100% safe. Lin Moyu took 2 approaches at the same time, so that it was safe. The Starlight that had just appeared was immediately blasted out by the sword energy, and a large amount of sword energy attacked the starry sky. The starry sky shook like the waves, like an invisible big mouth, swallowing all the sword energy. All attacks failed, and the sword energy of the skeleton god general could not hit the existence hidden in the air. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, it is true. If you don't understand the power of the great Dao, you can't lock the opponent, and you can't really hit the opponent. The attack of the skeleton god general failed, and the great Dao calendars successfully attached to the great Dao behind the Starlight. The great Dao successfully locked the enemy again. The giant sword Dao Zun waved his hand and swung a sword, and the skeleton god general and the skeleton god general also attacked at the same time. In an instant, the sword light in the starry sky was shining. All attacks locked and killed along the great Dao and hit the opponent. Boom! The starry sky shook violently, and Lin Moyu seemed to hear the sound of shattering, as if something was broken. The starry sky was shaking, the Milky Way in the sky was glittering, and countless stars fell, more than before. Come on! Lin Moyu's thoughts rolled, and hundreds of millions of skeleton gods swung out sword energy at the same time, covering the world. Countless stars were smashed by the sword energy, and they didn't even have a chance to accelerate. Lin Moyu smiled, this time is different from the last time. Last time, it was too hasty to stop the Starlight from accelerating. This time is completely different. At this time, there are already hundreds of billions of skeleton gods, and hundreds of millions of dragon riders, and the attack can cover every corner in an instant. The second batch of Starlight was shattered without even a chance to accelerate. For others, the situation is extremely difficult to deal with, but for Lin Moyu, it is no pressure. I don't know how those geniuses will deal with it when they come in. Although the attack power of such Starlight is not strong, the speed is so fast that it is enough to give them a headache. Lin Moyu roughly imagined it and felt that those geniuses should rely on their protective magic weapons to withstand the Starlight. And take the opportunity to find a way out. There must be a way out in this grassland, but I just couldn't find it. Lin Moyu believes that those geniuses can't use the Starlight to comprehend the method of locking the enemy with the help of the Avenue like himself. Although they can leave the grassland in that way, they will miss an opportunity. Therefore Zero asked for flowers, Zero. And Lin Moyu feels that his method is correct. If I'm not wrong, even if I leave the grassland, I'm still on the periphery of the Star Wind secret treasure. If you want to enter the secret treasure, you must break through the grassland. Thinking of the dungeons and secret realms that I have conquered, this is the case. The wrong method may also have gains, but it cannot get the final reward. The Starlight that just fell in the sky only existed for a moment before it was blasted away by the infinite sword energy. As the Starlight fell, the avenue locking the enemy also suddenly disappeared. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with enlightenment, so that's it, only when the Starlight appears can we attack you. In that case, then wait a little longer, there's no need to rush, see how many rounds you can survive. Zero. It's quite interesting to be able to cut off the great Dao and lock the enemy. When Lin Moyu found that the opponent cut off the Great Dao and locked the enemy twice, he couldn't help but feel curious. The Great Dao locks the enemy is a way to defeat the enemy, and cutting off the Great Dao locks the enemy is a way to protect oneself. Now I have mastered the Great Dao lock. If I can master how to cut off the Great Dao, my combat power can be raised to another level. In that case, take your time, don't be too fast. Before, I wanted to deal with the opponent as soon as possible and rush to the next area, but now I'm not in a hurry. Waiting for the Starlight to appear again, Lin Moyu completed the Great Dao lock, and then a skeleton god launched an attack. The attack of the skeleton god is the weakest of Lin Moyu's various means. Lin Moyu thinks that weakening the attack may give him more chances. Unfortunately, the result is not what he thought. When the skeleton god's attack hit, Lin Moyu heard the sound of shattering again. It was exactly the same as the attack of the giant sword Taoist before, and the starry sky was shaking more violently. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that the attack that the opponent could withstand was not based on the strength of the attack, but on the number of attacks. According to the current situation, he could withstand at most 10 attacks, no more than that. After the sword energy hit the opponent, the starry sky would drop endless starlight and attack him. Unfortunately, these starlights were blasted out before they lasted half a second. The moment the starlight fell, the avenue locking the enemy was cut off. Lin Moyu was waiting for this moment. His luck and comprehension were currently at their peak. Lin Moyu went all out to feel it carefully. After 5 consecutive inductions, Moyu finally smiled. The cracking sound became louder and louder, and the shaking in the starry sky was also intensifying. Lin Moyu knew that the starry sky was about to collapse. Starlight fell again and again, the number increased, and the difficulty became higher and higher. It made no difference to Lin Moyu, and there was no threat. No matter how many starlights there was no chance to accelerate, and they were all swallowed up by the sword energy in an instant. Under the starry sky, it was Lin Moyu's world. Finally, after the 8th wave of starlight was extinguished, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly shone brightly. I understand. The repeated comprehension was not in vain, and Lin Moyu finally realized the method of cutting off the avenue. Once you understand it, you will find that this method is indeed very simple. At that moment, Lin Moyu even felt a little stupid. Cutting off the avenue actually uses the same method as separating the avenue. Just expel the avenue power that the other party has locked on you from your own avenue. This is very simple, not 380 at all difficult. The difficulty is how to find the avenue power of the other party. This is difficult for others, but it is not difficult for Lin Moyu either. His soul was so sharp that he could easily find it if he paid attention. Now that he knew the method, he had to practice it. Lin Moyu let a little starlight fall and completed the acceleration. The starlight smashed the skeleton god, and Lin Moyu immediately felt that a ray of the power of the avenue locked him. At the moment he was locked, Lin Moyu's avenue roared and chased. The starlight that had been flying suddenly lost its target and stopped in the air without moving. The starlight lost its speed and all its power. Lin Moyu slowly pinched the starlight with his fingers and found that the true face of the starlight was actually just a little dust. The dust was constantly accelerated, and in the process of acceleration, it gave the starlight a powerful force, and finally exerted an attack power that was not weaker than that of the Tao Zun. Pinching the starlight with his fingers, Lin Moyu said to himself, in this way, it will not be so easy for others to lock the enemy through the avenue. With a light pinch, the starlight shattered on the spot. Lin Moyu raised his head and looked at the starry sky. You are useless. All the functions of this grassland starry sky have been mastered by Lin Moyu, and they have lost their value. 2 minutes later, accompanied by a thunderous sound, the starry sky shattered. The world hidden behind the starry sky was also revealed. This is a dark world, like a night sky without stars and light, a broken bow, hanging high in the night sky, shining. Lin Moyu felt a familiar breath from this broken big bow. It's the bow of Lord Luoxingxing. Could this be Lord Luoxingxing's origin secret storage? This thought was wiped out as soon as it came out. Lin Moyu almost instinctively felt that this was definitely not Lord Luoxingxing's origin secret storage. If the Lord left behind the origin secret storage, it is most likely to be selecting a successor. Generally, the successor is in the realm of Tianzuan, and it is impossible to be so dangerous. To make the ancestors above the 7th realm of Daozuan fall, Lin Moyu felt that it would be impossible unless Lord Luoxingxing himself took action personally. Looking at the bow again, it is already broken. Although it is still powerful, it is also a fact that it is broken and no longer at its peak. As the bow of Lord Luoxingxing, how could it be easily broken? There is only one possibility: Lord Luoxingxing died here. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, and he thought a lot in an instant. This secret treasure of the origin can make Lord Luoxingxing die, which is indeed very dangerous. It seems normal that a secret treasure that can cause the death of the Star Lord would trap several ancestors. While Lin Moyu was thinking, the Star Lord of Falling opened. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky, and Lin Moyu only felt his body sink, as if he was carrying a mountain, and his feet sank into the grass. The bow of the Star Lord of Falling burst into a strong light, illuminating the entire grassland. The thousands of starlights on the purple-black grass suddenly broke away from the grass, flew upside down, and flew into the bow, and a long arrow appeared on the bow. Lin Moyu knew that this would be the last arrow. If he couldn't bear it, he would die. If he could bear it, he could enter the next area. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the danger of the Star Wind secret treasure was even greater than that of the God-slaying sect. In fact, there was no danger in the God-slaying sect. At most there was no gain. There must have been an agreement between the Third Ancestor and the 2 Sect Master. The God-slaying sect was more of a place for training, and it was also where the Third Ancestor laid out. Lin Moyu didn't know why the Third Ancestor did this, and what it was for after laying out for so many years. However, Lin Moyu was sure that the Third Ancestor must have a purpose, including what he wanted him to do. Compared with the God-slaying sect, the Star Wind secret treasure was much more dangerous. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu looked indifferent. The giant sword Dao Zun slowly flew up and blocked in front of Lin Moyu. Whoosh! The sharp arrow flew out, and the night sky was illuminated as bright as day. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt as if a star was falling and was going to smash him to pieces. His own avenue, his own flesh, and his own soul, all had the illusion of being smashed to pieces zero. This arrow was not based on speed, but was simply crushed by power. The great sword Taoist master waved his hand, and a huge sword came out in response, colliding with the sharp arrow. Like a collision of stars, the sharp arrow burst into brilliant light and exploded. Lin Moyu frowned. He felt that he was locked by the great Tao, and there was an extremely sharp breath shooting towards him. In his sight, a ray of light passed through the explosion layer and shot towards him. The great sword Taoist master attacked again, but this light suddenly accelerated and avoided the blockade of the great sword Taoist master. This arrow is the real protagonist, first suppressing people with force, and then hiding a second attack. Lin Moyu was not panicked. The great Tao roared and vibrated, and directly dispersed the great Tao calendar area that locked him. In an instant, this sharp arrow with great momentum lost its target and stopped in mid-air without moving. It revealed its true appearance, a sharp arrow with gold and silver. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and held the sharp arrow in his hand. Sure enough, it has the same breath as my broken arrow. It is indeed the magic weapon of the Star Lord. The Star Lord's magic weapon is broken here. It seems that the Star Lord really fell here. I wonder if this arrow can make the Star Arrow Lich merge. It should be possible. After Lin Moyu held the arrow for a few seconds, a gust of wind rolled up, making a buzzing sound. In the dark night sky, the broken bow once again shone brightly, and a majestic middle-aged man appeared in the night sky. This man has sharp eyebrows and eyes. When he was looked at, Lin Moyu felt his skin slightly painful. 4.3 Little guy, you are very good. The middle-aged man's voice was gentle and kind. Junior Lin Moyu, meet the Star Lord. Lin Moyu saluted respectfully. He knew the other party's identity, that is, a wisp of the remaining soul of the Star-Lord. By now, Lin Mohan has been completely sure that the Star-Lord has fallen. Luo Xingxingjun sighed, no need to be so polite. I am only a remnant soul left, and I am no longer a Star-Lord. Lin Mohan said, although I don't know why you died, you were once a Star-Lord, and you are a senior of my human race. You deserve my courtesy. Luo Xingxingjun laughed, little guy, you are very good. I would like to ask you first, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Lin Mohan shook his head, Senior, you are so kind, but unfortunately I have other ambitions. Luo Xingxingjun's voice was still gentle, that's right, with your talent, the position of Star-Lord is not worthy of you. The Star-Lords are very strong, especially the Star-Lords represented by the most famous 28 constellations on the Origin continent, each of whom is a top powerhouse. It is difficult to become a Star-Lord. Although the position of the Star-Lord is not fixed, the position of the 28 strongest Star-Lords has not changed since ancient times. Later, some new Star-Lords were born, but none of them could reach the height of the 28 Star-Lords. Luoxing Star-Lord is one of the 28 Star-Lords, a top Star-Lord, and is on par with Jiao Jiao Star-Lord. In the Origin continent, countless people dream of getting his inheritance and becoming a new generation of Luoxing Star-Lord. But now, Luoxing Star-Lord actually said that his position as a Star-Lord is not worthy of Lin Mohan. At this moment, Lin Mohan was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but ask, do you think highly of me? Lin Mohan said very modestly, you are too kind. I am just a heavenly venerable. Although I have ambitions, I have not yet achieved the great Tao. Maybe one day I will regret it and want the position of Star-Lord again. Falling Star-Lord suddenly laughed heartily, well said, you are brave and diligent, and you know how to stop before it is too late. You are better than I thought. Geniuses like you who can comprehend the great Tao 20 enemies in the heavenly venerable realm are rare. Maybe you can achieve the great Tao in the future. If not, it's not too late to find another way. But I am still a little unwilling. After so many years, I finally waited for someone I like, but the result is like this. Lin Mohan was not polite either. If you don't mind, you can pass on the Star-Lord's inheritance to me. I can find a suitable candidate for you. I will never disgrace the inheritance. If I can't find it, or if I have no way forward, I can use it. Luo Xingxingjun laughed and scolded, good boy, you are treating my inheritance as a backup. Lin Mohan told the truth, Xingyuan should be able to feel that I am very upset. Luo Xingxingjun looked at Lin Mohan without saying a word. Lin Moyu's eyes were clear and bright, and what he said before was the truth. He really thought so and was willing to find a suitable successor for Luo Xingxingjun. At the same time, he was also betting that Luo Xingxingjun would believe in him. After all, this secret treasure of the Origin is about to collapse, and then Luo Xingxingjun's inheritance will be completely annihilated in the long river of history. The 28 constellations of the Origin continent will also become 2 days and 7 constellations. After a moment, Luo Xingxingjun sighed, it seems that this is the only way. Luo Xingxingjun knew what would happen to the secret treasure next. After thinking it over again and again, he made the final decision. From his eyes, Lin Mohan could feel that he did not want to make himself his successor. However, he also knew that it would not be good for him, and he would not agree. What he wanted to pursue was the great Tao, not the position of Star-Lord. In the past, Lin Mohan did not understand what the position of Star-Lord was. He only knew that Star-Lord was high above and was the top power in the hands of the Origin continent. Later, he obtained a lot of information, and after being sorted out by the human emperor, he finally understood the true meaning of the position of Star-Lord. Those who had reached the 7th level of the Great Tao, but had no hope of breaking through, eventually became Star-Lords. The weakest Star-Lord is equivalent to the strong in the 7th level of the Great Tao. And the Star-Lords like the 28 constellations can be compared to the 9th level of the Tao. And there is another advantage of Star-Lords. Although their combat power is equivalent to that of the Tao Zone realm, they have surpassed the Origin continent and are closer to the Great Tao. Influenced by the power of the great Tao, the lifespan of the Star Lords is much longer than that of ordinary Tao Lords. For a top Star Lord like Luoxingxing Lord, living for 3 million years is not a problem at all. The lifespan of the Dao Zun, who is also in the 9th realm, is far inferior to his, unless he uses special means such as self-sealing. That is just a temporary solution. Luo Xingxing Jun has always maintained his peak combat experience in his 3 million years of life. When the Dao Zun reached his last moments, he dared not take action easily. The more power he consumed, the more seriously his lifespan would be affected. Lifespan is the advantage of Xingjuan, but Dao Zun still has a great way to go ahead, while Xingjuan has no way to go forward. This is their disadvantage. People like Lin Mohan who want to pursue the Great Way are naturally unwilling to become Xingjuan. Luo Xingxing Jun tapped his fingers lightly, and the broken bow flew in front of Lin Mohan. This is my Star Lord inheritance magic weapon, the Luo Xing Bao. But it is damaged. If you have a chance, you can repair it. Lin Mohan asked, okay, I don't know how to repair it. Luo Xingxing Jun said, use the blessing of the original power of the sun, or the treasure of the original power of the moon, it can be repaired. Lin Mohan thought for a moment, then took out a piece of sunstone. Can I use this? Lottery Star Lord's eyes lit up. Sunstone, yes, just put the two together. The falling star bow will naturally absorb the sunstone and repair itself. I didn't expect that my friend could even get the sunstone. You are really blessed. Lin Mohan put the two together without saying anything, and the falling star bow emitted a soft light that enveloped the sunstone. Lin Mohan could feel that the sunstone became soft, slowly melted, and merged into the falling star bow. The originally broken falling star bow began to recover slowly. The whole process was very slow and took some time. Lin Mohan looked at it for a while and sighed, it's really magical. Lottery Star Lord said, all Star Lord magic weapons come from the origin of the sun and the origin of the moon, and the sunstone also comes from the origin of the sun. The two have the same origin and can be integrated with each other. The inheritance of this Star Lord is in the falling star bow. If you find a suitable candidate, please help me pass on the inheritance. Lin Mohan nodded, don't worry, Senior, I will look for it carefully. He thought of Jiang Ruoxue from the Jiang family of Fuyo City. At that time, he promised Jiang Ruoxue that if he got the inheritance of the Falling Star Lord, he would copy a copy for them and sell the Falling Star Bow to them first. He would naturally do what he promised, but Lin Mohan also had to look at the situation of the Jiang family to see if there was anyone in the Jiang family who was suitable for this inheritance. If not, he would naturally not give it out easily. It was not a broken promise. There was no time limit in his promise. The fact that the Jiang family did not have a suitable candidate now did not mean that there would be no one in the future. He could wait and was not in a hurry. He only promised to give priority to selling the Falling Star Bow to them, but he did not plan to sell it at all. Naturally, it was not a broken promise. This is the fact. Lin Mohan always leaves himself a way out when speaking, and rarely says things that are final. Just like what I promised to Luo Xingxing Jun now, all the promises are true and will definitely be fulfilled, but the specific way to do it is in my hands. After Luo Xingxing Jun handed over the inheritance to Lin Mohan, he seemed to be relieved, as if his mission had been completed. He looked around the world and there was nothing worth lingering on. He died a long time ago, and his residual soul has existed for who knows how many years. He has been here until now, just to keep the inheritance alive. Lin Mohan said, Senior, can you tell me why you died? Luo Xingxing Jun chuckled, some things, in fact, it doesn't matter whether you know them or not. When this secret treasure of the origin collapses, everything about this place will be completely destroyed. Lin Mohan shook his head, not really. Maybe for the seniors, everything is over, but not for the juniors. I have a good friend, and his father is trapped here. Maybe he is dead, or maybe he is still alive. I promised that friend that I would do everything I could to find her father. I would find him alive or dead. I am a bit stubborn. I will find a way to do what I promised to others. The second half of Lin Moyu's words was actually meant for Luo Xingxingjun. He was telling Luo Xingxingjun that he would do everything he could to fulfill what he promised to others, and he would not retreat easily even if there was danger. Hearing this, Luo Xingxingjun's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he sighed softly, "Okay then. This origin secret treasure was built by me, Han Jiuxingjun, and Erfeng Xingjun, combining the power of the Star Kings that we have cultivated for our entire lives. Its purpose is to trap an enemy to death." Lin Moyu was shocked. Han Jiuxingjun and Erfeng Xingjun are both one of the 28 constellations, and they are all top Star Kings. Each of them is no worse than a strong man in the 9th realm of Dao Zun. If there is any enemy, it requires the three of them to work together to trap them to death. Lin Moyu immediately thought of two possibilities. Is the enemy in the Dao realm? Or is it an extraterritorial god? Luo Xingxingjun said, "It seems that you know a lot. If so, it's easy to say. He is not a strong man in the Dao realm. Even if the three of us tried our best, we couldn't trap him. It's not an out-of-region god. Out-of-region gods are no weaker than Dao realm, and we can't deal with them either. What the three of us trapped together was just a pet of an out-of-region god, also called a divine pet. It was also this divine pet that caused the three of us to die here." When Luo Xingxing said this, he was a little bitter. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. Dao realm and out-of-region gods were very strong, and he could understand it. Back then, the Tushan sect was still called Tu Jiazhuang. Because they killed an out-of-region god, the group changed its name to Tushan Clan. You can imagine how difficult it is to kill an out-of-region god. Compared with the strong men in the Dao realm, they are no different. But he never thought that just a pet of an out-of-region god could cause three top Star Kings to die here. Luo Xingxing continued to speak, and the next words surprised Lin Moyu even more. Lin Moyu even had an illusion that he had heard it wrong. Luo Xingxing's bitter smile became more and more intense. That divine pet was seriously injured in the previous battle and has been recovering from the injury. When we found it, its injuries had not yet fully recovered. Even so, the three of us paid an extremely heavy price to trap it to death. Lin Moyu was speechless. The price was indeed very heavy. 3 star gods died together. Just to kill, the pet of the outer god was only injured. Lin Moyu was very curious. What are the origins of the gods from outside the domain? Luoxing Xingjian shook his head. I don't know where they are from, and I don't even know what they look like. But their fighting style, magic, etc. are 70% similar to ours. They have a very obvious aura, and you will never make a mistake with that aura as long as you see it. We don't know where they came from. At that time, the gods from outside the domain came and a war broke out. This pet of the gods from outside the domain should have been injured in that war. Later, it was hidden and recovered, and finally we found it. Luoxingjian also found it difficult to explain the origins of the gods from outside the domain. He only said that the other party had a special aura and he would not make a mistake as long as he saw it. Lin Moyu knew that he could not ask anything, so he turned to ask about the situation of the Xingfeng secret treasure. The Xingfeng secret treasure was formed by the fusion of the power of the 3 star gods. The periphery of the secret treasure was controlled by Luoxingjian and Erfeng Xingjian, and the central area of the secret treasure was under the charge of Han Jiuxingjian. Among the 3, Han Jiuxingjian had the strongest fighting power. With the combined efforts of the 3, they injured the divine pet again. In the end, Han Jiuxingjian trapped the other party at the cost of his life. Lin Moyu asked, 10,000 years ago, the secret treasure was discovered in the origin continent. Many people came in and out at that time. Did you know about it? Luo Xingxingjian seemed to recall, and said after a moment, although that guy was trapped to death by us, it did not give up and kept resisting. At that time, it resisted the most fiercely, and the defense set up by the 3 of us was almost broken, which made the secret treasure appear in the world. Fortunately, it was finally blocked, but the secret treasure could no longer be hidden, and it did attract a lot of people at that time. Because of that guy, a gap was torn in the central area that Han Jiaxingjun was responsible for, and those people directly passed through the gap and entered the central area of the secret treasure texto. But we should also thank them, because their arrival weakened the power of that guy a lot, and also gave us an opportunity. Lin Mohan asked curiously, what opportunity? Luoxing smiled slightly, the opportunity to kill it. Lin Mohan was suddenly startled, and he realized what the opportunity that Luoxing was talking about was. When they gathered the strength of the three of them, they could only trap the divine pet to death, but could not really kill the other party. Later, they thought of a way to destroy the entire secret treasure and kill the other party with the power generated when the secret treasure collapsed. This was the only way they could think of. Lin Mohan said, "Can't we let them out before killing that guy?" Luo Xingjun shook his head slightly. "It's not that I don't want to let them out, but I can't let them out. In order to really trap that guy to death, Han Jiaxingjun cut off the internal and external passages of the secret treasure. They can't get out, and we can't get in." Lin Mohan asked in a deep voice, "Can they really not get out?" Luo Xingjun nodded, "Can't get out. If they can get out, that guy will definitely find an opportunity. If we let that guy escape, our efforts for so many years will be in vain. I know you want to save people, but you can't save those people." Lin Moyu's eyes glowed slightly. "So, those people are not alive?" Luo Xingjun said, "Some of them should be dead, and the rest are still alive. I can feel that the guy's power is weakening." Lin Mohan said, "There is always a way out. I believe there must be a way to save them. Please give me some advice, Senior." Luo Xingjun said, "There is only one way, kill that guy. But that guy is unlikely to be killed. The three of us have tried and failed. If you go in now, it will only add one more trapped person. It's better to leave immediately. You still have a bright future. It's not worth it." Lin Moyu's eyes moved slightly and he sighed softly. "Some things can't be measured by whether they are worth it or not. Please tell me how to kill that guy, or how to seriously injure him. I want to try it." Lin Mohan knew that the three of Luoxing had fought with each other for so long and had seriously injured each other. He must know some information. If he wants to go, the more information he has, the better. In addition to his promise to Lu Fengyao, Lin Mohan has a vague feeling to go in. If he can kill the pet of the outer god, it will be good for him. As for what the benefit is, it is unknown. It's just that the luck of the purple light soaring into the sky and the dragon of luck resounding in his ears tell him in the dark that killing the other party will be good for him. Luo Xingjun asked, "Are you really determined to go in?" Lin Mohan nodded, "I am sure I will go in. If I fail, I will only let down the good intentions of Xingjun." Luo Xingjun waved his hand, "It doesn't matter. I have already given up. Finding the successor is just a luxury. It doesn't matter if he is gone. Since you have made the decision, that is your way. I will not stop you." Luo Xingjun actually didn't know how to kill the divine pet. He told Lin Mohan about the battle with the divine pet. The three Star Kings tried their best and barely hurt the divine pet. To be precise, they didn't seriously injure the divine pet, but took advantage of the divine pet's injuries that had not healed. Otherwise, they couldn't hurt the divine pet at all. Soul attacks are ineffective, physical attacks are ineffective, and various spells are ineffective. All attacks can only repel the divine pet, but can't really hurt the divine pet. But he also consumed a lot of power in the battle with us, causing the previous injuries to relapse. If there is any way to kill it, we can only delay it until the divine pet's power is exhausted. However, we didn't do it. The divine pet's recovery ability is too strong. If it's delayed, we will definitely be the first to be exhausted." Lin Mohan asked about the current situation of the divine pet, but Luo Xingjun said he didn't know. Han Jiaxingjun cut off contact with the inside and outside, and had not contacted Luo Xingjun for thousands of years. Luo Xingjun didn't know the specific situation inside. He could only sense something slightly. In addition to Han Jiaxingjun and that guy, there were other people in the central area. Those people were the ones who came in before and were also trapped inside. Luo Xingxingjun asked again, "Are you sure you want to go in?" Lin Moyu took a deep breath. "Yes, I want to go in. Please show me the way." Luo Xingxingjun sighed, "Since you insist on going your own way." Luo Xingxingjun suddenly waved his hand, and a large amount of purple and black grass flew out from the grassland, forming a sharp arrow in the air. The sharp arrow whistled away and disappeared in the night sky. A moment later, Lin Yu felt a wind blowing from afar. This wind was very strange, sometimes cold and sometimes hot, alternating. Lin Moyu immediately realized that Erfengxingjun had come. The two winds in Erfengxingjun are Yin and Yang winds. Yang wind is for fighting, and Yin wind is for stripes. Erfengxingjun's combat power is also top-notch. He uses wind to achieve Taoism, and the wind he blows is extremely sharp. One cold, one hot, one Yin, one Yang, two completely different breezes converged in the air, and a human figure was formed. This human figure was twisted and flying in the air, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Although it was just a remnant soul, and even the appearance could not be seen clearly, Lin Moyu still recognized at a glance that the divine pet was Erfengxingjun. After Erfengxingjun arrived, he whispered, "Luoxing, why did you call me?" Luoxing said, "Dao Yu Erfeng, I would like to ask you to help me send someone into the secret center." Erfeng glanced at Lin Moyu. "What's the point of sending a little guy in the Tianzuan realm in, to be eaten by others?" Luoxing said, "Little friend Lin is not an ordinary person. He is in the Tianzuan realm, and he has realized the method of locking the enemy with the great Dao, and at the same time, he has also learned how to cut off the opponent's lock." Erfengxingjun was surprised. "You actually figured out the method of locking the enemy with the great Dao in front of the Dao Zun realm." Lin Moyu said, "The junior is just lucky." Erfengxingjun finally looked at Lin Moyu formally, his eyes blowing like the wind, penetrating every hole. "Not bad, not bad. A high-level Tianzuan who is less than 3,000 years old, a rare genius that is rarely seen in tens of millions of years. A high-level Tianzuan can comprehend the wonders of the great Dao, and his comprehension is also top-notch. But what about this?" Erfeng changed his tone. "Brother Luoxing, do you think he can get rid of that guy?" Luoxing Xingjuan shook his head. "I don't think so, but he must go in, and I can't stop him." Erfeng looked at Lin Moyu. His tone was a little stern. "Do you know that going in is equivalent to sending yourself to death? With your qualifications, it is very likely that you will surpass the Dao Zun and step into the great Dao in the future. Why are you so anxious to die?" Lin Moyu knew that Erfengxingjun was concerned about him, so he bowed to him. "Thank you for your kindness, Xingjun, but I have a reason to go. Besides, I have been practicing for a long time, and I have experienced many life and death dangers, and I have always survived. I believe this time is no exception." Erfeng was unmoved. "Unless you give me a reason, I will not let you go." Lin Moyu thought about it. "Senior Luoxing told me just now that the three seniors were unable to hurt the pet in the process of fighting with that guy. Kachi, Jr. has thought about it. Maybe I have found some reasons." Erfengxingjun said, "Tell me?" "They have been fighting for so many years, but they have not found the weakness of the pet. He doesn't believe that Lin Moyu can find it." Lin Moyu spit out two words, "real and fake." Erfengxingjun and Luoxing Xingjuan's eyes suddenly changed. Lin Moyu's words suddenly made them think of a possibility. Luo Xingxingjun said, "You mean, can the power of the void kill the divine pet?" Lin Moyu said honestly, "I'm not sure either." Erfengxingjun said, "Even if the power of the void is really needed, it's useless. We don't understand the power of the void, and we don't have that kind of magic weapon." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Maybe I can try it." He spread his palms, and an invisible force gathered. Gradually, a purple short sword appeared in his hand. The sword of luck gathers luck and condenses into something, and finally turns from virtual to real. You can only see its exterior, and the inside is still the real power of the void, the pure and incomparable void history. The two Star Lords' eyes widened, and they said in unison, "You actually mastered the great Tao of luck." Falling Star Lord immediately corrected, "No, what you used before was not the great Tao of luck." Lin Mohan smiled and said, "The junior masters many great ways, one of which happens to be the great Tao of luck." The two Star Lords looked at each other. Even they rarely saw people who achieved the status of heavenly venerable by the great Tao of emptiness. Normally, ordinary practitioners need to understand the reality of the virtual when they are in the supreme realm. Understanding the reality of the virtual, Song knew that the world is divided into the virtual and the real. At this time, in fact, a crack has been opened for the practitioners. People with ability can go through this crack to see the world of the great Tao of emptiness. But most people can't see it. When they were heavenly venerable, they realized the truth and entered the realm. Most people also achieved heavenly venerable by the real heavenly Tao. There is no way. The great Tao of emptiness is not only invisible and intangible, but also impossible to sense, let alone comprehend. Those who can achieve heavenly venerable by the great Tao of emptiness are truly rare. At least the three of them are not, they don't have this ability. Luo Xingxingjun whispered, "I think, let Lin Xiaoyu try it, what if it works?" Erfeng Xingjuan still insisted, "What if it doesn't work?" Luo Xingjuan said, "But you have to try it." Erfeng Xingjuan shook his head, "I can't afford to lose, such a genius should not bet." The two insisted on their own opinions and refused to give in. Lin Mohan could see that Erfeng Xingjuan was a bit stubborn, even if only a remnant soul was left. He said, "Senior Xingjuan, I think that the way of cultivation should be brave and diligent. If you are timid, it is difficult to reach the peak. The real strong is not cultivated, but in the blood of life and death, stand up, and stand to the end." Junior comprehends the avenue of luck, and the luck is at its peak. Junior believes that he can be safe and sound. His words were so powerful that no one could refute them. If he was safe, then the one who died was the pet of God. Erfeng hesitated for a long time, and finally said helplessly, "Since you insist so much, then go ahead, I hope you can succeed." Erfeng Xingjuan finally agreed to open the way for Lin Mohan. Since Hanjiu Xingjuan blocked the central area, if you want to enter the central area, you need Luo Xingjuan and Erfeng Xingjuan to work together to open the passage. Erfeng Xingjuan waved his hand, "Wind." In an instant, the wind whistled, and two completely different winds blew from different directions. One cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. The two winds collided with each other, forming a storm that rushed straight into the sky. Luo Xingjuan put his hand on the bow, and the big bow composed of the original power was formed. The bow was pulled full circle, and a sharp arrow appeared on the bow. The wind in the grassland continued, and all the purple and black grasses stood upside down and pointed straight to the sky. "I will use this arrow to open the way for you. The opportunity is only a moment, you should seize it." Lin Mohan clasped his fists towards Luo Xingjuan, "Thank you, senior." He knew very well that both Erfeng Xingjuan and Luo Xingjuan were only left with residual souls, and the power would be reduced by 1 point. Opening the way for themselves would cost them a lot of time. With gratitude in his heart, the wings of the undead spread out. The soul force rolled and moved, injecting into the wings of the undead. Whoosh! The arrow lighted up and cut through the sky. Lin Mohan followed closely, using all his strength to follow the arrow closely. The second Wind Star King shouted, "The wind rises, I will open the way with the wind, and the sky will be blue in the future." The strong wind exploded in the sky, tearing the night apart, revealing a blue sky. It really opened a blue sky, and the blue sky was chilly. Lin Mohan felt the biting cold from a distance, and before he got close, Mohan felt like he was being frozen. This is the domain of Hanjai-Exingjan, one of the 28 constellations, who is in charge of the ice road. 9 is the extreme number, which means that Hanjai-Exingjan's coldness reaches the limit and can freeze everything. The arrow of Luoxingjan hit the blue sky, and a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The crack was not big, just enough for one person to pass through. Lin Moyu rushed into the glacier the moment the crack appeared. Only half a second after he entered, the tent returned to normal. The strong wind disappeared, the blue sky was no longer there, and Erfeng Xingjuan whispered, "I hope he can succeed." Luoxing Xingjun nodded slightly, "I really want to see that guy die with my own eyes." Erfeng laughed, "If he really succeeds, I will treat you to a meal then." Luoxing Xingjun smiled, "What to eat?" Erfeng said, "Northwest wind." The Hanjiu Glacier, layer upon layer, spread across the infinite earth. Any object here seemed to be frozen, the earth was frozen, and the coldness rushed to the sky. Suddenly, a crack in the ground, Lin Moyu shook the wings of the dead, and came out of Ice 3. After he left the glacier returned to normal in an instant. When he looked back, he could no longer find the way back. Lin Moyu entered the core area of the Xingfeng secret treasure. It was a desolate place here, and glaciers were everywhere. The Star Wind secret treasure, I think it's more appropriate to call it the Ice secret treasure. The name of the secret treasure centered on ice is actually Star Wind, which is really not appropriate. The skeleton generals flew out one after another, and a full 10,000 generals began to search for the right path. The Lord of Falling Stars had told Lin Moyu before that the central area in charge of the Lord of Cold 9 Stars was extremely vast. As for how big it was, he didn't know. Anyway, it was very big. Lin Moyu didn't mean to underestimate the glacier, and directly mobilized tens of millions of generals to explore the way. The topographic map of the glacier quickly formed in his mind. Where there were icebergs and cliffs, it was all clear. This place is not like the grassland where the road is flat. There are cliffs everywhere, and there are a lot of them. An hour later, the skeleton god general had flown a long way and finally arrived at the end of the glacier. There were endless icebergs in front of him, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky at some point. "It's snowing." Lin Moyu connected to the skeleton god general's vision and saw snowflakes falling from the sky, but there were only two colors, gray and white, which was very monotonous. In the vision of the undead, the world was lifeless, and Lin Moyu had long been accustomed to this feeling. But this pure white world also gave him a similar feeling. The skeleton god general left the glacier and continued to move forward in the wind and snow. Unknowingly, the skeleton god general was covered with a layer of white snow. They were originally as white as jade, and the white snow covered them, but they were worse than they were. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. "There's something wrong with this snow." Lin Moyu found that the speed of the skeleton god general was slowing down. Not only the speed, but also the movement was much slower, as if he was carrying an infinite weight. "These snows, weight limit." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton god general rolled in the air, trying to shake off the snow on his body. But the snowflakes seemed to be firmly attached to the skeleton god general, and no matter how it rolled, it would not fall off. This made Lin Moyu realize that the snow was wrong. The skeleton god general burst out with all his strength, and the snowflakes on his body were immediately shaken away, but the next second, they flew back as if time was reversed, and still fell on the skeleton god general. The moment the snowflakes were shaken away, the skeleton god general's speed increased again. This made Lin Moyu sure that it was the problem of the snowflakes. Therefore Zero asked for flowers. The snowflakes will increase the weight and limit the speed. Lin Moyu signaled to let a few skeleton god generals come back, return to the glacier, and enter the area without snow. As soon as they entered the glacier, the snowflakes on the skeleton god general began to melt. In less than 2 minutes, they had melted and disappeared, and the skeleton god general also regained his agility. Lin Moyu was thoughtful. "It seems that the rules of the two areas are different. Let's see first. I don't know if that direction is correct. The skeleton god will fly in all directions. Currently, only one direction flies out of the glacier and encounters heavy snow. In the other directions, the skeleton god will still fly on the glacier, and the edge has not been seen yet. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry and waits patiently." After half a day, the skeleton gods who flew into the snowflakes finally couldn't fly anymore. The snowflakes have covered them all, and they can't even be seen as skeletons. They have completely turned into a snowman. The skeleton god stopped one by one and stood still. It's not that they want to move, but they can't move. Each snowflake is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. They carry infinite weight and will completely suppress the picture. Next, the sight is also blocked by the snowflakes. In the world of ice and snow, there are a lot of skeleton snowmen. This is the weight of the ice avenue. The avenue can be light or heavy, and can be expressed in various forms. Han Jiaxingjun uses the light snowflakes to show the weight of the heavenly Tao. It seems that Han Jiaxingjun has already reached the level of handling the avenue as if it were heavy. Lin Mohan knows that his keen spiritual perception is very delicate in handling the avenue. But compared with Han Jiaxingjun, he is still far behind. This is also normal. He is the heavenly venerable, not even the Tao venerable. Han Jiaxingjun is enough to be on par with the Tao venerable 9 realms. The two are far apart. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton gods covered with ice and snow collapsed and died on the spot. Once the skeleton gods died, the snowflakes lost their target. A gust of wind blew, and the heavy snowflakes flew up as if they were nothing, flying everywhere in the air. At this time, the dead skeleton gods were resurrected again, like a new life, and flew towards the distance again to meet new snowflakes. Using the undead spirit, Lin Mohan can make the skeleton gods ignore the snowflakes and go deeper. On the other side, another skeleton god finally left the glacier. A glacier fell from the sky, turning into rolling waves running between the icebergs and snowy mountains. Suddenly, a roar came from the iceberg, and the glacier exploded with a bang. A 10,000-meter-high water column rushed straight into the sky, turning into an ice dragon, circling and roaring in the air. The glacier trembled and cracked. The glacier that seemed to have never melted was cracked in the roar of dragons, and the cracks were as dense as spider webs, covering the land for thousands of miles. The next second, the glacier returned to normal again, as if the previous scene had never appeared. The ice dragon circled, and a pair of dragon eyes swept towards the mountains and rivers on the earth, as if looking for something. Suddenly, it found its target. With a roar, the ice dragon rushed forward, like a meteor falling to the ground, and crashed straight into it. Boom! The 10,000-meter glacier exploded, countless ice shot in all directions, and several high mountains shattered and collapsed in the impact. Lin Mohan saw this shocking scene from all angles through the vision of the skeleton god. The ice dragon should be the transformation of Han Jiaxingjun, and the one that the ice dragon attacked should be that divine pet. What exactly is this divine pet? The glacier exploded again, and several ice dragons evolved from the river and crashed into the iceberg one after another. Icebergs collapsed one after another, as if a great battle was going on in the 823. The ice dragon roared continuously, and the coldness spread from the sky to the earth, getting colder and colder. The glacier exploded completely, and the entire glacier evolved into a huge ice dragon over 100,000 meters long. In just a moment, the sky and the earth were frozen, and the skeleton generals who were close to them were collectively unable to move, and their bodies were covered with a thick layer of ice. The ice contained the power of the avenue, and the skeleton generals were frozen inside. Although they were not dead yet, they were no different from death. Lin Mohan could feel that the skeleton generals were heading towards death. However, all this was brought about by this ice dragon over 100,000 levels. The ice dragon also joined the battle, and the remaining icebergs collapsed. Suddenly, a light spot appeared in the vision of the undead, the light of the soul flame. Here it comes! Lin Moyu's heart tightened, and the pet of the domain god finally appeared. There was no color in the glacier world of the undead's vision, and the soul flame was extremely conspicuous. The soul flame approached quickly and magnified rapidly in the vision of the undead. So strong! Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the soul flame in the vision of the undead was extremely powerful. At the same time, Lin Mohan felt an extremely disgusting breath. This breath came from the depths of the soul, naturally and uncontrollably. Lin Mohan finally understood why Luo Xingxingjun said that he would not make a mistake as long as he saw it. How could he make a mistake with this breath that made him extremely disgusted? He didn't even recognize it, but hated the divine pet so much, which could only mean the same thing, that the pet was rejected by the Avenue. The outer gods were rejected by the Avenue, and the reflection in every living being was that this disgust came from the depths of the soul, and it was impossible to resist. The two sides were mortal enemies, there was no possibility of reconciliation, and they would not even say a word. When the two sides met, the only thing to do was to kill the divine pet and turn it into slag. This was a rule set by the Avenue, and it was not allowed to be violated. If you dare to go against your will, then all the great ways you have cultivated will leave you, and you will become a useless person in an instant. Then comes death. Lin Mohan completely understood. Not only will he not admit his mistake, but he has only one choice. I think it feels the same when it sees us. All the creatures in the origin continent are its enemies, without exception. What exactly is the extraterritorial god? The soul flame rapidly enlarged in the vision of the undead, and it escaped from the pursuit of the frost dragon and fled from the frozen world. It was very fast, and it flashed through the glacier world. Lin Mohan interrupted his thinking to catch the trace of the pet. The pet was too fast, and the skeleton god only saw a stream of light going away, and he couldn't see it clearly. Go! Lin Mohan spread the wings of the dead and flew in the direction of the divine pet's escape. The divine pet was too fast, and it would not take long for it to pass through the glacier land. Lin Mohan needed to go all out to stop it. Lin Mohan kept urging the wings of the dead, and the speed increased to the extreme. But the speed of the divine pet was getting faster and faster, and it was still accelerating. No, I can't stop it like this. Lin Moyan's heart moved, and Zhao Dong appeared in front of him. A thought was transmitted at the same time, take me there at the fastest speed. The great Tao of all spirits emerged, and Zhao Dongxing spread his true body of the great Tao and turned into a slender, lizard-like spirit beast. Lightning Lizard, a spirit beast with ordinary combat power but extremely amazing speed. Its speed is almost 10 times that of spirit beasts of the same realm. Lin Mohan fell on the lightning lizard and was led by it to move forward. The speed was several times faster than the wings of the dead, even faster than the speed of the sixth realm of Dao Zun. As he got closer to the divine pet, the disgusting aura became more and more obvious, and Lin Mohan couldn't help but frown. He didn't resist the disgust from his soul. He knew that the real source of this disgust was not his soul, but the great Tao. If he resisted the disgust, he would eventually offend the great Tao and be abandoned by it. The existence of disgust also became Lin Moyan's best signpost, allowing Lin Mohan to easily find the direction even if he was thousands of miles away. 0. Gradually, the figure of the divine pet appeared in his sight. A beam of light was flying close to the glacier in the distance. Lin Mohan kept adjusting the direction and got closer and closer to it. It was shrouded in light and his true appearance could not be seen. However, judging from the size of the light ball, Lin Mohan felt that its body would not be too big. The divine pet obviously also discovered Lin Mohan, and suddenly turned around and flew straight towards Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan felt that he was locked, and at the same time a murderous intent swept over him. It seems that I am a soft persimmon. While he hated the divine pet must also hate him. I am just a high-level Tianzuan, so I will naturally be treated as a soft persimmon. Even a fool knows that you should pick the soft persimmon. 10,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. The distance between the two is shrinking, and the distance of 10,000 kilometers can be reached in the blink of an eye. Lin Mohan still can't see the appearance of the divine pet, but it doesn't stop him from taking action. A ray of the avenue of luck separated, and directly locked his breath along the divine pet, and stuck to it, instantly completing the avenue lock. The giant sword Daozuan appeared in front of him and swung a sword. The sword light locked the enemy along the avenue and rushed straight to Lin Mohan. At the same time, the skeleton hell emerged, the eye of hell opened, and the mighty soul power swept over. Lin Mohan pointed at the same time. Origin level magic, time curse. With multiple approaches, Lin Moyu believed that even if he couldn't hurt the divine pet, he could at least make the divine pet pause. The 5.8 light of the curse flashed, and the divine pet paused violently, and its speed slowed down. Then, there was a wave around it, and the skeleton hell had enveloped it. The eye of hell swept over it, and its speed slowed down by another 3 points. Then, the attack of the great sword Dao Zun came, and the sword light slashed it accurately, and its speed slowed down again. Lin Moyu vaguely saw its appearance, but it was still unclear. The magma rolled, and the evil spirit of hell flew out, opening its huge mouth to bite. Suddenly, a scream was heard, and the spirit of the prison area shattered like glass. The scream shook the soul, and Lin Moyu groaned, and the soul world was violently impacted, and the entire soul world was distorted. The soul world was like a disaster, and many stars in the edge area were shattered on the spot. Fortunately, those stars were barren stars and uninhabited. The world tree stretched out and firmly supported the soul world. The world tree firmly stabilized the soul world, and its branches stretched wildly, spreading to every corner of the soul world, including the former rule world, which was covered by the world tree. The 10-color dragon soul crystal opened its mouth and spit out waves of dragon roars, weakening the external impact layer by layer. The two worked together to finally stabilize the soul world. The soul world was impacted, and Lin Moyu lost consciousness for a moment. When he came to his senses, he found that the skeleton hell had collapsed. Just a scream broke the skeleton hell, and the power of the divine pet was terrifying. The repeated attacks that he had prepared could only slow down the divine pet a little, but could not stop it at all. So strong. Lin Moyu was mentally prepared, and he knew what kind of enemy he was facing. This was a terrifying existence that could make 3 top-star kings fall and hold back many powerful people. Even if it was seriously injured, it was still extremely terrifying. The light lit up in front of his eyes, and it broke through the encirclement and rushed straight to Lin Moyu. The giant sword Taoist evolved into the true body of the great Tao, turned into a giant sword, and blocked in front of Lin Moyu. With a bang, the giant sword Dao Zun was knocked away, and the divine pet also retreated as fast as lightning. The two sides wrestled, and the giant sword Dao Zun was slightly inferior. However, it was not injured at all and rushed towards Lin Moyu again. Lin Moyu realized that the divine pet was quite intelligent and knew that it was the leader, so it planned to kill itself first. Zhao Dongxing continued to retreat quickly, trying to distance himself. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and Zhao Dongxing led Lin Moyu to retreat quickly. Although his speed was not as fast as the divine pet, he could delay a little time. The avenue of luck gathered and quickly formed a short flying sword in Lin Moyu's hand. The condensed flying sword was very small, less than the size of a palm. It was better to say that it was a flying needle than a flying sword. Time is short, so this is the only way. The thought flashed through his mind, and the flying sword in his palm flew out silently, locked the enemy along the avenue, and pierced into the body of the divine pet. The divine pet suddenly screamed, with a little fear in the scream, and suddenly turned and flew away. It works. Lin Moyu condensed the power of the great Tao of luck again. This time, the time was more urgent. The condensed sword of luck was smaller, no different from a larger needle, and weaker. Then the sword of luck vibrated and became as black as ink. The sword of luck turned into a poisonous sword of luck, which could corrode luck. Lin Moyu didn't care whether it was useful or not, and shot out a sword while the great Tao was still locking the enemy. The poisonous sword of luck flashed and disappeared, and the next moment it appeared in the body of the god. There was another scream full of fear, and the god pet fled faster. Lin Moyu saw that the luck on the god pet was stained with a layer of black, and its luck had been poisoned. "You are in big trouble," Lin Moyu said softly, and suddenly frowned. Why does this sound familiar? After thinking for a while, he found that this sentence seemed to be said by Xiao Wu, and he had learned Xiao Wu's words unconsciously. Looking at the direction where the god pet fled, Mo Moyu did not chase it. There is no need to rush to chase the god pet. Now you know how to deal with it. Moreover, with the speed of the divine pet, it would be difficult for him to really kill it alone, and he needed the help of others. The skeleton god general and the snowflakes ran far away in the repeated death and rebirth. Finally saw some different scenery. After passing through the world of snowflakes, a lake appeared in his sight. Because the vision of the skeleton god general was only gray and white, he could not distinguish the color of the lake. However, in the vision of the undead, he could see that in the world behind the lake, there was a soul flame beating, and there was more than one. Found it! Lin Mohan was delighted. He finally found the people who came here. He thought and gradually began to understand the role of snowflakes. Snowflakes contain the power of the great Tao, are very heavy, and can be accumulated infinitely, making them impossible to avoid. No matter how fast the divine pet is, it cannot avoid being touched by the snowflakes. As long as the number is large, the speed of the divine pet will inevitably drop significantly. Speed is the advantage of the divine pet, and the snowflakes are to limit its advantage. So it is natural for those people to hide behind the snowflake world. Otherwise, without the obstruction of snowflakes, the divine pet can fight and leave as it pleases with its speed advantage. It seems that after such a long stalemate, Strategizing has found a way to deal with it. This method is simple and crude, but very effective. Lin Mohan took back Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daozuan, crossed the glacier alone, and entered the world full of snowflakes. The snowflakes fell densely and generously. The skeleton hell has been restored at this time. Lin Mohan unfolded it to see if the hellfire of the skeleton hell can melt the snowflakes. The evil spirits of hell can indeed devour snowflakes, but the speed of devouring is very slow. Each evil spirit of hell needs half a day to digest a snowflake. The power of Strategizing is contained in the snowflakes, which is very high-end and has surpassed the limit of the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell only lasted for 1 minute, and it was overwhelmed by the weight of the snowflakes. If it continues like this, it will soon collapse. Lin Mohan put away the skeleton hell and was not disappointed. If the snowflakes were so easy to deal with, the divine pet would have rushed over long ago. He released a large number of skeleton gods again, weaving them around him into a large net. Lin Mohan used the skeleton gods as an umbrella, and no matter how strong the wind and snow were, they would not affect him. After a batch was under heavy pressure, he would directly replace it with another batch. There was nothing else, just a lot of people. With this crude method, Lin Mohan treated Strategizing's snowflake world as nothing and passed through smoothly. A lake appeared in his sight, clear and green, with a touch of vitality. By the lake, there were also clumps of grass, which brought a little vitality to this ice and snow world. The cold and dead ice and snow world, and the lake with a little vitality, were only separated by a line, forming a strange picture. Lin Mohan did not cross the lake, he walked along Lake 990, heading to the other side. The lake was not particularly large, it was surrounded by the ice and snow world in the center, like a touch of green in the white, beautiful and mysterious. Gradually, Lin Mohan saw the house and felt the breath in the house. They were all cultivators of the human race, and his induction would not be wrong. There were about 3,000 people. Lin Mohan exuded a breath, just like saying hello, telling the other party that I am here. Sure enough, the other party also had a breath rising, and it seemed to be saying hello to Lin Mohan. Then, a person flew in the air, crossed the sky and landed in front of Lin Mohan. He was very fast, and his breath was obscure and powerful. Lin Mohan knew the other party's realm, at least the 7th realm of Daozun. There is an essential difference between the 7th realm of Daozun and the 6th realm of Daozun. Especially at the soul level, it can be easily distinguished after going up a level. Lin Mohan first saluted the other party, Junior Lin Mohan, meet the senior. The other party looked at Lin Mohan, high-level Tianzuan. How did you get here? Lin Mohan smiled slightly, Lo Xingxing Jun and Air Fengxing Jun sent me in, may I know your title? The other party said, I am Gu Luo Chuan. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, Senior, are you from Hansui Holy Land? Gu Luo Chuan nodded, yes, do you know someone from Hansui Holy Land? Lin Moyu said, I met Senior Gutsong some time ago. You actually met the ancestor Gutsong. Gu Luo Chuan was immediately surprised. To prove his words, Lin Moyu took out the token given by the old ancestor Gutsong. Gu Luo Chuan looked at it and his expression suddenly became serious. It is really the token of the old ancestor Gutsong. You must be extraordinary to get the token of the old ancestor Gutsong. Because of the token, Gu Luo Chuan's address to Lin Moyu directly became young friend, and his attitude also changed, and they were friends of the same generation. Lin Moyu asked, Excuse me, Senior Gutsong, is there a Senior Lu Shudao among the survivors? More than 100 people came in, and now there are only more than 30 people left. Needless to say, the rest must have died. With so many people dead, Lin Moyu didn't know if Lu Shudao was still alive. Gu Luo Chuan immediately said, Dao Yu Lu is still alive. Although he was injured at the beginning, his life is not in danger, but his cultivation is a little damaged. Lin Moyu asked curiously, did he hurt his foundation? Gu Luoquan nodded, indeed, he hurt his foundation. Did you come here to find Daoist Lu? Lin Moyu did not hide it. This is one of the purposes. I was entrusted by the Third Ancestor to bring Senior Lu back to the hospital. He said it honestly, and he did not think about gaining everyone's favor. He came here just for Lu Shudao, and as for others, they were just incidental. When the name of the Third Ancestor was mentioned, Gu Luoquan was even more surprised. I didn't expect that even the first group was entrusted to Xiaofa. Lin Moyu said, Please lead the way, Senior Gu. I want to see Senior Lu. Gu Luoquan gestured quickly, Please, Lin, please. Gu Luoquan took Lin Moyu to the house. When the two approached the house, Sheluochuan took out a pressure card. The jade card shone and reflected in the void, and the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. It was like a curtain was pulled open, revealing the true face behind the curtain. There were more houses than he saw, as many as 7,000 or 8,000. Each house looks the same, and it is actually built with origin crystals. Lin Moyu felt the power of the formation from the house. There are formations in these houses. Lin Moyu took a look and shook his head gently. It's not a formation, it's the eye of the formation. The house is built with origin crystals, and the house is built on the node of the formation. The cultivator sits in it and manipulates the formation, which can greatly enhance the power of the formation. This formation, I think it has reached the 8th level. Gu Luochuan's eyes showed surprise. I didn't expect that my friend is so proficient in the way of formations. Lin Moyu said modestly, It's just a little dabbling, not proficient. Gu Luochuan would never believe Lin Moyu's words. He could see the mystery of the formation at a glance. How could he just dabble? They spent a lot of effort to arrange this formation back then. It was led by an 8th level formation master, and dozens of people worked together to complete the formation. The formation did reach the 8th level, but I didn't expect it to be seen through by Lin Moyu at a glance. The two entered the formation, and dozens of seniors with different looks and extremely strong aura were already waiting there. They were curious. Lin Moyu was the only one who came here after thousands of years. When they saw Lin Moyu, they were surprised. How could he be a little guy in the Tianzuan realm? The little guy is really young, less than 3,000 years old. He is already a high-level Tianzuan. It seems that he is likely to achieve Daozuan before 5,000 years old. What do you mean less than 3,000 years old? He is obviously only more than 2,000 years old. In my opinion, he can achieve Daozuan before 3,000 years old. Such a genius is rarely seen in a million years, but why is he here? Didn't Han Jiaxingjun say that the inside and outside have been isolated? Why can he come in, and how did he get in? Why think so much? Don't you know by asking? Gu Luochuan brought Lin Moyu over, and before they asked, Gu Luochuan introduced, This is Lin Xiaoyu. His call of little friend Lin surprised everyone. In the origin continent, people don't use random names. Calling Lin little friend basically means that Gu Luochuan thinks Lin Moyu is qualified to be on the same level as him. At the same time, it also tells others that Lin Mohan is also qualified to be on the same level as them. Lin Mohan saluted everyone at the same time. Junior Lin Mohan, meet all the seniors. Because of Guluachwan's call of little friend Lin, everyone's words and expressions seemed very polite. I wonder how little friend Lin got here. Lin Mohan said that Luo Xingxing Jun and Erfengxing Jun sent him here. As he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone and saw a person among them. This person is somewhat similar to Lu Fengyao and the Third Ancestor. Moreover, he was obviously injured and his breath was a little weak. It must be Lu Shudao. Lin Mohan immediately said to him, "Excuse me, this is Lu Shudao, Senior Lu." Lu Shudao nodded, "Yes, it is me." Lin Mohan said, "I was entrusted by the Third Ancestor and Sister Fengyao to come here and take Senior Lu back." Lu Shudao was shocked. "You actually met the Third Ancestor and Fengyao. Are they okay now?" Lin Mohan smiled and said, "The Third Ancestor is still the same, and Miss Fengyao has achieved Dao Zun a few days ago. She ranked 10th in this Tianjiao conference." When Lu Shudao heard that Lu Fengyao had become Dao Zun, he immediately felt a sense of comfort as long as Fengyao is safe. 11. As a father, as long as Lu Fengyao is safe, he will be relieved. Lin Mohan looked at Lu Shudao. Lu Shudao's injuries seemed to be more serious than imagined, not as lightly described by Gu Luochuan. His foundation was already injured, and his realm was also floating and unstable, and he could fall at any time. For a cultivator, this kind of injury is already a matter of life and death. Lin Mohan asked in a deep voice. Senior Lu seemed to be seriously injured. Lu Shudao waved his hand. His life was fine. At this time, someone said, Dao Yu Lu originally had a chance to heal his injuries, but it was a pity that Dao Yu Lu gave the only Dao Tongso pill to Han Jai Xingjun, which made himself seriously injured and difficult to treat. Lu Shudao said repeatedly, "Don't say that. Dao Tongso pill is more useful for Han Jai Xingjun than for me. If it weren't for the blessing of the star, we might have died long ago." Lin Mohan asked curiously, "Didn't Han Jai Xingjun fall a long time ago?" Lu Shudao replied, "He did fall, but Dao Tongso pill made Han Jai Xingjun come back to life." He explained. Lin Mohan finally understood what was going on. Although Han Jai Xingjun was dead, his body still existed, but was frozen. Relying on his residual soul alone, it was actually difficult for Han Jai Xingjun to stop the divine pet, otherwise he would not have been torn open that year. Good money Zhao. Later, Lu Shudao gave the only Dideo Tongso pill to Han Jai Xingjun. Under the effect of Dideo Tongso pill, Han Jai Xingjun's body and soul actually recovered. Although he was not resurrected, he was able to exert his peak combat power for a long time. This period of time was enough for them to destroy the secret treasure and drag the divine pet to die together. The three Star Lords concentrated all their efforts to create a secret treasure, and the god was trapped in it. Han Jiu Star Lord was constantly chasing the god pet. He could not kill the god pet, but he could make the god pet have no chance to recover. In addition to the old injuries left by the war countless years ago, they could not hurt the god pet at all now, and could only suppress it continuously, triggering the old injuries. And they, together with Han Jiu Star Lord, seized the opportunity and tried to suppress the god Pang. It was a pity that they had never succeeded, and those who had come and died one by one. Lu Shudao was injured by the god pet in one of the battles, which hurt his foundation. At this time, Lin Mohan took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Shudao. Senior Lu, this is for you. Lu Shudao opened the jade bottle with doubts, and a strong vitality rushed out of the bottle. Lu Shudao trembled violently. Dao Tongso pill. Lin Mohan said, "Yes, Senior Lu, take it and repair your foundation as soon as possible." Lu Shudao seemed to hesitate and did not take it immediately. The people around him said, "Dao Yu Lu, what are you waiting for if you still don't take it?" "That's right, you have been dragging it for so long, you shouldn't drag it anymore. This is fate." Dao Yu Lu gave his Dao Tongso pill to Han Jai Xingjun, but I didn't expect that someone would send Tian Dao Tongso pill now. The words of several people were full of envy. They all knew the value and function of Dao Tong's Ho pill, which was equivalent to a life. A dead person like Han Jiaxingjun could use Dao Tong's Ho pill to live again. Lin Moyu asked, "Does Senior Lu have any other concerns?" Lu Shudao whispered, "I was thinking, if I give this Dao Tong's Ho pill to Han Jiaxingjun, can it help him recover a little more? If I take it." Lin Moyu understood Lu Shudao's concerns and couldn't help but laugh. No need. Even if Han Jiaxingjun recovers to his peak, he is just dragging the divine pet, which has no effect on the current situation. In this way, the final result is nothing more than dragging until the secret treasure collapses, and 993 will eventually perish with the divine pet. The junior came in with the instructions of the third ancestor and Sister Feng Yao, and was to take Senior Lu out and find out the true situation of this secret treasure. Now that the situation of the secret treasure is known, it's nothing more than that divine pet, just find a way to kill it. Lin Moyu said it easily, but this made everyone frown. They are a group of powerful people in the seventh realm of Daozuan, plus Yao Jiaxingjun. They can't do anything with Shinpang. How can you, a mere heavenly venerable, say such arrogant words? It was only because of Lu Shudao and Gu Luochuan that they did not say it directly. But the look in Lin Moyu's eyes had changed. Gu Luochuan asked, "Little friend Lin, did you bring any powerful magic weapon in?" As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly understood a little. If Lin Moyu brought a powerful magic weapon, maybe there would really be a chance. Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't have any powerful magic weapon. On the way here, I met that divine pet, and I have already injured it. If I judge correctly, I should be able to kill it. There is no powerful magic weapon. Encountered halfway and injured him. Relying on his own strength?" No one would believe this if it was said out, and the suspicion that had just been put away was boiling again. However, they were all powerful people in the seventh realm of Daozuan, and they still had basic self-cultivation. From their eyes, it can be seen that they basically did not believe what Lin Moyu said. At this time, the lake water suddenly boiled, and a column of water rose. Snowflakes in the air floated in the center of the lake, and an Iceman naturally formed. The Iceman exuded a strong breath, and the cold air rushed to his face. Lin Moyu immediately knew that this Iceman was Han Jiaxingjun. Everyone greeted Han Jiaxingjun. They had been together for nearly 10,000 years, and they were obviously very familiar with each other, so there was no need for too much politeness. Han Jiaxingjun looked at Lin Moyu. "It was you who injured the divine pet?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Hello, Star-Lord, it was me who injured the divine pet." Wow! Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Moyu actually told the truth. He actually injured the divine pet. What none of them could do was done by a Tianzuan. Han Jiaxingjun asked, "Can you tell me how you did it?" Lin Moyu said, "It's very simple, just use the power of the void." Gu Luochuan's eyes lit up. "It's actually the power of the void. How come we old guys haven't thought of it for so many years?" Lu Shudao smiled bitterly. "It seems that we have all gotten into a dead end. We have lived to an old age, but we have forgotten that there are two kinds of power in the world, the real and the virtual." Gu Luochuan sighed. "This is our limitation. We have been immersed in our own avenues for too long and have forgotten everything else. The people here are not stupid." As soon as Lin Moyu said it, they already knew that this was indeed possible. They always thought that they were too weak and not strong enough, but they never thought that they used the wrong method. It's really a wrong way, and it's a wrong way to the end. Han Jiaxingjun asked, "Did you borrow some magic weapons from the Void Calendar?" Lin Moyu shook his head. The junior has comprehended a great way of the void, and does not need to rely on the magic weapon of the power of the void. Everyone was shocked again. Wow, it's actually a Tianzuan who has achieved great accomplishments in the void. The great Tao of void, this is too difficult. More than 2,000 years old, the great Tao of void has achieved the status of heavenly venerable. This is absolutely unprecedented. I don't know about prehistoric times, but at least in the current origin continent, I have never heard of such a genius. It seems that we are saved this time. The Dao Venerables present all looked very happy. They realized that they were saved and did not have to perish with the secret treasure. Who would want to die if they could live? Lin Moyu looked at Lu Shudao. Senior Lu, you can take the Great Dao Tongso pill now. Lu Shudao did not refuse this time and took the Great Dao Tongso pill. The Great Dao Tongso pill took effect immediately, and Lu Shudao's whole body was covered with a faint light, which looked somewhat similar to the divine light would. Lin Moyu could feel that Lu Shudao's damaged foundation was gradually recovering, and his breath became stable. The medicinal power of the Great Dao Tongso pill did not burst out all at once, but would last for a long time. Even after Lu Shudao's injury is completely recovered, the Dao Tongso pill can still increase his lifespan. This pill is not only a healing pill, but also a longevity pill. At present, it is more magical than my life force. But in the future, it's hard to say. Lin Moyu is confident in his immortal Dao, and the effect of the future life force will definitely not be weaker than the Dao Tongso pill. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lu, the Dao is restored, and the future is limitless. Fellow Taoist Lu has a deep blessing and will surely have good fortune in the future. After destroying the divine pet and leaving this place, fellow Taoist Lu will surely soar into the sky and point directly to the heavenly Dao. Everyone congratulated Lu Shudao, and Lu Shudao was also very happy. Lu Shudao was sincerely grateful. Thank you for your help, little friend Lin. I will definitely reward you handsomely when I get out. Lin Moyu joked, no need for anything else, just return me the Dao Tongso pill. Lu Shudao immediately said, of course, one is not enough. Lin Moyu's eyebrows jumped, one is enough. If there are more, the Third Ancestor will be angry. Lu Shudao laughed, don't worry, the Third Ancestor will solve it with money. After a round of congratulations, Lin Moyu looked at Han Jiaxingjun. Xingjiwen, we can discuss how to kill the divine pet next. Han Jiaxingjun said, before, we were troubled by the inability to cause harm to the divine pet. Now that you have thought of a way, the only problem left is how to catch it. Han Jiaxingjun has seen the essence of the problem. In addition to being able to hurt the opponent, the supply line must be sent to the opponent. After all, Lin Moyu's realm is still too low. Unless the divine pet stands still and lets him kill it, it is possible to be killed. The divine pet is too fast. If it avoids Lin Moyu, it is really difficult to kill. Lin Moyu thought for a while and said, as long as I can trap it for 5 minutes, I am sure to kill it. I can't trap it by myself, but I have a way. As long as you believe in me, I may be able to trap it. Lu Shudao was the first to say that he could trust Lin Moyu completely. After he said that, the rest of the people also expressed their willingness to trust Lin Moyu. Han Jiaxingjun said, of course I trust you, but you have to tell us the specific method. Lin Moyu said, the method is very simple, just listen to my command when the time comes, because the battle situation is changeable and needs to be responded to in real time. Junior will refine a set of formations, through which Junior's thoughts can be transmitted to all seniors at the first time, which is faster than commanding with words. Junior will number each senior, here including Han Jiaxingjun. There are a total of 32 people, Junior will call them from 1 to 32. Lin Moyu did not say too detailed a plan, and everyone understood that everything really needs to be flexible. Lin Moyu compared himself to a commander and regarded them as his subordinates. However, as long as they can kill the divine pet, these people have no objection. Subordinates are subordinates, no big deal. After everyone thought about it, Lu Shudao was the first to say, I am willing to follow Lin Fa's arrangement. With him taking the lead, the others also expressed their willingness to follow Lin Moyu's arrangement. For thousands of years, they all knew what Lu Shudao was like, and everyone was willing to give Lu Shudao face. Han Jiaxingjun also said that there was no problem and responded that he would temporarily follow Lin Moyu's arrangement. Lin Moyu said, there is one thing I want to say first. Although it is certain to surround and kill the divine pet, there may be accidents, and there is bound to be danger. Seniors, you must obey my command completely. There must not be any mistakes. The divine pet is now injured. Its combat power is not much stronger than that of you seniors. It is impossible to kill you in a short time. Lin Mohan said some of his killings. Killing the divine pet is not an easy task and requires strict arrangements. If one of these Daozuan's 7 realms is disobedient, it may cause the entire siege plan to fail. Everyone said that they would absolutely obey Lin Mohan's orders. Trapped in the secret treasure for nearly 10,000 years, watching their former companions and comrades die one by one. I thought they would perish with the secret treasure, but now there is suddenly hope, so they will naturally not let it go. After speaking of the requirements, Lin Mohan asked Han Jiaxingjun about the various changes in the divine pet in the past 1,000 years. From the battles with the divine pet, he analyzed the opponent's action patterns and further improved his plan. When the 3 Star Kings surrounded and killed the divine pet's combat power was still above the 9th level of Daozuan. The 3 Star Kings were no match for the divine pet even with their best efforts, and could only fight with it reluctantly, and each of them was seriously injured. Although their attacks were ineffective against the divine pet, in the battles and collisions, the divine pet's injuries recurred and its combat power was greatly reduced. The 3 Star Kings took the opportunity to concentrate all their strength at the cost of their lives, built a secret treasure, trapped the divine pet, and continued to consume its power. Using the secret treasure, the 3 Star Kings trapped the divine pet. This lasted for many years. Later, the divine pet had an outburst, tearing a gap in the secret collection, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Han Jiaxingjun fought with all his strength to prevent the divine pet from escaping. Once the divine pet escaped, all their efforts would be in vain. It was at this time that the secret collection was revealed to the world and discovered by several ancestors of the origin continent. Several ancestors felt the powerful aura leaking from the secret collection, thinking that there was a treasure in the secret collection, so they organized people to come in and search for the treasure. As a result, the treasure was not found, but Lu Shudao and others were trapped in it. More than 100 people came in the first few batches, and they suffered heavy casualties. However, their deaths were not in vain. In the battle with the divine pet, they further weakened the power of the divine pet. The power of the divine pet is now slightly higher than the 7th level of Daozun, but it is actually inferior to Han Jiaxingjun. It is only because Han Jiaxingjun has never been able to find a way to deal with the divine pet that the stalemate has continued. During the conversation, Lin Mohan understood the whole story. He also analyzed the action pattern of the divine pet. This guy is indeed a pet. He has a certain amount of intelligence, but it is not high. It does not use any tactics, and most of the time it acts on instinct. Over the years, it has been hunted by Han Jiaxingjun, and it has escaped again and again with its own extremely fast speed. It is not afraid of Han Jiaxingjun's attack. It knows that if Han Jiaxingjun is well prepared, there is a chance to trap it. So it wants to escape, and in the process of escaping, it has been looking for a chance to recover. As long as it can recover to its peak, it can kill Han Jiaxingjun. Han Jiaxingjun asked, "How is it? How sure are you?" Everyone present was also waiting for Lin Mohan's answer. Lin Mohan thought for a while. "If nothing unexpected happens, I am 90% sure." Everyone's eyes lit up. 90%, almost a sure thing. Han Jiaxingjun said, "What if something unexpected happens?" Lin Mohan said, "If something unexpected happens, then surround it again. As long as the seniors can listen to the juniors, the seniors should not be in danger." Han Jiaxingjun nodded slightly, "Then do it. I will go find it first. My friend, refine the array plate and get ready." Han Jiaxingjun's figure turned into green water and re-entered the lake. Lin Mohan took out 33 pieces of origin crystals, and began to arrange the array with himself as the center of the array. The array is very simple, not complicated at all, and it was arranged in a blink of an eye. This array is only a 2nd level array in terms of level. The array does not have to be the highest level, the most important thing is practicality. Then Lin Mohan began to draw runes. Although it is only a second-level array, it still uses a combination of instrument array and rune array. The origin crystals were just the most common third-order origin crystals. Lin Mohan integrated the runes into the formation one by one, and the origin crystals as nodes gradually changed. They were refined by the formation and turned into tokens. When all 33 tokens were refined, Lin Mohan waved his hand and threw the B2 cold card to everyone. These 33 tokens were exactly the same except for the difference in number. He kept the number 0 token for himself and prepared the number 1 token for Han Jiaxingjun. The others were number 2 to number 32. They refined the tokens one after another. In this battle, they had no names, only numbers. After testing, Lin Mohan's thoughts could be directly transmitted to everyone's mind through the tokens. This is several times faster than speaking commands. To deal with a divine pet, it is a race against time. Even if there is a difference of 0.01 seconds, the results are worlds apart. After the conversation just now, Lin Mohan already knew the Dao and strength of each Dao master, what they were good at, what were their specialties, and what kind of powerful magic weapons they had. Everything was ready, just waiting for Han Jiaxingjun to find the whereabouts of the god. It can be seen that everyone was a little excited and nervous at the moment. The god pet was too strong. Even if they were all old monsters, they were still very nervous. Only Lin Mohan was not moved at all, waiting quietly. Half a day later, the lake was agitated, and Han Jiaxingjun's figure appeared. Found it, you follow me to Shi. The wind and snow howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. A passage appeared in the snowflakes, and no snowflakes fell in this passage. Everyone moved forward quickly along the passage. Although the rules in the secret collection were set by the Star-Lord, once the rules were changed, even the Star-Lord Hanjiu could not easily change them. He could not remove the snowflakes immediately, and it would take time. So he could only change the structure of the snowflakes to form a passage. Soon, everyone passed through the world of snowflakes and entered the glacier. Cracks appeared on the glacier land, and continued to guide everyone. Lin Mohan distinguished the direction and found that it was not the direction in which the divine pet escaped before. The divine pet was wise and not stupid, and had changed the direction of its escape. However, this was the territory of the Star-Lord Hanjiu, and no matter how well he hid, he would eventually be found. Following the cracks on the glacier, everyone came to another area. At this time, there was a vast ocean and countless snow-white icebergs. The 520 icebergs floated in the ocean, slowly drifting southward. Some icebergs would collide with each other, and then separate from each other, over and over again. This place should have been a glacier, but it was broken and melted into an ocean. There is a powerful force here, and the ocean cannot turn back into three. Lin Mohan frowned slightly. Is this the area where the battle with the divine pet happened before? Han Jiaxingjun said, yes, a war broke out here before. After tens of thousands of years, the power of the divine pet still remains here. Yes, there is the power of the divine pet here, and everyone can feel it. This disgusting power is completely different from the origin continent and is hated by the Avenue. Lin Mohan said, maybe it thinks that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Although it has wisdom, it is not much. Please be prepared, seniors, we will act according to the plan. Han Jiaxingjun nodded, then I will do it. Lin Mohan said, thank you, Star. The crowd dispersed, each person was separated by dozens of meters and scattered everywhere. Han Jiaxingjun waved his hand, and in an instant, countless cold airs turned into white mist, floating from all directions, covering the ocean. The cold star is coming. With a light shout, countless cold starlight flew out of the white mist and fell into the ocean. In an instant, the ocean boiled, stirring up waves of cold currents. The starlight hit the ice island, which roared continuously, bursting out with amazing power, and then exploded. These ice islands were originally the power of Han Jiaxingjun. At this moment, Iceland has become a barrel of explosives, and the starlight has become a fuse. The ocean was stirred into a mess, and the water column rushed up into the sky, and then merged into the mist, turning into more starlight falling down. The starlight was like rain, dense, and the entire ocean continued to be impacted. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the carpet attack of Han Jae-Exingjun. At the same time, everyone frowned, and the glimmer made them feel extremely disgusted. Although the remaining power here also made them feel disgusted, it was far less than now. Lin Moyu's eyes condensed slightly, and the luck poison on the divine pet had weakened a lot. After a while, the luck poison will disappear. Lin Moyu realized that the difference in realm power between himself and the divine pet was too great, which led to a significant reduction in the effect of the luck poison. Here we come, everyone get ready and listen to my command. Everyone heard Lin Moyu's voice in their minds at the same time. As mentioned before, they didn't need to answer or ask why, they just needed to carry out the tasks assigned by Lin Moyu. Mist appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes, his luck sublimated, and invisible purple air rushed to the sky. Lin Moyu's whole body became empty, and there was an indescribable power of nothingness enveloping him. The road of luck has risen, Lin Moyu burned his luck, and the luck deduction talisman kept jumping, acting out what will happen in the future. The divine pet is very strong, and it takes a lot of luck to deduce its actions. Number 5, rush forward 100 meters to the left and resist the divine pet. Suddenly, number 5 received Lin Moyu's thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly rushed forward 100 meters to his left, while all his strength was surging. Just as he rushed out 100 meters, the divine pet suddenly burst out with power and fled in one direction. This direction happened to be where number 5 was. Bang! With a loud bang, number 5's body was shaken back several meters, and the divine pet was also shaken back several meters. In terms of strength, the divine pet is slightly stronger, but not much stronger. Number 5 is a 7th level Dao Zun, and it will not be a problem to step on the divine pet. Number 18, 40 meters to the right, block it. Number 18's Dao Zun immediately moved 40 meters to the right, and all his strength burst out. Just after he arrived at the position, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and the divine pet arrived. Without thinking, he slashed with the magic weapon in his hand, and it just collided with the divine pet. Boom! He was knocked back several meters, and the divine pet was also knocked back. The divine pet changed direction again and headed in another direction. But another Taoist happened to appear on its escape route and hit it head-on, and the divine pet was stopped again, 0. Number 6, Du Dekai. Number 28, 72 meters to the left. Number 19, 31 meters to the right and back. Lin Moyu's thoughts were issued one after another, and the speed was getting faster and faster. All the Daozuan who received the order appeared at the position required by Lin Moyu at the first time. They blocked the path that the divine pet had to take again and again, leaving the divine pet nowhere to escape. No matter which direction the divine pet chose, someone would block it. And Lin Moyu's command speed was constantly accelerating, and the range of the divine pet's activities was gradually decreasing. The divine pet was gradually surrounded, and there were people up and down, left and right, front and back, and in all directions. Lin Moyu kept deducing every move of the divine pet in the future and ordered the Daozuan to block it in advance. It formed a net of heaven and earth, with nowhere to escape. The Daozuan were like puppets, obeying Lin Moyu's orders and blocking people everywhere. They no longer thought about how Lin Moyu did it. Anyway, Lin Moyu did it. They just had to follow orders and didn't need to ask why. The range of the divine pet's activities was getting smaller and smaller. The encirclement had been formed. The divine pet turned into a stream of light and rushed around in the encirclement. The Daozuan gritted their teeth and persisted. They were not feeling well after the collisions. But in this situation, they could only grit their teeth and hold on. The encirclement became smaller and smaller, until it was less than 100 meters, and Han Jae-Exingjun finally received Lin Moyu's order. Number 1, do it, freeze. Han Jae-Exingjun had been prepared for a long time. He had never been involved in blocking the divine pet's escape before. His task was not to stop the divine pet from escaping, but to freeze the divine pet. The smaller the range, the stronger the freezing effect, so Lin Mohan kept shrinking the encirclement until it was only 100 meters, then he let Han Jiaxingjun take action. Han Jiaxingjun pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, drawing a circle. Eternal freeze! A chilling chill was generated from the encirclement, and the divine pet screamed, and the collision became more and more intense. The screams hit the soul world, but fortunately the soul worlds of these Daozuan were extremely powerful and could hold on. With them blocking the way, Lin Mohan was not under much pressure. Everyone received Lin Moyu's order at this moment. Hold on for a while. All Daozuan, at this moment, tried their best to hold on. The white cold air froze the space, and the eternal freeze finally spread to the divine pet. The speed of the divine pet dropped rapidly, becoming slower and slower, and finally stopped. The strongest spell of Lord Han Jiuxing, Eternal Freezing. The absolute power of the Ice Avenue is reflected, freezing everything, including spells and the avenue. Even the light ball on the divine pet was frozen, it could not move, and finally revealed its true appearance. Lin Mohan was stunned. Cat? The divine pet turned out to be a snow-white cat. But if you look closely, it is not a cat, but more like a cat. It looks a bit strange, with thin and pointed ears. Under the white fur, there is a faint blood color, like blood flowing under the white fur. The tail does not look like a cat's tail. Under the fur of the tail, there are scales. There are also scales on the forehead. There is a tissue similar to a vertical eye on the scales on the forehead. There are 18 fangs, which are very sharp. The 4 claws are extremely sharp, no worse than any magic weapon in the Daozuan realm. It has a disgusting breath from the bones. Although it has been sealed by the eternal freeze, it can be felt that it is struggling desperately. Han Jiaxingjun continued to increase his strength. I can only seal it for a few minutes. Lin Mohan nodded. Seniors, you continue to surround 20, just in case. Then Lin Mohan condensed the Sword of Luck. This time he had enough time to condense a strong enough Sword of Luck. A Sword of Luck formed in his palm. The next second, the Sword of Luck suddenly disappeared, and everyone heard a scream. The Sword of Luck had already pierced into the body of the divine pet, and it was frozen forever. The Sword of Luck could not be frozen. Lin Mohan controlled the Sword of Luck and stabbed 3 times in a row. After 3 slashes, the Sword of Luck dissipated, and the breath of the divine pet also decreased a lot. Everyone could feel this change, and every Taoist master showed a look of surprise on his face. Before he was happy for half a second, Lin Moyu's voice rang in his mind, "Don't relax, stay alert." The Tao masters immediately put away their smiles and continued to be vigilant. Lin Mohan condensed the Sword of Luck in his hand again. To deal with the divine pet, one attack of the Sword of Luck may not be enough. Just in case, we have to continue. The Sword of Luck can not only weaken its luck, but the power of emptiness can really cause damage to it. The Sword of Luck was used again. Sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Lin Mohan could feel that the luck of the divine pet was declining, but the decline was not very large. He felt that it was far from the bottom and there was still room for decline. The lower the luck, the greater the power of the cloud technique. The Sword of Luck only continued to reduce the luck. The real killer still relied on the explosive luck technique. The third time the Sword of Luck was condensed, the Sword of Luck was then transformed into a poisonous sword. The Daozuan changed color when they saw the poisonous sword. Although they could not understand it, they could clearly feel that this sword was terrifying. If they were stabbed by it, it would be very troublesome. The poisonous sword flashed and pierced deeply into the divine pet. The divine pet burst into screams, and its body shook violently. Its body continued to expand, and terrifying power emerged from its body, and a large number of cracks appeared in the eternal frost. Han Jiaxingjun's face changed slightly. It is fighting desperately. I can't hold on for long. Lin Mohan said, hold on a little longer, it will be done soon. The power of the divine pet is getting bigger and bigger, the eternal ice is cracking, and Lin Mohan condenses a sword of luck again. The sword of luck hurts the enemy by 1,000, and the enemy is hurt by 100. Condensing the sword of luck 4 times in a row, for Lin Mohan, the pressure is also huge, and he has to consume a lot of luck. In addition, the deduction of the movement of the divine pet has already consumed a lot of luck, and the loss this time is not small. The 4th sword of luck shot out like lightning, and 3 swords were in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a strange aura rose from Lin Mohan's body. Explosive luck technique. The divine pet's body exploded with a bang. This explosion was very sudden and inexplicable. With a bang, the divine pet's still rising breath stopped abruptly, and its breath instantly became extremely weak. Blood exploded from the body, fell on the ice, and was completely frozen. Countless blood holes exploded on the body of the divine pet, and it was seriously injured in an instant. It's really injured. How could it explode suddenly, like a self-detonation? How did it do that? Silent, invisible, and intangible, is this the power of the void heavenly Tao? It's hard to guard against. It seems that the divine pet is dead this time. I was wondering how there could be an immortal being in the world. It turns out that we didn't find the right method. Even if we find the right method, what can we do? Do you have the power of the void? The Dao Zuns discussed again, looking very happy. Lin Mohan shouted, "Quiet, stay alert." All the Dao Zuns shut up instantly and looked at each other. At this moment, they felt the majesty from Lin Mohan. The dignified Dao Zun 7 realm, the ancestor of the top force, was actually scolded by a heavenly Zun. It is estimated that there is no second case in the entire origin continent. The divine pet was seriously injured by the explosion technique. The desperate posture just now was gone, and the breath dropped sharply. In a blink of an eye, only the Dao Zun 4th realm was left. It was infected by the cold air and could no longer move. Han Jiaxingjun said, "I feel that I can kill it." Lin Mohan raised his eyebrows, "Then we can give it a try." He ordered all the Daozuan to be on guard, and at the same time prepared for the fortune deduction again. If he couldn't kill it, he couldn't let the pet escape. Han Jiaxingjun shouted, and the eternal ice suddenly made a sharp cracking sound. The cracks increased rapidly, and the eternal ice shattered. The pit also shattered with the eternal ice. The pit was broken into countless pieces, without a drop of blood flowing out, all the blood was frozen. Lin Mohan opened the eye of the dead and looked over, his eyes slightly condensed. It's not dead yet. He saw that the soul of the pet was still there, seriously injured, only the remnant soul was left, but it was indeed not dead. As soon as the thought came up, the remnant soul of Shinding screamed. Another wave of soul shock. This wave of soul shock was much more fierce than before, and it was directly initiated by the soul. Everyone present, including Han Jiaxingjun, lost consciousness instantly. Lin Mohan was not spared either. This scream contained some unknown power of the avenue that was irresistible. Fortunately, the time was short, just a moment. 473. When Lin Mohan came to his senses, he found that the residual soul of the divine pet had entered his soul world, emitting an extremely disgusting breath. The soul's perception was more acute, and the disgust was more intense. Want to take over the body? The residual soul of the divine pet invaded his soul, and its purpose was self-evident. Lin Moyan's soul smiled evilly. Take over the body. The thing I am least afraid of is the soul taking over the body. The divine pet turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Lin Mohan shouted, "Who do you think you are in my territory?" The avenue of time and the avenue of space were activated at the same time and space suddenly became chaotic. The divine pet lost its sense of direction all of a sudden. In the origin continent, Lin Moyan's avenue of time and space did not work very well. But in his own territory, the avenue of time and space can easily exert its powerful power. When the divine pet lost its direction, Lin Moyan's soul smiled and snapped his fingers. A ball of gray flames rose, and the burning world fire, which had not been used for a long time, appeared in the soul world. The next moment, the residual soul of the divine pet had been swallowed by the burning world fire. The residual soul of the divine pet screamed, and the screams were extremely painful. While the burning world fire was burning the residual soul of the divine pet, it was growing rapidly. It really can be. The burning world fire has not grown for a long time and has never found suitable nutrients. The residual soul of the divine pet came in. Lin Mohan suddenly had an idea, but he didn't expect it to work. If he didn't use the world-burning fire, he could also use the Calamity Scepter to kill him directly, but that would be too wasteful. The remaining soul of the divine pet was quickly burned to ashes, and the burning world fire became much stronger. The burning world fire was once recognized by Xiao San as the heavenly punishment fire. Xiao San's knowledge came from blood inheritance. In this way, the burning world fire and the heavenly punishment fire are extremely similar, at least in appearance, otherwise it would not be mistaken. Lin Mohan felt that the burning world fire still had great potential to be tapped, and its effect was definitely more than what it is now, but he had not yet been able to tap its ability. In the future, if there is a chance, I still have to study it well. But before that, once there is a chance, I must first find a way to strengthen the burning world fire. The current burning world fire is still too weak to be of great use. Lin Mohan came back to his senses and found that all the Daozuan, including Han Jiaxingjun, were looking at him with questions in their eyes. Lin Mohan knew what they were going to ask. The remaining soul of the divine pet has been destroyed. Han Jiaxingjun said, "We know." Now it was Lin Moyu's turn to be puzzled. How could they know? They couldn't see what happened in his soul world. Lu Shudao reminded Lin Mohan, "Aura." Lin Mohan suddenly realized that the remnant soul of the god also carried a disgusting aura. After entering his own soul world, he naturally emitted a disgusting aura. Now that the remnant soul of the god pet has been destroyed, this aura has naturally disappeared. From this, they can know that they killed the remnant soul of the god pet, and they don't even need to explain it. Several Daozuns were obviously very curious about how they killed the remnant soul of the god pet. No matter how weak the remnant soul of the god pet is, it will not be weaker than the 4th level of Daozuns. And no matter how strong he is just a high-level Tianzuns. The battle between souls is extremely dangerous, but he can kill the other party so easily, which naturally makes them curious. However, they are very sensible and did not ask. A Daozuns whispered, "The god pet is dead, and we finally don't have to be buried with it." He used the word bury with it, although it is not very appropriate, but it is very practical. It's just that they didn't voluntarily want to be buried with it, but they were sent to the door and had to be buried with it. Han Jiaxingjun was about to speak when a strong aura suddenly descended. The sky above the Origin secret treasure suddenly changed, and everyone saw the bright starry sky. Someone exclaimed, "This is the great Dao star on the Origin continent." There are great Dao stars on the Origin continent, and each star represents a Star Lord. In addition, there is the Great Dao. The Great Dao is above the stars and cannot be easily seen. I didn't expect it to show up now. Han Jiaxingjun is the one who has the most profound understanding of the Great Dao among all people. He has seen the Great Dao stars several times. He said, "We killed the god pet, and the Great Dao will give us a reward." The Dao masters were all shocked. "There is a reward?" Han Jiaxingjun said, "The Great Dao is fair. If there is a fault, there will be a punishment, and if there is a merit, there will be a reward. The outer heavenly god is hated by the Great Dao. We killed the outer heavenly god's pet, so we will naturally be rewarded. Although the reward will not be as big as killing an outer heavenly god, it is estimated that it will not be too small." Someone asked, "Excuse me, Star Lord, what will the reward be?" Han Jiaxingjun shook his head, "I don't know, the Great Dao has its own arrangements." At this time, 3 stars lit up in the sky. The 3 stars were the stars of Luoxing Lord, Erfeng Lord, and Hanjiu Lord. Then the remnant souls of Luoxing Lord and Erfeng Lord appeared at the same time. The two were obviously surprised. They didn't know what happened and why they suddenly appeared here. Erfeng Lord asked, "Fellow Taoist Hanjiu, what happened?" Hanjiu Lord said, "No need to ask, you will know in a while." As soon as the voice fell, 3 rays of light fell from the sky, shot out from the distant stars, and fell on the 3 people. The aura of the 3 people suddenly changed. They were only remnants of souls before, but suddenly they showed signs of life. Luo Xingxingjun's eyes lit up. "I actually have a chance to reincarnate." Erfeng Xingjuan was also stunned. "Me too, I don't have to die." Han Jiu Xingjuan said, "This is the reward from the great Tao. We can live again. Although we will lose our position as Star Lords and lose all our memories, our qualifications will be retained and our cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds." He looked at Luo Xingxingjun and Erfeng Xingjuan. "Fellow Taoists, are you satisfied with this reward?" Luo Xingxingjun smiled and said, "A dying person can live again. What else is there to choose? Even if I go back to be immortal, I am willing." Erfeng Xingjuan said, "Of course, what good is there to live again? I didn't expect you to be able to kill the divine pet. This Xingjuan admires you." While he was speaking, his eyes swept over and finally landed on Lin Mohan. Needless to say, it must have been done by Lin Mohan. If this group of Daozuan did it, they would have been doing something long ago. At this time, avenues appeared in the air, and each avenue corresponded to their own Daozuan. The Daozuan comprehended different avenues, and the avenues revealed were naturally different. Without exception, these avenues gave rewards one after another, and all Daozuan benefited. My realm is loose, and after I go back, it won't take long for me to break through the 8th realm. I am the same. After so many years of hard practice, I can finally break through. This is the reward of the avenue. It is really too wonderful. That's right, the reward of the avenue. To improve the realm, my path will surely be smooth sailing. After killing the divine pet, everyone contributed and naturally everyone got a share of the reward. After receiving the reward, everyone realized that Lin Mohan, who contributed the most, should get the most reward. They all looked at Lin Mohan, wanting to see what reward he could get. Lin Mohan was also somewhat expectant and wanted to know what reward he could get. After everyone got the reward, it was finally Lin Moyu's turn. The gray and white Immortal Avenue emerged, followed by the Space Avenue and the Time Avenue, which emerged almost at the same time. When Lin Mohan cultivated several avenues would appear. The appearance of 3 avenues shocked everyone. "Little friend Lin, you actually cultivated 3 avenues at the same time. Not only that, little friend Lin also has a Void Avenue. You are cultivating 4 avenues at the same time." Cultivating 4 avenues at the same time, a high-level heavenly venerable who is more than 2,000 years old, this is not a genius, it is simply a monster. Throughout the ages, monsters like little friend Lin have never appeared. There is no one before and there will be no one after, okay Zhao. Amidst everyone's amazement, the 4th avenue emerged. It was not the avenue of luck, but a very unfamiliar avenue. Lin Mohan had never seen this avenue before, and he was also surprised why he had this avenue. When this avenue appeared, Han Jiaxingjun, Luo Xingjuan, and Erfeng Xingjuan all looked horrified. Erfeng Xingjuan said, "Why do I have the urge to kneel down?" Luo Xingjuan said, "I also have this urge." "What avenue is this?" "I feel it is high above, so it is higher than Gaoqiao." Han Jiaxingjun shook his head, "I don't know, I have never seen it." This avenue was extremely dark, without any luster, and it was impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Lin Mohan was silent, and he didn't know what avenue this was and why it appeared here. Then, the 5th avenue emerged. This time it was the avenue of luck, which was hazy and looming. The 5 avenues suddenly emitted light at the same time and fell on Lin Mohan. Under the light of the avenue, Lin Mohan felt that his power began to increase sharply. At the same time, endless insights poured in, whether he wanted it or not, they were stuffed in like a duck. Lin Moyu's soul had no time to care about anything else, and he did his best to absorb and digest it. He had just reached the realm of high-level Tianzuan not long ago, and began to rise again, moving towards the peak Tianzuan. Various insights came one after another, surging. Lin Moyu's understanding of the avenue became deeper and deeper, and finally, he knew what the Dark Avenue was. It turned out to be the Thousand Stars Avenue. Lin Moyu had seen the Thousand Stars Avenue in the information. However, it was only mentioned in one sentence, and it did not explain what the Thousand Stars Avenue was. Until now, Lin Moyu only knew that this avenue was the Thousand Stars Avenue, but he didn't know what the Thousand Stars Avenue was, nor did he know why it appeared here and directly contacted him with insights. In the process of killing the divine pet, Lin Moyu contributed the most, especially the last divine pet's residual soul, which was killed by him personally. So Lin Moyu also received the most rewards from the avenue. His aura became stronger and reached the limit in just a few minutes. Then his realm was broken, and Lin Moyu entered the ranks of the peak Tianzuan. But the promotion stopped here, and he did not continue to break through. If he broke through again, he would become Daozuan. Breaking through Daozuan is not so easy, and even if he could break through, Lin Moyu was unwilling to break through. So Lin Moyu took the initiative to stop his breakthrough. He started his own trick again. While the Dao reward was still there, Lin Moyu seized the opportunity and began to condense Dao patterns. Before, it took several days to condense Dao patterns to condense only an outline. The difficulty of condensing patterns is higher than expected. And the more Dao patterns there are, the harder it is to condense. The most important thing is that he is still only Tianzuan. If he becomes Daozuan, the difficulty of condensing Dao patterns will be much lower. But that is not what Lin Moyu wants. He wants to condense at least 6 Dao patterns before becoming Daozuan. Of course, this is only the most basic state. If possible, Lin Moyu wants to condense more Dao patterns. The more Dao patterns there are, the more time it takes. To achieve the invincibility in your heart, you must constantly break the limit, break the common sense, and walk a path that belongs only to you. With the help of the Dao reward, Lin Moyu is extremely close to the Dao, and the speed of condensing the Dao pattern has also increased significantly. The power of the Dao forms the outline of the Dao pattern, and Lin Moyu injects his own understanding of the Dao into it, forming the core of the Dao pattern. In just a few minutes, a Dao pattern successfully appeared and automatically flew into the soul. This is Lin Moyu's second Dao pattern. The first Dao pattern was integrated into the luck symbol and became the luck-playing rune. How should I use the second Dao pattern? It's not the right time yet. The power of the Dao is still there, and I can continue to condense it. As soon as he thought of this, all the power of the Dao disappeared like the tide. It seemed that the Dao had discovered what he had done and left with disdain. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Should I be so realistic? It's just borrowing a little of your power. He had no choice. If the Dao didn't give it to him, he couldn't force it. Congratulations to Lin Xiaoyu for being promoted to the peak Heavenly Venerable. The Dao Venerable is just around the corner. The congratulations came into his ears, and the Dao Venerables all congratulated Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was different in their eyes at this moment. He was no longer as simple as an ordinary Heavenly Venerable. More than 2,000 years old, he mastered 5 Daos and could enter the Dao Venerable realm at any time. Dao Venerable who was less than 3,000 years old, Dao Venerable of 5 Daos, one of which was the Dao of Void. Any one of them was enough to crush the world's Tianzuan. What's more, these almost impossible things are concentrated on one person. They don't know how to evaluate this kind of monster. Lin Moyu, return the gift. After all, they are all seniors, and the proper etiquette should be observed. Han Jiaxingjun looked at Lin Moyu. I am about to reincarnate and live again. I want to hand over the Star-Lord inheritance to you. Please help me find a suitable successor. Fengxingjun also said, I also entrust my inheritance to you. You are not allowed to refuse. You must help me. Luoxing Xinjian's inheritance is already in Lin Moyu's hands, and now Han Jiaxingjian and Erfeng Xinjian's inheritance will also be given to him. Lin Moyu was a man who never gave up, so he readily agreed, no problem, I will definitely find a suitable successor. If not, I will do it myself. Han Jiaxingjian said sternly, no, you have to take the avenue, not our, Cobb, way. Erfeng Xinjian said, indeed, it would be a waste if you take our way. It doesn't matter if you can't find a successor. If it doesn't work, wait until we are reincarnated, and you will find a way to find us. All the Daozuan looked at him in surprise. This guy is a man who only cares about keeping the wealth within the family. Lin Moyu joked, you have been reborn with the power of the avenue, why do you still want to take the old way? Erfeng Xinjian said, the avenue is not easy to take, but I will try. If it doesn't work and you can't find a suitable successor, remember to come to me. Han Jiaxingjian and Luo Xingxingjian turned their heads at the same time, speechless to this guy, as if they didn't know him. Han Jiaxingjuan said, if nothing happens, the three of us are ready to reincarnate, and the secret treasure will also be dispersed. Lin Moyu clasped his fists and said, I wish the three seniors to achieve the great Tao in this life. Han Jiaxingjuan waved his hand, and all the ice shattered on the spot. The cold air turned into white smoke and boiled up. Han Jiaxingjuan's whole body glowed, and a white ice crystal condensed, automatically flying into Lin Moyu's hands. Han Jiao Ice Crystal, this is his Xingjuan inheritance, and it is equivalent to Luo Xingjuan's Luo Xingdong. Erfeng Xingjuan laughed at the sky, the breeze is always with me, watch the 5 days. 2 gusts of wind, one cold and one hot, swept Erfeng Xingjuan and rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, a leaf fell from the sky and fell into Lin Moyu's hands. Qingfeng leaf, this is the inheritance of Erfeng Xingjuan. Luo Xingjuan laughed, my friend, I hope we will meet again in the future. As he spoke, he turned into a point of starlight, rushed straight into the sky, and disappeared. The entire secret collection was shaking and the secret collection was dispersing. It was not because of the collapse of the Dao rules, but because the 3 Star Lords withdrew the secret collection at the same time. The breath of the origin continent continued to pour in, and the secret collection quickly disappeared, breaking and disappearing like smoke and foam. The familiar scene came into view, and Lin Moyu found that he had returned to the bottom of the lake. There were 31 Dao Lords who came back with him, and the 3 Star Lords had been reincarnated and reborn, and their whereabouts were unknown. This was a benefit given to them by the Dao, which ordinary people could not enjoy at all. Finally back. Really back, I miss you so much. I thought I was going to die in there, thanks to little friend Lin. Not far away, Xiao Yuan and others stared blankly. More than 30 people suddenly appeared in the space. They were not shocked, but they couldn't believe it. Xiao Yuan, he actually succeeded. Ancestor Wu Jian, we have sent so many Taoist masters in, but they are not as good as him. Wang Hongdao narrowed his eyes slightly, this boy is really a monster. His tone was a little strange. Xiao Yuan glanced at him, Wang Hongdao, don't have any crooked ideas, otherwise I and the Third Ancestor will come to visit in person. Wang Hongdao laughed, I am just sighing, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't misunderstand. Father. Suddenly a crisp call sounded, and Lu Fengyao flew over with a fragrant breeze. Lu Fengyao, a Taoist master, was like a child at this moment, throwing herself into Lu Shudao's arms. Tears fell uncontrollably. Everyone could see that the two had a very good relationship. Lin Moyu walked towards Xiao Yuan and others, and was greeted by extremely complex eyes. Especially the Fairy Lotus Saint and others, during the time when Lin Moyu went in, they learned a lot about the Xingfeng secret treasure. Once, one after another of the Tinjiao returned in defeat, some even lost their lives, died, and hundreds of Taoist masters of the 7th realm fell into it. They never thought that Lin Moyu would be brought back. As long as Lin Moyu could return safely, it would be very powerful. But what if he appeared so suddenly, and Lin Moyu not only returned safely, but also brought people back? How did this guy do it? 1. What's going on in the secret collection? Even the ancestors of the seventh realm of Dao Zun couldn't do it. How could he do it? Is he really smart or just lucky? In their complicated gazes, Lin Moyu came to Xiahou Yuan, Sr. I lived up to your trust. Xiahou Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Very good, very good. The Wujian ancestor asked, Little guy, how did you do it? Lin Moyu took out a jade card and handed it to Xiahou Yuan. The situation in the secret collection is here. Please come forward. Xiahou Yuan took the jade card, moved his soul power, and quickly read the information in it. A pair of old eyes flickered, showing surprise. It turned out to be like this. He handed the jade card to Tianjin ancestor and Wang Hongdao. You can also take a look. The two looked at the jade card separately and knew the situation in the Xingfeng secret collection, and they couldn't help but show shock. The three looked at each other, and they had already made a decision in their eye contact. Xiahou Yuan came to the Dao Masters. Congratulations on your safe return. The Dao Masters saluted Xiahou Yuan at the same time. Greetings, Senior Xiahou. Xiahou Yuan took out a Dao stone. Everyone, please swear a Dao oath, and all the things in the Xingfeng secret collection must not be leaked to the outside world. These ancestors knew the importance of the matter and immediately swore a Dao oath. The matter of the Xingfeng secret collection will be completely rotten in their stomachs. After they finished swearing, Xiahou Yuan said, Wait here for a while, we have some things to discuss, and we will go back together later. After saying that, he came back and looked at Lin Moyu with complicated eyes. Lin Moyu laughed. I know the rules, it's just a Dao oath, I will swear it. Xiahou Yuan thought about it, shook his head and said, Forget it, you don't have to swear it. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Such a preferential treatment? Xiahou Yuan snorted. You know too many things. If you have to swear the great oath, I don't know how many I have to swear. Indeed, Lin Moyu knows too much. Xiahou Yuan even suspected that Lin Moyu knew more about some things than they did. And did the jade token handed in by Lin Moyu really record everything? It's hard to say. Xiahou Yuan kept a watchful eye, just to give Lin Moyu face and not let him take the oath of the great Dao. Maybe there is still a chance to get some information from Lin Moyu. The Fairy Lotus Saint and others on the side were eager to learn, and their desire for knowledge exploded. They knew that there must be a big secret in the Xingfeng secret collection, but those ancestors were required to take the oath of the great Dao and could not reveal it to the outside world. The only channel for them to get information now is Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt their gazes and immediately said, Don't think about getting words from me, I won't say anything. Listen to me, although those things in it are secrets, they are of no help to your cultivation. When you reach the 7th and 8th realms of Dao Zun one day, you will naturally know. Lin Moyu knew that his words might not necessarily dispel their curiosity, but he was telling the truth. As for whether they would listen to him or not, it was their business. Xiahou Yuan said, The Xingfeng secret treasure has disappeared, and we should go back. Let's go back to the mall first, and then go home. A large boat shuttled across the land of Dongzhou at an astonishing speed. Soon, the boat arrived at a place. Lin Moyu keenly sensed that there was the breath of the origin spirit vein here. The breath was very faint, and it should be that some details of the origin spirit vein extended here. Looking from a distance, there was a city hundreds of kilometers away. This city was located on the origin spirit vein and was a city of the human race. As for whether it belonged to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, it was unknown. Dongzhou was very large, and Lin Moyu's understanding of Dongzhou was far from enough. The flying boat landed here, Xiahou Yuan said. Wait a moment, Group 3 will take us back. He had already contacted the Third Ancestor. As the controller of the origin spiritual vein, the Third Ancestor had the ability to teleport them all back, saving a lot of time on the road. Half a minute later, the earth shook, and the power of the origin rushed out from the ground like a spring, quickly covering everyone. The world changed, and the vision became blurred. When the vision was restored, everyone came to the outside of the mall. Xiahou Yuan said, Okay, everyone disperse, remember the oath. Everyone saluted Xiahou Yuan and thanked Lin Moyu one after another. Although the words were simple, they were very sincere. One by one, they invited Lin Mohan to visit their respective sects. After all, they were the ancestors of their respective sections. As long as Lin Mohan went, he would be their VIP. In short, Lin Mohan saved their lives, and this kind of favor could not be easily repaid. Xiao Yuan looked at Wu Jian Patriarch and Wang Hongdao. Are you two planning to go find the third patriarch now? Wu Jian Patriarch nodded. The matter of Xingfeng's secret treasure has been concluded, and we will naturally go find Group 3. Wang Hongdao also said, this matter should be done sooner or later. If it weren't for the matter of Xingfeng's secret treasure, they would have gone to find the third patriarch at the beginning, and suddenly learned the method of Dao Zun. Now that the matter of Xingfeng's secret treasure has been concluded, they will naturally go to find the third patriarch as soon as possible. As for the people in their own sect, they don't need to worry about them. These people are all ancestor-level figures, and it is up to them to choose whether to go or stay. The swordless ancestor took out a small wooden sword and gave it to Lin Mohan. Welcome to my Tianjin sect. This is my token of trust. Please keep it. Lin Mohan accepted it without any hesitation. Thank you, swordless ancestor. I will definitely come if I have the chance. Wang Hongdao laughed and took out his token. If you have time, you can come to the Dao sect to visit. The scenery of our sect is still good. It is suitable for short-term and long-term stays. Lin Mohan also accepted it politely. He never refuses anyone. The two left and went to find the third ancestor. Xiao Yuan whispered, you can go to the Tianjin sect, but forget about the Dao sect. Wang Hongdao is a man with many thoughts, and the Dao sect is not peaceful. Lin Mohan smiled and said, thank you, Senior Xiao, for reminding me. I know. He had a feud with the Dao sect. Zhao Dongxing was killed by him, and the giant sword Dao Zun also died because of him. Not only did the two die, but they also became their own resurrected people, the Gold Metal Tail. Although the matter was handled by Hansui Holy Land, he didn't believe that the Dao sect would not know the clues. If he went to the Dao sect, he would never be able to come out again. Lu Fengyao and Lu Shudao came over, and Lu Fengyao took out 2 jade bottles and stuffed them into Lin Moyu's pockets. This is the Dao Tongchu pill for you. Seeing Lu Fengyao's eyes, Lin Mohan knew that he could no longer hide his affairs from others. The Dao Tongsu pill was obtained by tricking Lu Fengyao. He clearly didn't eat it, but he tricked others into eating it. When Lin Mohan gave the Dao Tongsu pill to Lu Shudao, he knew that he would be exposed, and he didn't want to hide it. He had been mentally prepared for a long time, and even thought of a pretext. Sister Fengyao, the cause and effect is really wonderful. The implication was that if he hadn't hidden the Dao Tongsu pill, Lu Shudao wouldn't have been able to eat it. This is cause and effect, right or wrong, it's really wonderful. Lu Fengyao is smart and clever, she also said along with Lin Moyu's words, it's really wonderful, keep these 2 Dao Tongsu pills. Lin Moyu smiled and said, how can I be embarrassed? Although he said he was embarrassed, his hands were very honest and he had already taken the jade bottle. Lu Fengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Moyu, thank you for saving my father. I will go back with my father first and come to see you in 2 days. Everyone left, only Xiao Yuan Chu Jilguoling was there. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, are you free? Let's have a cup of tea together. Lin Moyu said, I couldn't ask for more. Xiao Yuan took Lin Moyu to his residence in the mall. He owned a large courtyard in the mall, which was very spacious. Xiao Yuan did not belong to any sect or holy place, but he was very close to the Third Ancestor and could be considered half of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. He did not go to Nanzhou on weekdays, but was in Dongzhou most of the time. Sometimes, he would come forward to deal with many things of the Third Ancestor. Some people even think that Xiao Yuan is the spokesperson of the 3 groups. Xiao Yuan took Lin Moyu to an exquisite tea pavilion, took out the tea set, and began to make tea. Xiao Yuan's movements were very slow, and every step was done very carefully. He had his own obsession with drinking tea. While making tea, Xiao Yuan said, I don't like to use those magic weapons that can automatically make tea. Drinking tea in that way is just convenient, but it loses the charm of tea. Drinking tea is like life. Many things need to be experienced personally to know the ups and downs. Lin Mohan didn't flatter. I don't care so much. The tea is good and it's to my taste. It's like someone said that a forced melon is not sweet. If I like that melon, I don't care whether it is sweet or not. I will twist it first. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, your idea is not wrong. I am a cultivator who pursues the great way and must have my own ideas. While speaking, he had already brewed the tea and personally poured half a cup for Lin Mohan. Try it. Lin Mohan tried it. Excellent spiritual tea, but you must let me tell you 1, 2, 3, I can't tell you. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, good is enough. There is no need to tell you those tricks. I have been used to flattery for so many years, so we don't need to say those empty words when we talk to each other. Lin Mohan said, I can probably guess what the senior wants to ask, and the senior didn't ask me to take the Great Way Oath, and I understand it. Most of the things about this Xingfeng secret collection have been recorded by the Jade Tablet Minister. There is only one thing that has not been recorded, and it is exactly what the junior wants to ask the senior. Xiao Yuan smiled and drank tea. Tell me about it. Lin Mohan said, after killing the pet of the extraterritorial god this time, all of us participants received the rewards of the Great Tao. 3 of the Star Lords were rewarded by the Great Tao to reincarnate again. Although they lost the position of Star Lord, in fact, the road of the Great Tao in the future will be wider. And I can feel that when the 3 starved lords reincarnated, their luck was extremely strong, and they must have smooth sailing in the future. The rest of the Daozuan ancestors also received rewards, and their realms have loosened. It is estimated that they will be able to break through the 8th realm of Daozuan after returning. Because I was the leader of killing the pet, and the residual soul of the pet was also killed by me, so I got the most rewards. You also know that I practice multiple great ways at the same time. This time, I have one more great way in the rewards of the Great Tao. Now I have 5 avenues. When he said this, Lin Mohan was a little helpless. With each additional avenue, the difficulty of cultivation will increase a lot, and it will increase by multiples. With 5 avenues, his cultivation difficulty is not as simple as increasing 5 times. Xiao Yuan drank tea, his eyes narrowed with a smile. 4 or 5, what difference does it make to you? Even if others only have 1 avenue, at your age, they are probably just as supreme. Lin Mohan said, but this avenue, I have never seen it before. I wonder if you have heard of it. It is called the 1,000 Stars Avenue. Xiao Yuan paused, also showing a puzzled look. 1,000 Stars Avenue? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Lin Mohan said, I have also seen the 1,000 Stars Avenue in some information, but I don't know more specific information. Later, I tried to comprehend the 1,000 Stars Avenue, but I couldn't get in. If I give up this avenue, I feel something is wrong. Lin Mohan can indeed give up the 1,000 Stars Avenue, but his intuition tells him that it is better not to give up. Lin Mohan believed in his intuition, but he couldn't find a way to practice the 1,000 Star Avenue. 0. He looked at Xiao Yuan with doubt. It seemed that Xiao Yuan didn't know much about the 1,000 Star Avenue. Xiao Yuan thought for a while, but couldn't find any information about the 1,000 Star Avenue, and said to the void, Shaolin, look for all the information about the 1,000 Star Avenue. In the mall, the one who really knows everything is the big housekeeper Lu Jun. Lu Lian gave the result after a few seconds, and the information about the 1,000 Star Avenue was projected in front of the two. The 1,000 Star Avenue is an extremely ancient avenue that has disappeared for many years. The specific function is not in the Lu Jun database. Lin Mohan showed a little disappointment. Even Lu Lian didn't know, so who else could know? Xiao Yuan frowned and said, the Third Ancestor is talking about business now, ask him later. Have you ever practiced any magic related to the stars before? The 1,000 Star Avenue, from the literal meaning, should be related to the stars, and this avenue is extremely ancient and will not appear easily. Lin Moyu thought about it, and suddenly thought of the Starlight Law that he had abandoned for a long time. But after arriving at the origin continent, the Starlight Law never found the corresponding avenue, and over time, it was abandoned. Lin Moyu once thought that the Starlight Law was a law unique to the big world, perhaps from a certain avenue, but after evolution, the connection with the wooden gate has become extremely weak. He told about the Starlight Law he had practiced. After thinking about it, Xiao Yuan said, it should be the Starlight Law. You can try to sense 3.1 and the current situation of the Starlight Law. Lin Moyu nodded and sensed his own Starlight Law. His expression gradually changed. It's really it. I feel that the stars that once condensed have been stained with a trace of the power of the avenue. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, everything has a cause, and there is no such thing as nothing for no reason. The emergence of the Thousand Star Avenue is because of the Starlight Law you once practiced. You can try to start with the Starlight Law, and maybe you can find the practice method of the Thousand Star Avenue. Lin Moyu nodded, I will try. Xiao Yuan asked Lin Moyu some more questions about the divine pet. He asked very detailed questions, and Lin Moyu could feel that Xiao Yuan was very interested in the divine pet. No matter what Xiao Yuan asked, as long as he knew, Lin Moyu did not hide it, and for some things he didn't know, he also added some of his own speculations. After drinking tea for half a day, suddenly a hurried voice sounded outside the tea house, who has comprehended the Thousand Star Avenue. The space was distorted, forming a simple space channel. The voice of the Third Ancestor rushed out from the space channel with a bit of urgency. Before, he was trading with the two ancestors. As soon as the transaction was completed, he received a message from Xiao Yuan and opened the space channel on the spot. Hearing his voice, Lin Moyu realized that the Thousand Star Avenue might be very unusual. The Third Ancestor has always been calm. He has lived to such an old age and has a special identity. It has become his instinct to remain calm in the face of changes. No matter how big the matter is, it is not a big deal for him. But at this moment, he is a little anxious. From this, it can be seen that the Thousand Star Avenue must be unusual. Xiao Yuan also felt the abnormality of the Third Ancestor and realized that the Thousand Star Avenue was unusual. The space was distorted more and more, and the powerful source of power surged. The Third Ancestor directly opened a passable space channel. Come here. Xiao Yuan put down his teacup and joked, let's go and see what our Third Ancestor has to say. Lin Moyu also smiled, let's go and see what the Thousand Star Avenue is that can make the Third Ancestor so uneasy. The two stepped into the space channel and after a short teleportation, they came to the mysterious space where the three groups were. Feeling the chaos of time again, looking at the Third Ancestor in the depths of space, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, aren't you bored all these years? Staying here for countless years without leaving is worse than being in prison. At least you can go out for some fresh air in prison. Lin Moyu felt that in the entire origin continent, if we talk about who is the most homebody, the third group is the model. The Third Ancestor stared at Lin Moyu, have you realized the Thousand Star Avenue? Lin Moyu shook his head, correction, it's not me who realized it, it was when the avenue rewarded that the Thousand Star Avenue appeared by itself. The Third Ancestor waved his hand, whatever it is, summon it out for me to see. Lin Moyu waved his hand and summoned the Thousand Star Avenue. A dark and lightless avenue appeared beside him. It looked like this avenue was not good looking at all, unlike other avenues, which had their own characteristics, either brilliant, hazy, or gorgeous. It was just so dark, without any light, like a black belt, nothing. Lin Moyu also tried to feel it, but he felt nothing, even the power of the origin could not be sensed. He even guessed that this avenue was actually dead, and what he got was just a corpse. His eyes suddenly blurred, and the Third Ancestor suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes were extremely deep, staring at the Thousand Star Avenue. Thousand Star Avenue, it's really the Thousand Star Avenue. His voice was trembling, not only the voice, but the Third Ancestor's body was also trembling slightly. At this moment, he was very excited, and he could hardly control his excitement. Lin Moyu said, Third Ancestor, What exactly is the Thousand Star Avenue? Xiao Yuan was also full of curiosity. Third Ancestor, if you know, please tell me. The Third Ancestor's emotions gradually calmed down, and he took a deep breath. The Thousand Star Avenue is an original avenue. First of all, you have to understand the thousand in the Thousand Star Avenue. This thousand does not mean 1,000, but infinite. Lin Mohan can fully understand this. In cultivation, numbers often do not represent their own meanings. For example, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and this 3 represents a lot of infinity. It is often said that the avenue is 3,000, which does not mean 3,000, but means that the avenue is endless. Then you also need to know that the avenue is also divided into different levels. The simple distinction is the original avenue and the ordinary avenue. Ordinary avenues are generally evolved from the original avenue and can be regarded as a subdivision of the original avenue, and the original avenue is their ruler. For example, the 5 great ways of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, in fact, they all originated from the 5 elements Great Way. In the explanation of the Third Ancestor, Lin Mohan began to understand the essence of the Great Way. He did not expect that there were actually distinctions between the Great Ways, and always thought that the Great Way was the Great Way. It is said that there are no useless Great Ways, only useless practitioners, and whether the Great Way is powerful or not depends on the practitioner. Now it seems that this is not the case. The original Great Way naturally suppresses the ordinary Great Ways evolved from it. Not only Lin Mohan, but Xiao Yuan also obviously heard this statement for the first time. Lin Mohan asked, since the origin Great Tao is so powerful, why don't practitioners comprehend it? And I don't think anyone in the origin continent knows of its existence. The Third Ancestor snorted, can you comprehend the origin Great Tao just because you want to? Do you know how difficult it is to comprehend the origin Great Tao? If everyone knew of the existence of the origin Great Tao, everyone would be possessed by it. Needless to say, the number of Dao Zun today has been reduced by at least 90%. After the Third Ancestor finished speaking, he glared at Lin Mohan. Don't talk without thinking. You think it's easy for others to comprehend it just because you can comprehend it yourself. Lin Mohan smiled awkwardly. I just said that. Why are you so excited? Indeed, if everyone wants to comprehend the origin Great Tao and give up the ordinary Great Tao, what will happen if they cannot comprehend it? Stuck in a certain realm and unable to move forward? For the entire human race, it is of no benefit. Although the ordinary Great Tao is not as good, it is not unusable. As long as the realm is high enough, the ordinary Great Tao can still kill the practitioners of the origin Great Tao. Xiao Yuan asked, are you the only one in the 3 groups who know about the news of the origin Great Tao? The Third Ancestor said, the King of the Sea of Boundaries also knows, as well as the guy in the Demon Clan, the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan, the Insect King of the Insect Clan, and the Immortal Tree of the Baichao Alliance, but they will not say it. It seems that there are quite a few people who know it, but they all did not say it at the same time. Now, there are 2 more, Xiao Yuan and Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan asked, what are the origin avenues? The Third Ancestor said, there are many, such as the Soul Avenue you comprehended, which is the origin avenue, but the Soul Avenue is special and has not evolved into ordinary avenues. In addition to the Soul Avenue, there are also time, space, cause and effect, destiny, yin and yang, and 5 directions, which are all origin avenues. Some origin avenues will evolve into several ordinary avenues. Lin Mohan listened to the Third Ancestor's story and found that his Time Avenue, Space Avenue, and Qiyun Avenue all belonged to the Origin Avenue. The Immortal Avenue, as his own Destiny Avenue, is no worse than these avenues and is also the Origin Avenue. Lin Mohan even doubted whether the Life Avenue was evolved from the Immortal Avenue. These avenues are easy to understand, but Lin Mohan still doesn't understand the Thousand Stars Avenue. Since the Thousand Star Avenue is the original avenue, why is it like this? The Third Ancestor said, the Thousand Star Avenue was naturally not like this before, but later it became like this due to some accidents. The Thousand Star Avenue was still in a dormant state before, but now it has awakened. You can find a way to repair it and let it regain its former glory. Repair the avenue. When he was in the big world, Lin Mohan had to repair the divine road of the big world. Now he has to repair the avenue himself. Lin Mohan is a little amused. Is he born with the attribute of a repairman? But he still asked, how to repair it? The Third Ancestor said, the 1,000-star avenue governs all the stars, and each star in it represents a star king. You can collect the inheritance of the star kings and return the stars to the avenue. This time you have obtained the inheritance of the 3 star kings, so you can repair the 1,000-star avenue. The 1,000-star avenue is actually the origin of all the stars. The stars in the starry sky, the position of the Star King coveted by countless people, are just a little starlight in the 1,000-star avenue. Lin Mohan said to himself, no wonder it is called the 1,000-star avenue. Xiao Yuan was a little curious, try it. Lin Mohan nodded, took out the inheritance given by Han Jiaxingjun, and was about to try it, when he suddenly thought of another question. Third Ancestor, if the inheritance is integrated into the 1,000-star avenue, what about Han Jiaxingjun's inheritance? He promised Han Jiaxingjun that he would find a suitable inheritor for him. What has been promised cannot be broken. The Third Ancestor said, no impact. Lin Mohan believed the words of the Third Ancestor, and the inheritance of Han Jiaxingjun and the 1,000-star avenue came into contact with each other. The inheritance was smoothly integrated into the 1,000-star avenue without any obstacles. This feeling is very magical. The 1,000-star avenue is just a projection summoned by Lin Mohan, and the real avenue is not here. The inheritance of the Star Lord actually existed. One object and one projection, separated by billions of miles, were easily integrated together. Lin Mohan thought to himself, perhaps, this inheritance originally came from the 1,000-star avenue, and now it just returned. A light spot appeared on the 1,000-star avenue, flashing with a faint light, and the avenue was no longer completely dark. Just as Lin Mohan integrated the inheritance of the Star Lord Han Jiao into the 1,000-star avenue, the avenue star world outside the origin continent shook violently. A dark avenue silently emerged among the thousands of stars. After it appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura. The aura was not strong, but extremely noble, as if the king who was high above, although very weak, was still full of the momentum of the superior. In the avenue, countless people sensed the appearance of the 1,000-star avenue and turned their heads to look at it at the same time. One by one, the Tao Masters opened their eyes, their gazes turned into substance, crossed the starry sky, and fell on the 1,000-star avenue. The 1,000-star avenue has revived. Someone can comprehend the 1,000-star avenue. Who is it? Could it be that the former 1,000-star avenue is going to return again? After the 1,000-star avenue appeared, it did not move. It was located in the center of all the stars and had become the king of all the stars. Then, a star flew towards the 1,000-star avenue. This was the star represented by the cold 9-star Lord. It automatically flew into the 1,000-star avenue, bringing light to the dark 1,000-star avenue. The power of the 1,000-star avenue began to recover rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger, gradually radiating the entire origin continent. As the initiator, Lin Mohan was the first to sense the power emanating from the 1,000-star avenue. The 1,000-star avenue was not truly activated until this moment. Layers of insights poured in, and he did not need to work hard to comprehend them. The 1,000-star avenue delivered them directly to his door. He only needed to open the door to accept them. Lin Mohan finally understood the power of the 1,000-star avenue. It is the origin of all the Star Lords. In front of it, all the Star Lords must bow their heads. However, the real strength of the 1,000-star avenue is not here. Lin Mohan seemed to see a magnificent picture. The avenue shook, and countless Star Lords flew out of the avenue. Under the command of the Tao Master, they formed battle formations with unparalleled combat power. When the 1,000-star avenue existed, those Star Lords were at the Tao realm. Later, the Thousand Star Avenue fell into a dormant state, and the Star Lords lost the Origin Avenue, so the position of the Star Lord could only be equivalent to the Tao Master 9 realm. Then some weak Star Lords can only be compared with Dao Zun's 8th realm or even 7th realm. But now, the Thousand Star Avenue has returned, which also means that the Star Lords can go on their way again. However, the Star Lords cannot return to the Yin Dao now. Now only Lin Mohan has comprehended the Thousand Star Avenue, and only Lin Mohan can manipulate the Thousand Star Avenue to return them to their positions. There is another question, whether they are willing to return to their positions. If they are willing to return to the Thousand Star Avenue, then they must obey Lin Mohan. No matter how high or low Lin Moyu's realm is, he is now the only one who comprehends the Thousand Star Avenue, and those Star Lords have no choice. Lin Mohan then integrated the inheritance of the Falling Star Lord and the Second Wind Star Lord into the Avenue. There are 2 more stars in the Thousand Star Avenue, which becomes brighter, and the 5 is improved again. Another wave of perceptions came, and Lin Moyu's perception of the Thousand Star Avenue became deeper and deeper. The return of the 3 stars allowed Lin Moyu's perception of the Thousand Star Avenue to reach the level of Tianzuan. After an estimation, if almost 10 stars return to the Thousand Star Avenue, the insights gained will be enough for him to be promoted to Dao Zun. He has a goal, which is to collect the Star Lord inheritance and make it return. Lin Moyu's eyes glowed, and he looked at the Third Ancestor with a piercing look. Third Ancestor, I remember that there are Star Lord inheritance items in the Chamber of Commerce. The Third Ancestor narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Mohan. Seeing his appearance, Lin Mohan already knew that this guy must be targeting him. It is estimated that some other conditions will be set. It is likely that you can't buy it with the Origin Crystal alone. After a while, the voice of the Third Ancestor sounded slowly. It is true, but what do you plan to buy it with? The Star Lord inheritance represents the position of the Star Lord, which cannot be bought with the Origin Crystal. Lin Mohan said, don't you know what I have? You should tell me directly, and I will see if I can get it. The Third Ancestor thought for a while. Didn't you get 3 Star Lord inheritances just now? You can exchange them. What kind of business is it to exchange Star Lord inheritance items for Star Lord inheritance items? Lin Mohan thought about it and understood the intention of the Third Ancestor. The Star Lord inheritance of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was not the inheritance of the 28 top Star Lords, but the inheritance of some weaker Star Lords. Even if someone obtained the Star Lord position, it would be equivalent to the 7th or 8th realm of Dao Zun at most. To put it bluntly, the Third Ancestor looked down on it. Only the top Star Lord position could enter the eyes of the Third Ancestor. That was the situation before, but now, it seems not to be the case. Lin Mohan pretended not to understand. With the return of the Thousand Star Avenue, those Star Lords' inheritances can eventually enter the Thousand Star Avenue and become the Great Dao Realm. Why don't you want it? The Third Ancestor chuckled. Even if it is the Great Dao Realm, there are differences. Those old guys who took the wrong path, Zhao Nuo Zhao, became the Great Dao Realm, so what? Do they still have a way ahead? Lin Mohan suddenly understood. You mean, the inheritance of the top Star of Lords will give them the quality of the road in the future? The Third Ancestor nodded. Although they can't become Dao Lords, they can at least go a long way. Eternal life is not true immortality. The farther you go, the higher the possibility of immortality. Lin Mohan understood. I can agree to your exchange request, but I also have a request. You say. I promised several Star Lords that I would help them find suitable inheritors, so I can't give you the inheritance directly. You can designate the inheritor, and if I think it's appropriate, I will directly pass it on to him. And the inheritance of the Falling Star Lord, I can't hand it over, I still need it. If you agree, we can discuss further. If not, forget it. Lin Mohan directly said that it depends on whether the Third Ancestor agrees. He must do everything he can to fulfill the promise he made. Lin Moyu's attitude was very firm. If the Third Ancestor didn't agree, there was no need to talk anymore. Even if he couldn't buy the Star Lord's inheritance from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, Lin Mohan didn't regret it. At most, he could slowly look for it himself and he would always find it. If it didn't work, he could postpone the time of his promotion to Dao Zun. Lin Moyu believed that with his luck, if he really wanted to find it, he would not be able to find it. If the Third Ancestor wanted to use it as a bargaining chip, it would be useless. The Third Ancestor thought for a while and said, "Since you have made a promise to the Star Lord, then I will naturally not force you. Tell me your requirements and let Xiaolian pick someone for you." The Third Ancestor still decided to obey Lin Moyu's decision and let him choose someone. If he chose a satisfactory and suitable person, the transaction would continue. Lin Moyu thought about it and listed his requirements based on the cultivation attributes of the Cold 9 Star Lords and the Second Wind Star Lords. He was meticulous and could think of even the smallest details. Xiaolian screened according to Lin Moyu's requirements. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was large and powerful, with at least 1 million members in the entire Chamber of Commerce. Most of them are in Dongzhou, and some are in Nanzhou and other continents. Lu Lian has all the detailed information of these people, from their birth to their growth, even every 560 training, family, personality, and behavior. According to Lin Moyu's requirements, Lu Lian quickly selected the right candidates. There are a total of 12 people who are qualified to inherit the 9-Star Lord. There are a total of 6 people who are qualified to inherit the Second Wind Star Lord. Those who want to inherit the 9-Star Lord must be close to the Ice Avenue, and the purer the better. Comprehension is secondary, the most important thing is to be pure and focused enough. The successor of the Second Wind Star Lord needs extremely strong comprehension and comprehend the 2 kinds of wind. These 2 kinds of wind are relative, which can be light or heavy, cold or hot, fast or slow. Lu Lian put all the information in front of Lin Moyu and let Lin Moyu choose. Lu Lian actually selected geniuses. These people have strong qualifications and good personalities. Lin Moyu pays more attention to their character. In fact, those who can meet Lin Moyu's requirements are already quite outstanding. Character should be analyzed from their daily words and deeds, and their attitude towards things. After Lin Moyu's analysis, he found that these people have good character. The model of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is a bit like the human race in the big world. Lu Lian is similar to the Emperor, managing the entire Chamber of Commerce. In this model, everyone must act according to the rules, and bad people will be eliminated early. Lin Moyu looked at it. These people are all okay. Are they in Dongzhou? If they are, please gather them and let me take a look. The Third Ancestor said, "You want to see their luck, right?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, see who has the stronger luck and give it to them. Just look at the luck, then there is no need to concentrate. Xiaolian, jump out the 2 with the best luck." The picture in front of Lin Moyu changed, and only 2 people were left. One meets the inheritance requirements of Han Jiaxingjun, and the other meets the inheritance requirements of Refengxingjun. The Third Ancestor said, "Every member of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce will check their luck regularly. Are you satisfied with these 2? Lin Moyu nodded and said, "No problem." With the ability of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, the magic weapon to check luck can naturally be obtained. Lin Moyu had no doubt about the words of the Ancestor. He took out 2 inheritances from the 1000-Star Avenue. Although the inheritances left the 1000-Star Avenue, the starlight in the 1000-Star Avenue was still bright. The real starlight came from the stars of the avenue outside the origin continent. Outside the origin continent, the 3 stars have merged with the 1000-Star Avenue and will never separate again. What Lin Moyu took out was just the inheritance of the stars, which would no longer have an impact on the 1000-Star Avenue. The Third Ancestor took over the inheritance of Han Jiu Xingjiuan and Airfoam Xingjiuan and smiled, "Not bad, not bad." Once the 1000-Star Avenue is revived, the inheritance of these top Xingjans will be valuable. If the 2 Xingjans can successfully reach the end, they will be 2 powerful masters of the Avenue realm. Compared with those Holy Land ancestors who have gone astray, they are much bigger. Then the Third Ancestor asked Lu Lian to give the Xingjiuan inheritance. There were as many as 6 pieces, but none of them were the inheritance of the top Xinjians, and the third ancestor had not used them for a long time. For him, quantity is more valuable than quantity. Lin Mohan is different. He wants more the better. 1 for 3, in his opinion, it is still worth it. Lin Mohan was not polite either. He directly summoned the 1,000-star avenue and threw all 6 inheritances into it. There were 6 more stars on the 1,000-star avenue, and the number of stars reached 9. However, the brightness of these 6 stars was obviously not as good as the previous 3. This is the difference. Even if someone relies on these 6 stars to become a Star Lord and enter the realm of Yin Dao, their combat power is not as good as some top Dao realms. The gap within the Dao Zun realm is so big, and the gap in the Dao realm will only be bigger. Among the Dao stars on the origin continent, 6 more stars took the initiative to fly into the 1,000-star avenue. The stars roared and vibrated, and the 1,000-star avenue shot out more origin power. The origin power has an accurate target, directly crossing the space and falling on Lin Mohan. A lot of insights came, and Lin Mohan's mastery of the 1,000-star avenue reached a new level. Lin Mohan couldn't help but think that a few simple discussions between him and the third ancestor had determined the fate of 2 people. The 2 people who were chosen would never think of how they became the inheritors of the Star Lord. They might also think that they worked hard enough. In fact, they are just lucky. Suddenly, Lin Mohan felt that he seemed to have reached another level, and he could decide the fate of others with just a few words. Unconsciously, he seemed to have become a superior in the origin continent. After a transaction, Lin Mohan asked, "Third Ancestor, I don't want to buy the news of the Star Lord's inheritance." The third ancestor answered directly, "No, what do you think? If there is, I would have sent someone to go there long ago, and it would still be your turn." Lin Mohan smiled and said, "Third ancestor has a high vision, and some inheritances may not be worthy of your attention, right?" The third ancestor said, "However, although there is no definite news, there are many news about the origin secret treasures. You can buy it. If it goes wrong, there will be Star Lord inheritance in those origin secret treasures, such as the Star Wind secret treasures this time." Lin Mohan raised his thumb. "Third ancestor, you are indeed a businessman." Third ancestor laughed. "Of course, you can just talk to Lu Lian about this deal, not this group. Brother Xiaoho, it's time for you to come and practice. It will take a lot of time to correct the wrong path you took before." Xiaoho Yuan nodded. "I know. I will come to practice after you complete this transaction, third ancestor." The path Xiaoho Yuan took was exactly the same as those strange ancestors. But he was younger than those ancestors, and with the help of the third ancestor, he had a chance to correct it. The third ancestor narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Mohan. "Did you get 5 jade stones when you went to the Tushan Sect before?" Lin Mohan knew that the third ancestor must have communicated with the leader of the Tushan Sect again, and he did not tell the third group at that time. He did not deny it at the moment. "Yes, there are indeed 5 jades." The third ancestor's tone became serious. "You keep these 5 jades, remember, don't open them before you enter the Dao realm. Otherwise, not only you will die, many people will die because of this."